Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526 Promotion. Old Scene. It was a unique scene formed after the great sage shattered the void. It was a huge cosmic void that was solidified into a picture and then shattered into billions of fragments, floating between heaven and earth. The power was too great, and the rules inside were completely rewritten. The stars were all confined in the picture, separated from the universe and heaven, and immersed in the fragments. Lee Su found a picture that was relatively close to him, walked up to it, and looked inside. He was a little curious about what the avenue of the ancient world looked like. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The stars were full of Dao patterns, and the Dao rhyme of the avenue was floating in them, shining and shining constantly. The huge starfield that was slashed by Monkey Brother was actually the presentation of the Dao fruit of the ancient avenue. They have different energies. Just the avenue of fire. Lee Su looked all the way down and saw dozens of them, as well as water, earth, fire, and wood. These energies were full of differences, and one after another formed a line of Dao fruit of different colors in the old scene. According to the records of GGO, in the ancient times, refining stars as their own Dao fruit should be the characteristic of the prehistoric immortals. Almost all the stars hanging high in the sky of the prehistoric world are the Dao fruit of the immortals. This refining method is very powerful. Once the smelting is completed, it is equivalent to having a star in the body as a source of power. It is much faster than the current method of casting stars internally. Almost smelting is perfection, and it can directly open the way to the Dao. The stars in the old scene are different from each other, and there are completely different Daos in them. That is, while the immortals are asking the Dao, they write down the chapters of the Dao they have comprehended, engrave them into the interior of the stars, and transform them bit by bit. This path is not bad. Through the continuous transformation, fusion, and refining of the two realms of Xiangxin and Tai, it will eventually bloom and bear fruit in the Dao realm and completely merge with itself. In other words, there is no difference between the ancient method and the modern method. Although the paths are different, the results are equivalent. If there is a difference, in fact, compared with the ancient method, the practice of the modern method is more difficult. The modern method is equivalent to what is done after completing the Dao realm from the beginning. The stars are stored in the body. This will greatly delay the time for immortals to practice Taoism. It takes a long time to condense and collect resources. Then the ancient method, because of the relationship between the two realms of Xiangxin and Tai, will cause the great Dao to be suspended in the void, and it will be directly presented and seen by people, so that the practitioners behind can observe and learn. The modern method is completely immersed in itself. Although it is more private and will not let people discover the specific situation of its own power, it also basically cuts off the possibility of mutual verification and mutual learning, unless you let go of your mind and let outsiders walk into your own heavenly palace. This kind of thing is obviously impossible. Even parents and brothers will probably hesitate, because this kind of openness is not as simple as simply handing your life to the other party. But once the other party has a mind, everything you have will be taken away by the other party. Therefore, the glory of the ancient times is basically impossible to see now. Looking at the stars in the old scenes and the Tao patterns flowing on the stars, Lee Su's eyes are shaking at this moment. Although he has not yet reached the level of a celestial being, and has not yet reached the stage of seeking the Dao, such observation would not have much effect under normal circumstances. However, Lee Su has a dual Dao foundation, and is on the two paths of Jinden and Dao Go. The low effect on Jinden does not mean that the effect on Dao Go is also low. Although he has advanced and formed 9 halls, if you switch the angle to look at it, you will find that the central hall and the hall formed by the 15 fire Jinden are one, and the two are more closely connected. The fire in the furnace fire is provided by the Jinden hall. On the contrary, what flows through his other 7 halls is not the furnace fire, but the Dao pattern, which flows directly down and merges into the star core. Therefore, the old scene here is of great significance to Lee Su, which can enrich his 7 supreme halls, and enrich the Dao fruit in the long river of the world. With the capture of various types of Dao, the Dao patterns on Lee Su's 7 halls have become more and more solid. However, the progress is very slow. After all, most of the avenues in the old scene are just the way of the immortals, and there are very few Tai ways, especially in the periphery. The way here is not complete, and most of them are just half-baked and just starting. Although it is dazzling, for Lee Su, the improvement is not obvious. Undoubtedly, if he wants to obtain more and stronger avenue true meaning, he needs to go deeper. Only by going deeper can he get stronger and more complete avenue patterns. Of course, Lee Su is not impatient. He has always been patient in cultivation. Time, 10 years. He plans to stay outside for about a year now, take a look at the old scenes around him, constantly consolidate his supreme avenue, fill the chapters of saints, and go deeper. After it can no longer play an enlightening role. There are 3,000 avenues. Although Lee Su knows that this is just an imaginary number, the intention is extremely many, boundless and infinite. Now, as he keeps looking at the stars in the old scene, Lee Su fully realizes how brilliant the so-called avenue is. Many, too many. He saw thousands of fire paths alone. Each one was different, and each had its own unique understanding of fire. The most common fire among them was the sun fire, the natal fire of the golden crow. As a manifestation of the most extreme power of heaven and earth, it undoubtedly had the most audiences among these fire paths. But even so, the understanding of each aspect was different. Some were dominated by high temperature, some were dominated by burning, some were dominated by fierceness, and some were even dominated by radiation. There were hundreds of variations of the sun fire alone, each going to an extreme. Although Lee Su did not walk the fire path, he benefited a lot from these different paths. What was important was not the way of showing power, but the ideas contained in it, and the power formed by this idea. Facing these completely different ways of running the path one after another, Lee Su reaped a lot of inspiration for a while. His comprehension was not bad in itself, and with the understanding of the Tao and the weighting of the world, he could see different things naturally, until the core and the root, and harvested what he wanted. For a while, his 7 halls were all glowing, and the Dao texts were taking shape, being written by him, and integrated into the halls. His foundation was constantly being consolidated, and his understanding of the supreme chapter itself was becoming deeper and deeper, and his use of power was constantly improving. Although there was no improvement in his realm, his overall strength was enhanced. Without using the treasure, he felt that he could almost break through the level of 20 world powers, exceeding the previous 18 points. Don't look at it as a 2-point improvement. Every 10-point increase in world power will change the height. 20 world powers. Even the distance between 20 world powers and 19.9 world powers is not 1, but is at the surface of crushing. Time passed quickly. Soon he arrived in this world for almost half a year. During this period, although Lee Su had been staying at the outermost part, he observed thousands and tens of thousands of completely different stars, and almost all the outermost stars were seen by him. Not only the 7 halls, but also the Changdao fruit has been significantly improved, and it is more and more perfect. The speed of his Xiangang Huajao furnace also increased, and marks appeared on the Jiandan hall. They were formed through repeated carvings accompanied by enlightenment. It was a pattern that looked like a picture or a painting. It was a bit like a ghost painting, but it was undoubtedly a crystallization of the great Dao, a mark produced after observing the Dao. This word was very special, and it summarized all the great Daos that Lee Su had observed for a whole year. Because of its existence, Lee Su's Jiandan furnace fire became more and more brilliant, and the speed of melting and analyzing materials was improved. The great Dao itself is the analysis of everything, and the embodiment of rules. The more you master, the more powerful you will be in the transformation and application of material energy. Unknowingly, his second layer of star core has been completed, and the third layer of star core is also more than half. Originally, under normal circumstances, this would take a year or even 2 years, and the improvement inside can be imagined. However, the outermost practice basically ends here. If you continue to observe, the improvement will become very small. After all, most of the stars in the old scenes nearby are in the early stage of the celestial immortals, and they have just started their journey. They are not complete avenues. Although there are many new ideas in them, when they accumulate to a certain extent, the improvement will slow down, and the speed will drop sharply. In the end, even if the ideas are different, the effects overlap. Even if they continue to increase, it is not very obvious. After staying for almost a month, Lee Soo set out and went deeper after confirming that it was almost impossible to improve. He went forward all the way, constantly capturing the old scenes scattered over the gulf. Obviously, the deeper you go, the more powerful the stars in the old scenes become, and the avenues presented inside become more and more complete. If the outermost avenue is a single stroke, a sloppy outline on the sketch, then as you go deeper, these strokes become text, and the outlines become clearer. If the stars outside are too, then the stars inside add roads. How is the avenue cast? How to walk on the road? It is completely displayed here. Undoubtedly, this is an indescribable treasure for Lee Soo, which can clearly define the direction of his future. He already has the great Dao, and he is the supreme saint. What he lacks now is undoubtedly how to move forward, and how to lay the foundation to establish his own path and form a complete great Dao. The stars in the old scene are undoubtedly his direction. He did not simply comprehend a certain path, but through these great roads, he constantly analyzed, understood, and felt the full picture of the great Dao. All the way down, he did not find Gaohua and the others, and it seemed that they were not in the same direction. After all, the gap was too huge, and they left in different directions. Lee Soo did not go to look for it, but just kept capturing the old scenes, watching, learning, and understanding the fixed great Dao in them, and constantly consolidating himself. Time kept passing. 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years. Soon, 5 years had passed since Lee Soo came to this space, and he had also reached a very deep level. He stopped his steps and did not move forward. Although the deeper he went, the more brilliant the Dao fruit in the old scene became, and the more insights he brought to him. But after 5 years, Lee Soo was not only a little tired. Although the avenues were wonderful and each one was different, they could give him a very fulfilling feeling, and he could be promoted and improved. However, the way of observing, learning, and understanding the avenues in the old scenes day and night without interruption still produced a sense of fatigue. He stopped and planned to rest for a while to relax his mind, and at the same time he was not ready to go on the road again. He had already gone very deep, and the energy around him had become very mixed, and the atmosphere was quite bad. Looking down, Lee Soo began to summarize his own situation, and when he was done, he was ready to go back and thoroughly settle down, and digest the results along the way. The progress was very significant. The celestial being had already reached the 8th level, which meant that he had walked 1/3 of the way to perfection. The world wall was approaching the 10th level, which was a huge improvement, very big. Then there were the techniques, the sword heart, and the star body refining technique, which had reached their limits, and had not improved much, but the supreme was different. He could carry more. The degree of improvement was about 15 times. In other words, the world power that could be erupted alone had reached the terrifying level of the 27th level. The growth of the star core also increased, with an increase of about 21.6. Added together, it is almost close to 49. This is undoubtedly a very amazing height, far beyond the 39th level of world power that can be achieved by the initial perfection of the celestial being. Lee Soo has a hunch that, if he waits until the celestial being is perfect, and opens the way, his own combat power will be able to reach an astonishing 100 world powers. 100 world powers. This is undoubtedly a very scary number. The initial stage, or even the middle stage of Tai mythology may not be able to reach it, and it has already touched the minimum level of Daluo. That is the height that can really crush the stars and use the galaxy as a battlefield. Faced with this result, even Lee Soo couldn't help but be shocked, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, feeling a little happy, proud, and swollen. Feeling that his thoughts were a little floating, he quickly looked down at the huge gap below, which almost cut off a large galaxy. Suddenly, some swollen thoughts evaporated completely on the spot. Fortunately, almost swollen. When swollen, it will naturally be wild. If you waste time, you will probably die. HMM. Lee Su's eyes suddenly condensed, and a strange color appeared, because there was a strange scene not far away. It was the Tao. It was colorful, with terrible power floating in it, supreme runes shining, and the classics of the Tao being written in it. Not only the Tao, but also the skills. And there is no doubt that it involves the supreme. In an instant, Lee Su couldn't help being shocked. His breathing became rapid, his pupils kept changing, and he twitched violently. Undoubtedly, involving the supreme, it is very attractive to practitioners, and the desire is almost unbearable to burst out, and he is craving. Lee Su didn't move, even though his body and mind were telling him to go over and move closer, but he was suppressed by his will. Because his Tao fruit was vibrating, the heavenly palace was also roaring, and from the moment he saw it, it was constantly warning him. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su activated the Tao solution and captured the sudden scene through the Tao. The next second, his pupils shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Behind the scenery, a huge black shadow was floating. The black shadow was full of eyes, staring at him intently. The brilliance seen by the naked eye, the glorious supreme chapter, was all fake. In fact, it was arms of different races, with humans and beasts. They were dripping with black blood, and there was a crazy and maddening breath around them. In an instant, Lee Su was horrified, and his mind could not help but emerge the terrible scene he saw the moment he entered this world. The existence destroyed by the iron rod of the galaxy cut off. That giant beast. It's not dead yet. Chapter 527. Go all out. Alive, and staring at him. Lee Su's face changed. This place is not safe. There will be dangers. Once you go deeper, there will be problems. Not only the soul is lost, but there have been people whose souls have problems, and have been replaced. Fortunately, when I left this world, I had huge problems. I aged instantly. 1 second seemed to have passed 100,000 years. In the end, because I couldn't bear it, my soul collapsed, and my body was damaged. Unexpectedly, it was the giant beast that should have been thrown into the abyss below and destroyed by Monkey King. Without thinking, Lee Su turned around and retreated. He didn't want to try the ability of the giant beast and what state the other party was in at the moment. This is not the original body, it is too small. Although the power is very evil, it is not to the point of being unsolvable. But Lee Su, who has come into contact with the evil demons from outside the domain more than once, knows very well the evil nature of these things. Their destructiveness and immortality are very terrible. The black mud in the past, and the fear from the bottom of my heart, none of them are easy to mess with. In an instant, he retreated thousands of miles. This is the reflection of the light of the soul, so fast that it is unbelievable. But before Lee Su could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt the attack, and his face became even uglier. He was locked. The eyes in the shadow were glowing. He had retreated thousands of miles, but in the next second he was reflected by the other party and returned to the original place. In the next second, there was a hand shaking faintly, and a huge malice attacked him, forming a piece of invisible blade, slashing at him. This kind of attack is very different. It is not on the surface of reality, but on the surface of consciousness, directly targeting his soul. Lee Su's pupils lit up, and the heavenly palace shook. In the shanking heavenly palace, the terrible sword light rushed into the sky, forming thousands of sword beams, sweeping out. He directly used the supreme chapter without any hesitation. The 49 world forces slashed on the spot, directly approaching the other party's malicious blade. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, his sword intent and the malicious blade collided with each other, silently and breathlessly colliding thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times. The void shook. The collision of consciousness caused huge ripples in the real world, circle by circle, layer by layer, with the world collapsing and stars shattering. With the two as the center, the old scenery around was affected. The black shadow was shaking, and its pupils became brighter and brighter. One after another, eyes grew out from different places, and each eye was glowing, looking at Lee Su from different angles. This time, it was very different. In its pupils, one figure after another appeared. There were people, monsters, and things. They looked extremely painful and their faces were hideous, but only their pupils were very different, exactly the same as the eyes of the black shadow. The next second huge stars emerged in the void, including flame stars, thunder stars, wind stars, and stars full of poisonous gas, as many as dozens. These stars are very scary, and there are great waves rising and falling in them. They are all celestial beings, and they are perfect. Lee Su's pupils condensed slightly, and he took a breath suddenly, and the heavenly palace began to glow and heat up. Boom. 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 The golden elixir hall shook, and terrible flames poured into the center, forming an extremely huge torch. The torch glowed, forming huge waves, layer by layer, and burst out. A tsunami of mana. No, this is a tsunami of Tau Rime formed by pure and extreme immortal power. This is a unique domain of the immortal realm, which can shake the Tau Rime of everything around, and destroy the rules of Tau. Ordinary Tau magic can't maintain its original form under such an impact. The power of the Black Shadow manifestation was also impacted and shook, and the Tau Rime structure was affected. However, even if Lee Su had the peerless foundation of 15 fires, he couldn't make these forces collapse, because each of them essentially belonged to a celestial being, the same realm as him. The power was only slightly attenuated. They began to exert their strength, forming one domain after another. Flames, burning. Mountains, suppressing. Thunder, destroying. There are also strong winds, heavy rains, freezing air, and poison. Each of these powers has a complete avenue in it, and is a complete star. Various forces fell, forming a huge domain, covering Lee Su's soul, and launching an attack. Taking a breath, a shadow appeared in Lee Su's pupils, the shadow of Pangu Bana. A huge heavenly palace appeared, the Jade Palace. In an instant, with him as the center, the world visible to the naked eye was forming and breaking, and was classified as the most primitive four forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. Raising his hand, with a stroke, the most primitive four forces that constitute the world suddenly erupted, and directly swept towards the shadows that infected, changed, and formed. Boom. The void collapsed, and all the matter was chopped up by Lee Su, forming an extremely huge ripple, slashing towards these stars. Boom. The bright light bloomed. The starry sky exploded, and an extremely bright light burst out. Facing Lee Su's supreme attack, the avenue stars presented by the shadow were directly cut off, and a shocking explosion occurred. The void between the two was distorted and suffered an unprecedented impact. Puff. Lee Su couldn't help but step back 2 steps and spit out a mouthful of soul blood. The shock was too great. Those avenue stars were too close to him and were affected. The shadow was also shaking. Lee Su's attack was too terrible. Even after dozens of stars were chopped off, it still did not stop. The ripples formed slash to its location. That power involved the atomic surface layer. The height was very terrible, beyond its expectations. The eyeballs that burst out with power in an instant were shattered and shattered. A shrill wail sounded. It was the life deep in the pupil of the Black Shadow. They were severely injured because the pupils they existed in were destroyed. There was blood falling, which was very ominous. It carried a rotten smell, forming a large area of pollution and producing substances that life could not accept. Lee Su's pupils shrank, and his face looked a little ugly. The substance that flowed down was very troublesome. It was similar to the nature of black mud, and seriously polluted the soul. Even he did not dare to be careless. His pupils appeared bright colors and the Vajra Palace glowed. Immediately, the color of colored glaze appeared on his soul. It was the light of the world. One by one, there were 3,000 of them, covering him and isolating him from this world, preventing the substance formed by the other party's blood from directly touching his soul. Hiss. 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 The fierce sound was thinking that the other party's substance was colliding with his colored glaze world, and it showed a terrible scene. The world was corroded and withered, blocking the infection of the substance formed by the other party's blood. Lee Su's originally ugly face became even more gloomy at this moment. In these strange substances, there were precipitated the consciousness and souls of the creatures that did not belong to the shadows, but were captured and absorbed by him. At this moment, they were attacking Lee Su, suicidal attacks, constantly using their own consciousness to collide with his colored glaze world, and being destroyed again and again. Every time they died, those consciousnesses would produce great pain and hatred, and these formed the nutrients of the other party, and became the source of its power. Life, in their hands, was squeezed to the extreme. Hehe. As if sensing Lee Su's unhappy mood, the black shadow, that had been silent, made a sound unexpectedly. It was laughing and enjoying itself. Lee Su was a little angry. To him, death was undoubtedly the end of life and the end of everything. Even if he was full of hatred, once the other party died, it should stop there. This behavior of not letting go, even if it meant death, and the way of torturing again and again, really made people unable to calm down. Is it funny? A hint of coldness flashed across Lee Su's eyes. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment in playing with life? Hehe. There was no answer, only laughter. Not only that, the number of black and silver pupils increased, hundreds, thousands. Moreover, each of them had a phantom and a soul. At the same time, it stretched out its hand and pointed at Lee Su, as if to say, angry? I have more here, and not only that, you will be the next one. Lee Su also laughed suddenly. There is no doubt that it was the strongest heavenly fairyland he had encountered so far. He was blocked by the opponent, even after using the supreme, and he was seriously injured. This was undoubtedly beyond imagination. The opponent did something that even the heavenly fairy myths and the mythical world could not do. But if you think you will win at this level, you really underestimate him. After a long breath, Lee Su's blood was swelling, and a terrible power was brewing. It seemed that it had been a long time. For a long time, he hadn't gone all out. First of all, of course, he couldn't do it. The supreme consumed too much, and couldn't be used at the same time. Then, the opponents who could make him fight desperately were often far more advanced than him, and needed to rely on the supreme treasure to fight. Lee Su hadn't encountered such an existence with the same realm, but no weaker strength than him for a long time. Lee Su's eyes began to glow. At this moment, it was no longer a reflection of a certain hall, but the 9 heavenly palaces rushed out directly from his soul. The central heavenly palace began to glow, and the golden pill hall spewed out a 1,000-foot flame. The flesh and blood hall was ignited, and the life fire burned. The soul hall shook, and the 6 reincarnations emerged. The taking hall spit out black and white. The Pangu banner in the Yuking hall vibrated, and the sword light in the Shanking hall rushed into the sky. The Vajra hall showed colored glaze, and the Pure Land hall had Buddha light. At this moment, the 7 saints' supreme scripture floated out from his soul, turning into 7 huge ribbons surrounding him. At this moment, all the Deo rhymes above the entire void were drawn by the 7 saints supreme, appearing, forming lines and lines all over his body. The hall was glowing. It was connected to the world river, and the 7 saints Deo fruits cast their eyes at the same time. Go all out. Since achieving the immortal realm, Lee Su has fully exploded all his strength for the first time. The smiling black shadow's pupils couldn't help but tremble at this moment. It was not just the 9 terrible heavenly palaces above Lee Su's head, but every power floating on his body, all involving the supreme surface, which posed a great threat to it. The black shadow shook instantly, and countless pupils began to glow, and he had to strike first. However, the next second, it lost the trace of Lee Su. There was no trace of him anywhere around it. Suddenly, Lee Su appeared. With a simple punch, he hit the black shadow's body directly. Boom. With a loud bang, 2 forces. The life fire exploded. The flame formed by the pure life force is not only vitality, but also information. Every strand of it breeds an extremely terrible will, a desire for life. It ignites not flames but will. With just one punch, the shadow couldn't help but wail. The terrible fire of will merged into its body and ignited its will. This burning is not on the surface of reality, but directly acts on consciousness. This kind of attack is the most terrible for it and can consume its existence itself. The black shadow howled, and its eyeballs glowed one by one. One by one, the avenues emerged and instantly formed a sky full of stars and directly hit Lee Su. King Ping's sword in the left hand and Pangu banner in the right hand. Lee Su stretched out his body, and his left hand instantly chopped out thousands of swords, and his right hand swung down dozens of banners. The 4 swords of Zuxan, Luxian, Xiangxan and Juxan rose into the sky, and in an instant, half of the thousands of stars formed by the black shadow were chopped off. The stars on the Pangu banner fell, forming terrible ripples, emitting thousands of world-destroying lights, and directly chopped off the other half of the stars. As the highest, the simple immortal fruit could not bear his terrible power. The black shadow screamed, it was bleeding, and thousands of eyeballs burst and were destroyed by Lisu's power. Blood dripped, the Pure Land became a world, and the Buddha kingdom appeared directly, absorbing its fallen blood. In the grand Buddhist world, bhikkhunis and arhats burst into Buddha light, and the Buddha bells and temples burst out with grand Buddha intentions. The 8 meritorious waters, the infinite light burst out to purify the Buddha nature. The Buddha chanted, and the 2 swaying trees made a sound. Directly dissolve the opponent's blood, and purify the crazy will in his blood. The black shadow shook violently, and began to retreat for the first time, because this time Lisu not only hurt it, but also wiped out the parts that fell off, and eliminated it from the root. However, it had just retreated, and the next second its pupils were attracted by something. It was a huge wheel, the power manifested by the 6 reincarnations. It slowly turned, pulling the soul of the black shadow, and even pulling the soul subdued in the black shadow's body. With a shrill wail, the body of the black shadow was deeply pulled out from the shadow part by Lisu, revealing its extremely ugly appearance. It was a creature with many hands and feet, humanoid, beast-shaped, and without a trunk. All the eyes grew on those hands and feet, and there was a brain in the center. The brain was exposed, and grew multiple nerves connected to the hands and feet. The appearance was hideous, weird, and the breath was very ominous. This creature is a brain? Seeing the opponent's body, Lisu couldn't help but be surprised. No, this is not a brain, this is a bug with a brain. The nerves on the brain are its tentacles. Under the brain, there are mouthpads-like organs, and pairs of black eyeballs grow on the brain stem. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The other party screamed shrilly. The sound was extremely sharp, and contained terrible information. These information were like sharp blades, stabbing directly at Lisu. In an instant, Lisu felt a lot of voices ringing, and countless information poured into his mind with the light. This information was huge and chaotic, filling this disorder. It began to spread and explode the moment it entered. In an instant, Lisu's soul could not help but show a trace of distortion. Lisu couldn't help but have veins popping up on his face. The huge amount of information was like an ocean, constantly gushing, making it impossible for him to process it effectively. His mind seemed to be bursting. Not only that, along with the integration, these information seemed to have consciousness, attacking Lisu's soul, invading his senses, and constantly amplifying his perception of the outside world, making the information that was originally difficult to digest become more and more complicated, and obtaining more content. This attack method surprised him. It was like a computer virus, filling and covering him with information, trying to make his sea of consciousness crash, because he could not process this excess of information and his mind was exhausted. This attack method was quite strange, completely different from the fighting method of the myth world. When facing it for the first time, let alone ordinary celestial beings, even those above mythology, would be likely to be defeated by it. Their minds would be squeezed and exploded, and as their minds were exhausted, their souls would be completely infected and copied, becoming part of the giant beast. And this is probably the true power of this thing in front of him, its root. The Supreme King Kong activated, the Supreme Soul activated, the Supreme Flesh and Blood activated, and the Supreme Taking activated. In an instant, the 4 Supremes burst into shocking light at the same time, and countless Avenue characters appeared on Lisu's soul, which was penetrated, fixed, and suppressed by the Supreme. The terrible power of information was instantly isolated and suppressed by him, and could not be further infected. The veins on the soul were throbbing, and Lisu's pupils emitted a cold light. He kept slashing with his left hand, and the sword intent of the 4 swords of Zeuxan gushed out like rain, directly cutting off the hands and feet of the creature in front of him. The light of the Pangu banner in the right hand exploded, strangling its wide eyes crazily, forming ripples one after another, breaking the tentacles extending from its body. The Supreme of Flesh and Blood also moved at this moment, and something grew in its life fire, which was cells in flesh and blood. It first formed a tumor, which was a beating heart. The next second, nerves grew on the heart, and there were white bone spurs on the ends of the nerves. It moved and pounced in front of the brainworm all of a sudden, and the tentacles with bone spurs directly pierced into the opponent's brain. The brainworm felt something. It made a shrill sound, and a large piece of black mist spit out of its mouthparts, trying to cover its brain and hide it. The 6 reincarnations vibrated, pulling its consciousness and slowing it down. The phantom of the Pangu banner floated, directly cutting its mouthparts out of this world and sending it to an unknown place. The Kingping sword light cut its nerve tentacles, causing its consciousness to be severely damaged and covered with severe pain. The yin and yang energies flowed, forming nothingness and dissolving its power. The Pure Land of Buddha came, forcing its thoughts to stagnate and no longer be agitated. In an instant, the brainworm was completely suppressed and could not move at all. In an instant, its body was pierced by the tentacles formed by Li Su, and the bone spurs pierced deeply into it. So big, even though this head is already very big, bigger than Li Su's torso, when it is pierced into the inside, it is found that the space inside is even larger and more like a continent. The heart formed by the life fire began to shrink violently, making a thunderous sound, and the tentacles extending out kept twitching, absorbing the substances inside. Once, the huge brainworm shrank visibly with the naked eye, and was stir-fried. Its flesh and blood were directly absorbed by Li Su, and through the beating heart, it was directly transported to Li Su's Buddhist kingdom, ready to be dissolved there. Li Su's face was a little strange, because he found that the substances he extracted, although there were many thoughts belonging to this thing, were extremely refined crystals in themselves, which could be directly absorbed, and the quality was extremely high, belonging to a tonic. Although it looks weird, it must be said that this thing is no worse than ginseng fruit. Its substance is very good for the brain, and has great benefits for the spirit. The brainworm made a shrill sound, feeling the threat to its life, and realized the horror of the creature in front of it. It was not food, but an enemy, and an enemy beyond imagination. It began to show strange patterns on its body like a brain, and there was a rising breath. I vaguely saw a door opening, and there were terrible things about to appear inside. The flame flag. Whether the opponent wanted to escape or summon a stronger existence, Li Su would not give it that chance, and directly called out the treasure that had been summoned since the opponent appeared. In an instant, terrible flames shot up into the sky, and the long history of the human race rolled down, directly suppressing the brainworm, forcibly interrupting the strange lines on its body. The treasure of humanity. Even if Li Su mastered the 7 saints, the brainworm did not react much, but when the treasure appeared, it went crazy, and the breath was filled with unconcealable murderous intent. There was a terrible murderous intent bursting out, with determination to kill Li Su as the holder. Boom. The body trembled, and the brainworm exploded by itself. The terrible information burst out, forming billions of sword beams, directly clearing the field, and smashing everything centered on it. This impact is terrible. The range is beyond imagination, beyond the space of thousands of miles, forming a brilliant light, like a supernova explosion. Not only the planets, but also the galaxies are covered. Li Su was blown away for tens of thousands of miles. He vomited blood while flying. The defense formed by the 7 supreme saints was penetrated, and his soul was torn into many wounds. Fortunately, the Xinhuo flag responded and covered him with the flag to protect him. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Looking at the terrible scene in the center, Li Su felt a chill in his back. Although self-detonation can indeed burst out several times the power of itself, this is probably not 10 times or 100 times, right? Do you think you are nitroglycerine? While Li Su was complaining, the Xinhuo flagpole also flew back from the center of the explosion. It did not leave when it exploded, and that kind of attack could not hurt it. At this moment, there was a shadow on the tip of its gun. As it kept getting closer, that corner of the shadow was constantly being worn away, and was crushed and annihilated by the history of human civilization on the Xinhuo flagpole. Although it dissipated quickly, the sharp-eyed Li Su still found that the thing that exploded was not dead. Obviously, everything just now was for escape. Is this an advanced version of cutting off the tail to survive? Escape by blowing up the tail? Just when Li Su was about to say something, the huge chasm under his feet, the terrible abyss, actually began to vibrate. There was a sound, an explosion. It was a roar with an extremely terrible murderous intent, as if it felt that its clone had been destroyed. Something was struggling, trying to get out from below. Damn it, no way. Lee Su's face changed, and his eyelids couldn't help twitching. A giant beast. It's not dead yet. The next moment, another force erupted from the depths of the chasm, carrying the meaning of extreme destruction, constantly strangling the breath of the giant beast, including the roar. Ah, damn monkey. The huge voice let out a wail, and the vibration quickly stopped, and the other force, that appeared strangled for a while, and then slowly subsided. Hiss. Faced with this scene, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A stick was hid hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it's not over hundreds of thousands of years later. Chapter 528, Beating. Lee Su breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that after so long, the power of the great sage still existed, and was always strangling the giant beast. This was undoubtedly unbelievable, and gave him a new understanding of the power of the saint. Hundreds of thousands of years of immortality. No, this was obviously before the destruction of the ancient times, and perhaps it had existed for more than several centuries. It was truly eternal, shining with immortal glory. Just as Lee Su was sighing, he was shocked by the terrible power of Monkey Brother. In the void, an inexplicable energy appeared with a hint of brilliance. It fell directly and flowed into his body before Lee Su could react. In an instant, the heavenly palace shook. This suddenly appearing energy substance directly merged into his heavenly palace, making the heavenly palace itself more real, and getting an unexpected improvement. What is this? Lee Su couldn't help but tremble. What is this thing that can actually increase the strength of his heavenly palace? No, he was not unfamiliar with this breath. He had touched it before, but it didn't work for him at the time, so he kept it there, and didn't move it. Unable to hold back a breath, Lee Su opened his world book and took out the avenue crystal he got after Wazuangwen. Although the way of power is different, the nature is undoubtedly exactly the same. Can this thing enhance the strength of the heavenly palace? Taking a breath, Lee Su's consciousness moved, and he couldn't help but absorb the avenue crystal on his palm and send it to his heavenly palace. In an instant, this avenue crystal melted, and the same substance as before flowed out, directly merging into Lee Su's heavenly palace. The heavenly palace became more and more real, and a sense of heaviness appeared, especially the avenue text on the heavenly palace, which became fuller and more divine. This improvement is very significant. The refining speed of the heavenly palace furnace has been improved, and it can carry more flames. The Seven Saints Hall has also been greatly improved. Not only can it carry more treasure power, but it has also begun to breed the original power of the Supreme. This is very different, very different. Under normal circumstances, to breed such power, it should be after the heavenly immortal is perfect, enter the stage of asking for the way, and understand the corresponding avenue, before it can be obtained. However, Lee Su started to breed in advance, and entered the stage of asking for the way. Of course, this advance was not essentially due to the crystallization of the great Dao, but the supreme saint he practiced was different from the beginning. The road to Taoism had been paved the moment he achieved the realm of the celestial being. The Seven Saints Hall itself was equivalent to the foundation of the formation of the Seven Supreme Origins. But even so, the benefits of the great Dao crystallization were still significant, and it was very important to Lee Su. Because in normal practice, the deeper the foundation, the slower the speed. If he had not entered here, observed countless great Daos, and imprinted the palace with the texture of the great Dao to increase its speed, it would take at least 10 years to reach the 8th level of the star core. As for perfection, it would take 200 or 300 years to think about it. Now, the practice speed that had slowed down due to reaching the 8th level has been improved again, and the speed of crystallization has been accelerated again. At most, the 9th level can be completed in about a month. And there are about 5 years left in this time, which means that, when he can go out, he can almost advance the practice of the star core to the 15th level. Of course, this is just from this moment on. He has been practicing in seclusion. If he continued to look for creatures like brainworms, constantly hunted and killed them, and obtained more of that substance, maybe he could perfect his own realm before leaving here. Undoubtedly, it is not easy to deal with brainworms. If ordinary cultivators encounter them, they will definitely have problems and be killed and absorbed by them. Even if Lee Su has a dual foundation, it is not easy to fight against them. He has to go all out. This opponent is really strong. Although they are at the same realm, it is difficult to defeat them by relying on themselves. If he is not careful, he will be seriously injured by the worm. However, fortunately, he has a treasure that can suppress the opponent directly without confronting the brainworm head on. Thinking of this, Lee Su was a little excited. This behavior itself is equivalent to using anti-aircraft guns to shoot mosquitoes. Usually, most of the treatment in books is for the villain protagonist. He has practiced for countless years, but this is the first time he can face the same realm and crush the opponent with the power of a higher realm. The power is directly integrated into the Xinhuo flag, urging the opponent, but it turns out that the Xinhuo flag itself seems to be more excited than Lee Su, and the fierce killing intent coming from it. It vibrates, the flag body flutters, and falls towards the depths. After a while, before Lee Su could make any move, it rolled up Lee Su and plunged into the depths. Before he could react, he was pulled by the Xinhuo flag and flew almost a light year away. Not far away, there was another one, exactly the same size as the one he encountered before. In an instant, the flag body directly wrapped Lee Su, and the gun barrel flew out by itself. The brainworm was shocked, as if it had discovered something unexpected. It let out a scream, turned around and ran without thinking. But it was obvious that in the face of the treasure of humanity, it was unreasonably pierced, and it was unable to use any of its strength. Its brain was hit out and pierced by the Xinhuo flag. The terrible history of human civilization began to flow down, directly refining its body, wearing it down, and completely crushing it. Under the chasm, there was movement again, and the roar of a giant beast came, with a hint of urgency. What's going on? What's going on? Who the hell is hunting his clone? Although it has many clones in this world, these are all overflowed from the suppression that it spent countless years on. Some of them are even the flesh and blood that broke off before the ancient was suppressed. Over countless years, it has been accumulating and collecting flesh and blood souls through clones, waiting for one day when it has enough power to gather and escape from here. As a result, 2 of them were killed suddenly, and no information was left. They were wiped out completely. This is impossible in itself. Although the brainworms scattered in the void are just its identities, they are actually very powerful. Each of them has a very high foundation of Taoism, and possesses its Taoism. Fighting with its clones is almost equivalent to facing a celestial being with a holy realm. There is almost no possibility of victory. From the beginning, these clones are not an assessment, but a sure kill. In fact, the result is the same. Basically, once a celestial being who enters this place encounters its clones, it will 100% appear ominous and have its soul devoured by it. But the monkey was much smarter than it thought. Those who went out would have their souls baptized by time and their bodies affected. This had little effect on those monks, who had been in for at most 10 or 20 years. Once it planned to let its consciousness leave through the flesh and blood of the immortals that devoured its soul, it would decay instantly and spend hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, it shook and was a little excited. It didn't understand what was hunting it. Its clone was killed too cleanly, and no information was sent back. This was impossible. People who could enter this place should not be too strong, but just miscellaneous soldiers. It woke up and wanted to inquire about the problem. The power left by the monkey brother would naturally not be polite, and it strangled its body crazily. Its sleeping method was very special. As long as it didn't wake up, its body could not be captured. Even the power of the immortal holy realm was difficult to strangle it. Now that it was revived, it was equivalent to exposing its body, which made the strangulation of the monkey brother's power very targeted. In less than a millisecond, it let out a shrill wail. Its body was killed miserably and fell asleep without hesitation. This time, the vibration came quickly and went even faster. Lee Su didn't have time to sense it before the vibration disappeared. The next second, the same substance as before appeared here and merged into Lee Su's body. Hiss. Lee Su couldn't help but shiver, and his eyes narrowed. This feeling was too comfortable and addictive. The Xinhuo flag was also vibrating at this moment. It seemed to have gained something by strangling the brain worm. Special substances appeared in the brain worm and were crushed by it. They flowed down from the gun body and collided with strong flames, as if they were polished and smelted, becoming smoother and brighter. Without Lisu's reminder, it rushed out again, carrying Lisu to find the next one. Found it, penetrated it. The man and the flagpole shivered together. Found it, penetrated it. The man and the flagpole shivered again. Just like that, shivering, shivering, shivering. The Xinhuo flag took Lisu directly to the depths and entered a place beyond imagination. It was very special, very, very special. The moment he entered, even Lisu himself felt very uncomfortable. The void was filled with a large amount of unknown substances. These substances had extremely strong radiation. Even though his body was strong, he was affected and felt that his cells were constantly being killed. Lisu's pupils showed a trace of astonishment. This space is a space environment. Although the huge gap before also belonged to the starry sky, it was still different. It was just that the scene was like this, not the real deep space of the universe. This place is undoubtedly the deep space of the universe. When he was captured before, he had briefly left the planet for a moment and stood in the universe. However, the situation here is much more terrible than that time. Moreover, the extraordinary substances around are extremely thin. Most of the substances in the entire space are highly toxic to life. The gravity is even more chaotic. The radiation flowing from the distant stars is constantly strangling him. What is this place? Just when Lisu was puzzled, a huge voice sounded with unparalleled rage. The humane treasure. Damn it, it's actually a treasure. That was the giant beast clone, and it was the strongest clone Lisu had ever encountered. Its realm was far beyond the celestial immortal, and it was at the level of the mysterious immortal. Although it was also a clone, its strength was undoubtedly the strongest, and it could feel that other clones were inexplicably destroyed. Like the original body, it was also extremely anxious, unable to know the reason. It was killed too cleanly, and no information was sent back. At this moment, it was extremely angry. Tens of thousands of pupils were blood red, and it was even more indignant. After hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, most of them were killed, and the freedom that had already seen the dawn was cut off by someone. It didn't look at Lisu, because in its eyes, Lisu was just a bug, a weed, not worth mentioning. It stared at the Xinhuo flag, and couldn't help but screaming wildly. A dignified treasure actually attacked a celestial immortal, humane flag. You have some shame. Hateful, too hateful. Shouldn't these treasures be upright and noble? Shouldn't he be high and mighty and disdain to attack the low-level ants? The Xinhuo flag shook, and a strange smell flowed from the body of the flag. The flames burned a grand picture, in which a huge hand fell down, and countless human races went crazy, and died because of that hand. The giant beast clone was startled. It naturally recognized that hand, which was the holy realm of their side. As for the scene in the picture, it was killing ordinary mortals wantonly. Yes, that's right. It didn't kill celestial beings, but mortals. The giant beast clone stopped talking, and turned around and left. Although it was the strongest that Lisu had ever encountered, when Tai faced a treasure, it was not much different from a mortal facing a saint. The Xinhuo flag's flames rushed into the sky, and the gun body burst into a shocking light. It moved, and instantly stabbed the Tai giant beast clone with a large piece of human civilization history, trying to pierce it and kill it. Asshole. The Tai giant beast clone became panicked, and tens of thousands of evil eyes glowed, sweeping directly towards the Xinhuo flag. Boom. With a huge vibration, the inexplicable void couldn't help but tremble. Each beam of the evil eye light had the power to destroy a star, and it burst into brilliant brilliance. Don't go too far. While running away, the giant beast clone couldn't help but shout, killing so many of my clones is enough. The fire flag directly shattered the evil light, instantly piercing the opponent's body several times, poking dozens of large holes, but failed to pierce the main body at once. It paused slightly in the void, and the flames formed a picture again. There was a picture on it, showing giant hands constantly falling towards one star after another. There were countless mortals among those stars, all of whom went crazy and died of madness. That's not me. Go find him. Don't find me. The giant beast clone shouted angrily. Before I could come, I was beaten into the abyss by that damn monkey. The fire flag didn't speak, but just madly pierced the opponent's body again and again, piercing the huge black shadow. Finally, a brainworm that was about the size of a bathtub was poked out and pierced deeply. A sharp wail sounded, and the brainworm twisted up. The evil eye on the brainstem emitted a creepy light, but it was not looking at the Xinhua banner, but Lee Su. It's you, you damn ant, it's all you. Obviously, it couldn't beat the Xinhua banner, so it put all its hatred on Lee Su. The treasure itself could never enter this space, and could only be brought in. It chanted in its mouth, forming words that had never been seen before, and there was an ominous breath in it. It was a curse, with a rotten smell on it, which could corrode the flesh and the soul. Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. His face changed slightly, and he felt the horror of this curse. Even though it was covered by the Xinhua banner, he still felt very uneasy. In an instant, before Lee Su could move, the Seven Saints Supreme Hall in his heavenly palace felt it. A great power emerged, and consciousness sank. Pangu banner, Kingping sword, Zuanhuan tower, 6 paths of reincarnation. One after another, the shadows of the treasures appeared. The incomparable brilliance instantly vaporized the curse of the other party. At this moment, they were all filled with incomparable anger, and a terrible will fell. The shadows of Pangu banner all appeared with eyes, with terrible killing intent, staring at the brainworm. The next moment, its body shook and directly broke through the void. With the rest of the treasures, it did not go to the brainworm, but to the huge chasm under the void. So many treasures of the saint? How is it possible? The giant beast clone was stunned, and opened its eyes in disbelief. It couldn't help but shudder and realized something. No, I was wrong. AWW. The next second, a terrifying wail broke out from the depths of the chasm, and a terrible brilliance appeared inside. Its real body was illuminated by the brilliance of the treasure, appeared, and was directly exposed to the outside. In an instant, the power of the monkey brother overflowed, and he strangled the exposed body without mercy, directly obliterating it. The giant beast let out an incredible howl. What on earth happened? What on earth happened? Why did the saint's treasure suddenly appear here? And, they even attacked it? Too much, too much. It was clearly sealed, and the most important thing was that, although it was also a saint, it was only a half saint. Under normal circumstances, one treasure could make it turn around and run away. At this moment, a fillet pieces appeared? Question mark? 4 of the main bodies appeared, and 4 were blurred, all attacking. You are the saint's treasures. Not only did you attack a sealed half saint, but you also beat it up. Where's your face? Where's your face? And, the most hateful thing is this behavior. It should be angry, and want to cry without tears, right? As a result, each of these treasures was furious, as if they would not stop, until they killed it. Obviously, in a few more years, it would be able to revive, escape from this world, accumulate enough power outside, and come back to exchange for its original body. As a result, a full third of its body was turned into ashes. The beast suffered incredible damage, and fell into a deep sleep on the spot. This was equivalent to eternal silence. Unless one of its kind came, and awakened it with its essence, its consciousness would never be awakened. Damn it. Chapter 529 End. Gambling. The treasures came back with satisfied expressions. Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and couldn't help but mourn for the giant beast for a while. It was too miserable. The main reason was that this thing was too double standard. They invaded and killed anyone they saw. As long as it was a living being, they would attack. Not only that, they didn't even let go of the soul, making death a thought, and torturing living beings forever. As a result, it was my turn. Let's talk about rank and realm. No wonder Pangu Banner was angry. If you were stabbed to death by Xinhua Banner without saying a word, it is estimated that Pangu Banner would not end. After all, as a supreme saint, there is still a certain reserve, and it will not be too shameless. Thinking about it, Lee Su did not sympathize with the other party. At this moment, he was very excited, and his body was shaking all the time. A large amount of Dao matter flowed over, and entered his body. It felt like the heavenly palace was really going to turn into stone, and be completely manifested. There was too much, and he couldn't absorb it. especially into the chasm. The treasures went down in groups, and it seemed to wipe out a large amount of the body of the giant beast, which belonged to its body, so that the rewards given were too much. The heavenly palace was constantly shaking, and a large amount of matter was absorbed into it, and the supreme power that was being nurtured was gradually taking shape. After half a day, all the avenue substances were finally absorbed by Lee Su, and the heavenly palace was incredibly full, and there was movement in the hall. A few words floated out. He couldn't help but blink his eyes. He didn't see it wrong. There was no doubt that it was a word, but it was not the normal text, but the avenue text, corresponding to their 7 supreme saints. The words that floated out of the flesh and blood hole were the words of life, which had a strong vitality. The words that floated out of the soul hole were the words of spirit, which gathered a lot of soul light. The words that floated out of the taking hole were a little blurry, but there were 2, one life and one death. The words in the yuking hole were wind, the shanking hole was absolute, the vajra hole was world, and the pure land hole was light. These 7 words corresponded to the magical powers, which were extremely magical. Not only that, the most amazing thing is that there is a layer of halo floating around them, with a hint of eternity and immortality. Very low, very little, very shallow. But there is no doubt that it is the power of eternity and the immortal brilliance. Lee Su couldn't help but be shocked. This was undoubtedly unexpected. Although after advancing to the realm of immortals, the power of eternal marks will be involved, and the immortal brilliance will sprout, but this requires a long process. It takes a long time to slowly understand, through constantly touching the avenue, feeling the avenue, and finally absorbing the true meaning of the avenue, so as to breed the immortal fruit. Unexpectedly, because of the replenishment of the avenue material, not only the heavenly palace was filled, but also his supreme chapter was born fruit in advance. Unable to help but take a deep breath, Lee Su directly took back the Xinhuo flag, and had no time to explore the surroundings. He activated the Daozi Jade card on his flesh and illuminated the way back. Without any hesitation, the Yuanshan broke through the void and returned directly to the flesh. Taking a deep breath, along with the return of the heavenly palace, a large amount of Dao material fell down. Lee Su's eyes were lit up like a torch. There was a reflection of the palace and the supreme words. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and covered himself with the Daoist robe to cover the flames in his eyes. He closed his eyes and started practicing. The 7 saints' words began to glow, connecting with Lee Su's body and soul, and began to resonate. The supreme words of flesh and blood depicted the scene of Lee Su's flesh and blood, depicted it, and reflected it into himself. This process was not fast and consumed a lot, but with this reflection, his flesh and blood began to settle, and a precious light was generated inside. It was the taste of eternity and the brilliance of immortality. The flesh is like this, and the soul is naturally like this. In addition to the 2 major hall words that directly connect the flesh and soul, the words of the 5 saints' supreme chapters are also compatible with Lee Su. The true meaning is engraved into his body and bones bit by bit, forming lines and being transformed. For a moment, Lee Su's body was full of radiance, very weak, but with an immortal flavor. They intertwined to form textures, skin, flesh, meridians, bones, all of them, and appeared on the soul. The 7 sacred characters connected with his flesh and blood soul, presenting 7 avenues. This is asking for the way. Moreover, he reached the astonishing 7th level of asking for the way at the beginning. Of course, it is still different from the real 7th level of asking for the way, but it is also very scary. The central palace shone with terrible flames, and the golden pill palace also gave birth to words. No, it should be said that it was pictures and texts. There were 7 shining spots as the center, making the ignited flames brighter and stronger. The appearance of this scene directly increased his refining speed by 7 times. The star crystals were being quickly refined, and the materials needed to form their own star cores fell down, filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, completing the 8th level of the star core, and rushing to the 9th level. Sitting right there, Lee Su's 7 orifices were smoking, turning into a glass color with 10 lights. His body was green and shining, and his realm was rapidly improving. The Xinhuo flag could no longer sit still, so it jumped out and suppressed his head, covering up this vision and preventing it from showing. This one for a very long time. It was not until a whole star crystal was completely refined by him, and the star under the heavenly palace became extremely huge, reaching the level of 18 layers, that it stopped. It took 3 years and 8 months. Lee Su, who let out a long breath, slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the growth of his own realm, he was only 4 levels away from the perfection of the celestial being. Lee Su couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face, but the next second his expression was a little stiff, a little green. Because a star crystal was gone. That was a star, the Dalo realm, specifically found in the outer space with energy as the main component. Although the harmful substances inside were refined, it was still extremely huge, enough for ordinary celestial beings to directly reach the level of Tai perfection. This was almost equivalent to swallowing the mass of 5 Earths, but he didn't even reach the level of celestial being perfection. This was undoubtedly too shocking and hard to accept. In this case, if he wanted to achieve Tai perfection, how many such star crystals would he need? Of course, although the consumption was huge, the star core did not disappoint Lee Su. It was extremely huge and had terrible power. Once this celestial body was formed, the world wall it produced would undoubtedly be extremely solid, far exceeding that of ordinary celestial beings, and a large part of the mythical beings would be far inferior. This would undoubtedly make his power extremely powerful. Although it was also world power, it would be very terrible on the surface. The same 10 world powers could directly smash the opposite side. There was no doubt that Lee Su once again took his own steps, leaving the cultivators of the same realm far behind, and stepped into the invincible surface. Just like in the Jiandan period, without using the treasure, he could easily kill the mythical beings of the same level as himself. Gritting his teeth, Lee Su took out another star crystal, threw it into his own Jiangang furnace, and continued to refine it. There was no way. He didn't have enough energy. Without money, he simply relied on absorbing external energy. Even if he poured all his energy into the underworld, he didn't know when the remaining 4 layers would be finished. Well, after going out, it was necessary to practice the 3 realms technique again, and open the sky. Although just sending down to the underworld can make him infinitely powerful in the Jiandan realm, it is undoubtedly not enough after the Xiangxan stage. Not to mention using it for practice, it is undoubtedly a bit strenuous just to fight. Now, when he is going all out, the consumption of immortal power is very terrible. The operation of the hall alone can be said to be mammoth level per second, and the star core itself is also a big consumer. If someone takes action and explodes the treasure with Lee Su's current amount of immortal power, it is likely to last about 3 minutes. Of course, this 3 minutes is the kind that can kill a bunch of Tai, but it is still too short, far from enough. I have been accustomed to being a perpetual motion machine. How can I accept becoming a 3-minute fast boy? 3 years and 8 months, 5 years and 5 months. Let's count. 9 years and 1 month have passed since the agreed time of 10 years, and there are still 11 months left, which is the agreed time to gather. Lee Su did not enter. He had enough experience in watching and learning the Dao. In the first 5 years, he had seen more than 10,000 Daos, although most of them were repeated, with the same power going in different directions. If you count them, there are more than 1,000. The reason why the Supreme Hall can breed the Supreme Words is undoubtedly closely related to his watching more than 1,000 different Daos. Without the previous accumulation, even if there are more Dao materials, it is impossible to appear out of thin air. Then the huge picture and text on the Golden Pill Hall is actually a kind of carrier. Although he cannot use more than 1,000 Daos, it can deepen his feeling of Dao, make his own power have various properties, and better resist and destroy the same Dao contained in the opponent's power. To be honest, the reward of Dao materials is not as good as imagined. Coming to this world, the observation and learning of the Dao in the old scene is the biggest improvement for Lee Su. Because without the former, the latter can also be improved, but it will not be so amazing. On the contrary, without the latter, as long as you continue to accumulate and strengthen, sooner or later, you will still be able to reach the current level. Taking a breath, Lee Su began to operate the Zhuanhuang Tao while improving, suppressing his own realm. 10 years is undoubtedly a very long time. For Lee Su, who took less than 5 years in the real world to reach the immortal from immortal, it is amazing. but for the practitioners in the myth world, it is almost the same as snoring in bed. Of course, it takes longer above the myth, and there is a high probability that you can improve one level of the realm of Taoism. Well, for those below the 8th level, it is not easy to say for those above. We spent 10 years to improve one level. You have practiced from the initial stage of the immortal to perfection in 10 years, and you are still asking for the 7th level? Is this still letting people live? Li Su didn't want to act too abnormal, mainly because he was afraid of being remembered by others. He saw that the Dalo realm would not violate the agreement of the saints, because under usual circumstances, they would not take action. If you find something abnormal, the chance of being targeted is undoubtedly very high. 11 months passed quickly. After Li Su's 19th level of the Star Core had advanced more than halfway, the peacock girl woke up first not far away and took back the phoenix feathers she had sacrificed. At this moment, she was in high spirits, with a great way flowing in her pupils. She felt the interweaving of 5 kinds of auras, which were the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were no longer independent, but reflected each other, and were completely mastered by the peacock girl, giving birth to the 5-color divine light. Li Su's eyes flashed. This light was very unusual. Although it disappeared in an instant, he still felt that his Taoist suit was shaken, and there was a sense of stagnation for 0.01 milliseconds. Is that the 5-color divine light? In the ancient conferred god period, Kong Zuan's signature skill was known as brushing everything. In the end, it was the Western saint who came down and captured him. You know, in the conferred god battle, there are very few times when the saints can personally go down. Kong Zuan, a guy with no sect or school and unknown background, can do this. It is definitely a cow standing upside down. Feeling Li Su's gaze, the peacock girl glanced at him and stopped paying attention. She continued to practice cross-legged to consolidate her elm. This time she gained a lot and was in a very good mood. The success of her clan's supreme magical power made her extremely happy, so she didn't care about Li Su's gaze. And this time there were a lot of old scenes, which should have a lot to do with the other party. It is rumored that he entered the 15th fire golden elixir. Even if he is not, he has undoubtedly gone far in the 14th fire, surpassing others. As a descendant of the ancient peacock, she inherited the pride of her ancestors and is a proud female peacock. She always speaks with strength. People of low realm dare to look at her like this, and they will inevitably be beaten to teach them the difference between strong and weak, and the order of respect and inferiority. Soon, the real dragon girl also woke up, with water vapor in her eyes, and a hint of freezing true meaning. Obviously, she also gained a lot, and the dragon power on her body became more obvious. Through the enlightenment of the Great Way, the real dragon bloodline was triggered. With her awakening, others also woke up one after another. Each of their eyes glowed, pregnant with true meaning, and improved significantly. They all looked at Li Su, especially the 2 people from the Buddhist sect and the human teaching. Rumors are always just rumors, and there is no real confirmation. Now it is likely that the hammerstone has been hammered. The other party has gone very far in the Giandan realm, beyond imagination, so that many old scenes appeared this time, which are full of true meaning. It seems that everyone has gained a lot. Gao Fei smiled. He has improved his realm by more than 1 level. He only needs to meditate for a period of time to improve. He is a dual cultivator, following the same flow of Buddhism and Taoism. He was originally in the 4th realm of the Tao, but his combat power is comparable to the 5th realm. Now he has improved and reached the 6th realm. There is no doubt that this time he has gained a lot, beyond expectations. Everyone nodded. The people who came out have at least improved by 1 level. Even the 2 people from the Buddhist sect have broken through the 8th level of the Tao and entered the 9th level. Not only that, they also have a sense of the 10th level. The only thing they lack is time accumulation. Gao Fei took a breath and said, then the next item. That's not necessary, right? It's a waste of time. The female peacock spoke, shook her head, and said lightly, the realm of the junior brother of Gigio is too low. He is only in the early stage of the celestial being. After the soul leaves the body, it goes to the depths, which is closely related to the completion of the star core. There is no problem with taking him with you when you go, but you also know that there is an inexplicable crisis in the depths. Once there is a problem, we will naturally leave very quickly." She didn't finish, but the general idea was very simple. Lee Su, no. Lee Su suppressed him a little bit. In 10 years, he was still only in the early stage of the celestial being, but he reached the peak level. Soon, the 2 real dragon men and real dragon women of the Dragon Palace also nodded, and the 2 people in the inner ghost gate did the same. This time the harvest is good. It's better to go out and accumulate it first. There is no need to be so anxious in the depths. Why not make an agreement to come back 100 years later? How about it? The people of the demon court spoke, and he didn't want to go either. It's not that he disliked Lee Su. In fact, with Lee Su, who might be the existence of the 15th fire, the exploration is more valuable. The main reason is that they have gained a lot this time, and they just need to accumulate and consolidate. Going deep into the cave is a risky move when there is not much to gain, but now there is no need for that. 100 years. The female peacock spoke again. She glanced at Lee Su, and then said, "Let's talk about it after 100 years. At that time, we are still uncertain whether we are in the realm of celestial beings." She said it very calmly, but Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If he didn't want to hide his own realm, he almost rolled up his sleeves and beat him up to let him clearly understand the gap between the two. Don't think that you have privileges just because you are good looking. Seeing that most people expressed this, Gaohua paused. He also gained a lot. To be honest, if he could, he would also like to retreat immediately, but his eyes still looked at Lee Su. This is undoubtedly a bit unkind. Lee Su, who came here without asking questions, undoubtedly gained the least among them. Lee Su took a breath. Not going is a plea. Anyway, he went and came back, and he got a lot of benefits. Will I be a celestial being after 100 years? Hey, female peacock, I don't know if you are, but I'm definitely not. I can be sure of that. Since all the brothers have made good gains, I won't go. It's just right that I have to concentrate on practicing and consolidating myself next. Gaohua breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. After all, this time, the gains were more or less due to the help of the other party. It would be very ugly if there was a commotion now. He was ready to call for someone to clear the way and go out. By the way, how about Aokaiang competing? Kang King said, holding back a glance at the real dragon girl of the East Dragon Palace. Aokaiang's eyes flashed, and he said directly, "What are you betting on? I have an ancient dragon jade here, which I got by chance. What can you give me?" Aokaiang couldn't help but take a breath, and his pupils showed a different color. How about the star crystal? Not bad. Kang King thought about it. The ancient dragon jade didn't mean much to her, but it was extraordinary to the other party, so she nodded directly. "Wait, don't mind if I participate too?" The real dragon of the South Dragon Palace couldn't help but speak. As a member of the same dragon clan, the ancient dragon jade was naturally very attractive to him. Soon, the demon court looked directly at the heaven court, laughed and said, "Do you dare to make a bet? Why would I be afraid of you?" The ghost gate also approached the Buddhist side. "Baldy, do you want to make a bet?" When Kang bowed to the Buddha, shook his head and refused. "Amitabha, a monk. Ancient Buddha's relics. Let's bet. What do you want? What is this?" Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned. Deoksen walked up to him and said with a smile, "Let's make a bet. Whoever goes out will get more awards." Lee Su was stunned. He couldn't help but show a hint of horror in his eyes. "Go out? There are awards? Of course. The great sage has left his image for hundreds of thousands of years, not only to show its power, but also to cultivate future generations. The higher the people's understanding of Taoism who enter this place, the more awards they will get when they leave. It is rumored that someone was directly rewarded with a great sage's true meaning. It was really a true meaning, which instantly manifested the virtual scene he had comprehended in his mind, as if it were real. With his own immortal power, he can burst out with the power to cross the border and kill the enemy, which is extremely terrifying. Seeing Lee Su's wide eyes, thinking that he didn't gain much from entering here, Deoksuan couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry, the lower the realm, if you can understand something, the reward will not necessarily be worse. Your Jindan realm is extremely high. Perhaps you can get a ray of the great sage's true meaning and enrich your mind. Lee Su didn't listen to the rest of the words. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Damn, what will happen if he goes out? Suddenly, Yao Ting Daozi spoke up and said directly, it seems that everyone has a lot of good things. Why don't we play a big one? Everyone participates. How about the winner takes all? Junior brother Zhang Heo and his friends don't have to pay for the bet. There are only 12 of us. Of course, if they give more awards, how about taking the things for free? There are so many good things. It's really tempting. This time's understanding undoubtedly gave everyone present great confidence in themselves, and the improvement was extremely obvious. The peacock girl laughed. Okay, I was just worried about not having enough materials. The others looked at each other, thought about their own enlightenment, and immediately laughed. Okay. However, after Eluozin looked at his junior brother inexplicably, he suddenly smiled and said, since everyone is interested, okay. Soon, a pile of things were put down in the middle of the crowd. Ancient dragon jade, ancient Buddha relics, an ancient pill formula jade talisman, and 9-star crystals. This was very sudden. Lee Su stared blankly at the things in the middle, and his mood was very complicated at the moment, with all kinds of tastes in it. Is he going to go? Or not? Chapter 530 Reward. To be honest, although it is human nature to show off, this is a mentality of showing off that has been integrated into the bones since childhood. However, for Lee Su, who has become an adult and has been beaten by society, he has no such thoughts at all. This behavior is actually not much different from courting death. Therefore, when he heard Daogsun's words, he had the idea of not going out first. But when he saw the gambling money that this group of people took out without caring, especially the 9-star crystals, Lee Su's vision was immediately pulled over, again and again. Although he is not poor, he is undoubtedly not related to being rich. With his consumption level, it is highly likely that he will not be rich before becoming a saint. 9-star crystals, that is to say, even if he directly achieves the Tai realm, it will be enough for a while. For a while, Lee Su couldn't help but be greedy and moved. Daozi of Yao Ting is really a good person. In a word, the huge wealth has become his things. In this case, it is still acceptable to expose a little bit of things. After all, the benefits outweigh the losses. And Lee Su also thought about it. The reward here would not be too much. At most, it would be to obtain some Dao materials to further improve the Heavenly Palace, or to get a ray of Monkey King's true meaning, to improve the power of the mind. After all, this is the place where Monkey King kills the enemy, not a specially designed cave paradise. There will not be a situation of brilliant light, 4-color light, and reward treasures. In other words, no matter how the reward is, the others will at most realize that Lee Su has gained a lot, but there is no way to clearly calculate what it has gained and how much it has. Looking at the eager people, especially the peacock girl with her nose raised high, Lee Su couldn't help but touch his nose. Okay, the other party has made such a strong request, it would be a waste not to take it. But I didn't expect that Daogsun, who looks a little unkempt and has a low realm, is actually a rich man. He threw out a star crystal without hesitation, without any regret. Lee Su hesitated for a moment, took out a pile of things, and put it on. He was a down-to-earth man. He felt a little embarrassed to take it for free, so he at least put about a pound of his harvested brainworm meat on it. It's just to liven up the atmosphere. As Lee Su moved, Gao Hua and the others were stunned. They didn't even ask him. It was undoubtedly too much to let him participate in such a gambling game. They were going to say something, but when they saw what Lee Su took out, even the peacock girl couldn't help but be shocked. This thing. There was something flowing out of it, and they felt it instantly. This thing was extraordinary, and had the effect of strengthening the soul. Is this a strange thing? Question mark? In an instant, the eyes of the Taoists of various sects became a little different. Although they seemed to be indifferent to taking out things of astonishing value to gamble, in fact, these things were not too precious to them, and some of them could not be used at all. Therefore, in their eyes, what Lee Su took out at this moment was much more valuable than what they took out. Strange things are rare. Especially this kind of strange thing that can strengthen the soul is even rarer. Junior brother Yang. Deoxys couldn't help but speak, "Isn't this thing too expensive? Such a rare item that can directly improve oneself has an astonishing price, far exceeding other items. Even magic weapons can't be compared. Those things have a price, so they can always be obtained. But rare items are different. Every time they appear, they will be bought immediately at an astonishing price. This kind of improvement is constant, and every bit you get is a bit. It should be something prepared for him by the saint of GGO. They bet on it. Once it is spread out, people who don't know will think that they have joined forces to fool the Taoist disciples of GGO. Lee Su smiled indifferently. It's okay, there is no use for too much of this thing. He was telling the truth. After all, even if it is a rare item, it can't keep improving. Zinhoki took him to kill continuously and got about 5 tons. He ate about 500 kilograms, and the effect was no longer obvious. Of course, the improvement was not bad. I felt that my brain was much smarter and improved by 3 levels. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the one who was killed by the Zinhuo flag in the end was at the Tai realm, 1 level higher, and the effect was extremely amazing. After eating 1 or 2, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and the improvement was significant, so the Shiangsan realm was meaningless to him. About a pound of Shiangsan brainworm meat is nothing compared to what he has in his hand. Everyone was shocked again, because they found that Lee Su really didn't care when he said this. This guy, pretending to be caught off guard. The peacock girl laughed suddenly, a little cold, but at the same time her eyes were eager. She only sneered in her heart at this kind of behavior of swell up her face and pretend to be fat. Since the other party was so eager to give her a treasure, she would naturally not be polite. Not only her, but also the dragon girl, the dragon boy, the 2 ghosts, the heavenly court, the demon court, and even the brothers from the Buddhist sect and the human religion couldn't take their eyes away. This kind of brain boosting wonder is very rare, even rarer than ginseng fruit and peaches. I don't know where the saint of GGO got it from. It seems that he must have given Lee Su a lot, otherwise his junior brother would not have behaved like that. Senior brother Luozin of the human sect, Gaohua and Daogsun of the east and west sects all sighed. He got it in a while. Although the wonder will not be returned, he will give the other party a piece of star crystal. After all, the 3 religions are of the same blood. At the same time, it also lets Lee Su learn a lesson. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. Such a wonder should be eaten secretly by oneself. It would be wrong to take it out. If it really doesn't work, it is also very good to auction it in the sect. As the saying goes, fat water should not flow to outsiders. Deoxys couldn't help but raise his hand and pat Lee Su's shoulder. Poor guy, if the thing was obtained by a few of them, it would be fine. If it was taken by the demon court, the inner ghost gate, the dragon clan, and the peacock, it is estimated that he will not be seen for a while. Even if the saint of GGO is his father, he will definitely not let him waste it like this. He must take it back and teach him a lesson. As expected of the disciple of GGO, with a saint in charge, any item he took out would be beyond imagination. After sealing the items and suppressing them with an oath, the winner would share the spoils. Gaohua said directly, "Then, let's begin." Everyone nodded. Gaohua contacted the outside directly, and the passage was opened. "Let's go." The group walked out directly. It was undoubtedly much easier to go out than it was before, but in the blink of an eye, the group returned to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the little monkey on the top of the mountain was still responsible for clearing the way and helping them out. Standing in place, the little monkey looked at the people coming out without blinking, waiting silently. Gaohua and others also took a breath, stood in place, and looked up at the sky, the wonder created by the Monkey King. After a while, the wonder changed, and light spots fell. There were about dozens of light spots, divided into 2 groups, floating towards the 2 weakest people in the Demon Court and the Heaven Court, Xiao Lai and Wang Shan. Facing this scene, Gaohua and others couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that they were the first, not the GGO disciples. As an early stage celestial being, Lee Su was undoubtedly the first to be eliminated in their eyes. Unexpectedly, his gains from this entry were even higher than those of the 2/3 realms of Taoism. The light spot directly formed a ray of true meaning, and entered the bodies of Xiao Lai and Wang Shan. The next second, the shadow of the great sage appeared above their heads, enriching them a lot. Although they were a little surprised that they were the first to be eliminated, they felt their own improvement and didn't say anything. After all, they were not counted in the gambling game from the beginning. Next, it should be junior brother Yang of GGOO, right? While feeling their own gains, Xiao Lai and the others looked at Li Su with a slight movement. Although there were two third realms in the team, Daoxuan of Dongzhenjiao and Zhang Heio, the junior brother of Rinjiao, but everyone with a discerning eye knew that these two guys had extraordinary backgrounds, especially Zhang Heio. He might not be able to get the first place, but he had a great chance of being in the top 5. His body was full of Taoism, which was very extraordinary. The next second, there were indeed light spots falling, and this time there were a lot of them, hundreds of them. However, the direction they flew to startled everyone. They were the two senior brothers and sisters from Gimen and the real dragon from Nanlang Palace. Before the light appeared, they were undoubtedly quite confident. In fact, 100 points of brilliance were not bad, and the results were very good. Most of those who entered and comprehended it were very good to get dozens of points. Not only did the great sage's true meaning reach 3 strands, but there were also special substances falling down and directly integrated into their Xiangang. Yes, that's right, it was the Dao substance. The two from Gimen side, very sorry that they were out of the game. The male dragon couldn't help but clench his fists, and there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. He glanced at the female dragon from Danglang Palace in a very obscure way. The two dragon palaces were tit for tat. The two of them were undoubtedly the strongest in the Xiangxan level. Now that he lost, it meant that the other party was stronger. However, as the Dao substance merged, the two people and the dragon showed an extremely sour look on their faces. They felt that the number was not large, but they trembled more severely than Li Su, and the improvement of their breath was also amazing. Is the effect of the Dao substance so good? Li Su was stunned for a moment. He felt sour and refreshing, but it was obvious that his reaction was just like drinking a glass of iced cola on a hot day. No matter how you look at it, these three people were thrown into an ice cellar on a hot day and almost froze to death. Before the three people finished their joy, more light spots appeared. This time there were really many, and each one reached more than 200. There were 4 people in the Heaven Court, Chuzan, the Demon Court Xiangjia, Daozuan, and Gaohua. This time the reward was undoubtedly more. The true meaning was close to 5 strands, and there were also many Dao substances, which were almost the size of a palm, making the 4 people shiver. However, compared with the reward, everyone's eyes were a little incredible. They couldn't help but look at Li Su. How could it be possible? The other party, who hadn't asked the question yet, how could he gain more in it than asking the question in the 5th realm? The reward did not stop, because of everyone's thoughts. Light spots continued to appear, more than 300, and fell on Dragon Girl Aokaiang, Human Sector Luozin, and Buddhist Wenkan respectively. Hiss. Taking a breath, everyone looked at the peacock girl, the little guy Zhang Heio of the human sect, and Li Su. No wonder the peacock girl is so confident. This time her improvement is really extraordinary. And the little guy who was taught by someone, didn't you see that he had just reached the 4th level of the Dao, but he was so extraordinary. As for Li Su, junior brother Yang, wouldn't he have nothing? The lowest score in history in this place was a guy who only got 5 light points. Therefore, he became famous for a long time and was known by countless people. However, the other party's realm at that time was also the perfect realm of the immortal. He just came out to the 1st level of the Dao. Is it considered a runner-up to enter the early stage of the immortal? Gaohua and others were silent. This was undoubtedly unexpected. Although the others didn't say anything, they looked at Li Su with some sympathy. Especially the peacock girl. She glanced at Li Su directly. Poor guy, he will undoubtedly be synonymous with tragedy for a long time. You ask why everyone doesn't think that Li Su has better grades? How is it possible? The other party is only in the early stage of the immortal and hasn't asked the Dao yet. Isn't it a waste of time to ask him to be better than himself and others? As expected, another light fell. This time it was Peacock Girl and Zhang Heio. Undoubtedly, it was a bit shocking. I didn't expect that the timid child hiding behind his senior brother would be on par with Peacock Girl. Peacock Girl was also a little surprised at this moment. She had awakened the 5-color divine light and completely activated her innate bloodline. She was actually on par with a little guy in the 3rd realm of the human teaching. For a while, many people looked directly at Eluozin. No wonder the other party had such a strange look after hearing the words of Yeoting Daozi before. He glanced at his junior brother. Obviously, he understood that his junior brother was extraordinary. Sure enough, he was worthy of being a disciple of the human teaching. He made a fortune without saying a word. The rewards of the two were amazing. There were more than 500 light spots. Not only were there a large number of Dao substances, but there was also a complete Dao rhyme of the great saint. The moment it fell into the body, an amazing holy image appeared directly above the heads of the two people, which bred terrible power, and had the power to kill Tai. Geohu aside. Although he lost a piece of star crystal, he still got a lot of useful information. It was an unexpected surprise for a child taught by a human. Seeing that the great sage seen above his head was no longer moving, Geohua confirmed that Li Su should not have gained anything. He said directly, if it is parallel. Before he finished speaking, Geohua found that the monkey, who had never said a word, did not react even when the number of starlights produced by the Peacock Girl and the two of them was mentioned. Now it stared at Li Su with its eyes wide open, somewhat unbelievable. Unlike others, it is the monkey that knows the great sage wonders best. Not to mention the early stage of the celestial being, even if it is a golden elixir, as long as you go in, you will definitely gain something when you come out. The least person in history is not 5 points of starlight, but 1 point, the encouragement award. Moreover, even if Li Su really did not understand anything after entering, when the reward is distributed, the great sage wonder should automatically disappear instead of continuing to exist. Now, in this situation, not to mention that it disappeared, and it was obviously in the process of being conceived, this was very shocking, which meant that the Gigio Daozi had gained a lot in it, and it was beyond imagination. Because even if it was the strongest 1000 points of light that had ever appeared, it would not allow the great sage to accumulate the wonders, but would be directly distributed. What did he do in the wonders? Question mark? As the only Tai monkey on the field, and a mythical monkey, no one would ignore it. Therefore, when it was found that it looked surprised and unbelievable at someone they thought had no reward, not only Geohua, but everyone else couldn't help but feel a shudder in their hearts. Mashika. Starlight appeared. In an instant, the entire mountaintop was shrouded in it, forming an extremely bright color. The star points kept vibrating, constantly interlaced, and gathered together, causing strange phenomena. Time did not last long, about 10 seconds. The light trembled, and everything disappeared, and a strand of monkey hair appeared in everyone's sight instead. What is that? Divine, strange, and amazing. A strand of monkey hair, which was pregnant with good fortune, flowed with golden light on the surface, with eternal power and immortal brilliance. It floated down, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, it turned into the back of Li Su's head and disappeared. Just when everyone was extremely confused, the little monkey said in shock, "Help me, hair." These 4 simple words. In an instant, everyone present couldn't help but widened their eyes and clenched their fists in disbelief. "Help me, hair? What is that?" It was given by Guanyin Bodhisattva, one of the 2 strongest bodhisattvas in Buddhism, and transformed from the willow in her jade bottle. The ancient journey to the west is not as simple as it is in the book. He is one of the 12 golden immortals, a great ancient power, and later made a great wish with the Mahayana Dharma. Although he is only a bodhisattva, he has undoubtedly entered the realm of saints. The realm is so high that it is completely unimaginable, let alone just resurrecting the ginseng fruit tree. Not everyone can do it. That is a holy fruit tree. It can be said that the means are monstrous. Besides, the only time the great sage used his life-saving hair, he broke an ancient treasure, the yin yang Taki bottle, which was a treasure that even the great sage could not withstand. Although the heavenly court was tortured, and Laojian's furnace was a little wet, the Monkey King's golden body was no joke. With so many treasures in his stomach, plus his extraordinary talent, even if he was above the myth of the 15 fires, he would probably be beaten to a pulp. And, listen to its name, life-saving hair. What is its function? Of course it is used to save lives. It obviously has the meaning of eternity and immortal glory. For the surface layer, it is probably not a celestial being, Tei, or at least Daluo, or even a saint to save his life. This is far beyond imagination, and is simply unbelievable. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but open their mouths and stared blankly, unable to say a word. This face, slap, it really hurts. Especially Gaohua, he had already spoken, ready to let Peacock Girl and Zhang Heo split the profits equally, and determined that Li Su's trip this time was just a runner-up, and he didn't gain anything. On the side, Daoxuan was still planning to comfort him. He thought a lot, and took the initiative, to find excuses for the other party. After all, the other party didn't ask, etc. And he also made plans afterwards, asking everyone not to talk about it to avoid a bad influence. After all, they gained a lot this time, which was related to Li Su, so they couldn't talk too much. As a result, a belly full of words, like a mouthful of old phlegm, blocked the trachea. How aggrieved. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Li Su smiled rather shyly, and then said, "I'm really sorry." Chapter 531, The Dilemma of the Monkey Clan. I can't believe that I got such a reward. You have to know that the Great Sage Wanda has been here for hundreds of thousands of years. The most it can reward is the Great Sage Dao Yun and the Dao material that can improve the Heavenly Palace. Of course, these two things are extremely precious and of amazing value. But life-saving hair, this is directly the inheritance of magical powers, right? There is no doubt that it is definitely the first time I have seen it. The little monkey was also surprised. The monkeys of the Spirit Monkey Clan knew that there was a great sage inheritance here. Many monkeys in the Spirit Monkey Clan had received the inheritance, such as it itself. This is a privilege unique to the Spirit Monkey Clan, and it is undoubtedly difficult for outsiders to get it. It is very demanding for outsiders to reach this level. No, it should almost be said that it is impossible to complete it. It is necessary to clean up the terrible life and beasts inside. The Spirit Monkey Clan naturally knows the situation inside the Great Sage Wanda. The so-called ominousness inside is actually the enemy of the Great Sage Grandpa during the Great Destruction. Although the opponent was suppressed by the power of the Great Sage Grandpa, he did not die completely. After hundreds of thousands of years, part of the body has escaped from the suppression and hidden in this wonder. The ominous things that happened afterwards were all caused by their relationship, which infected and distorted the souls of the people who entered. Of course, this is a secret that the Monkey Clan has not announced to the public. In fact, the first person to have problems was not an outsider, but a genius that was rarely seen in the Monkey Clan for thousands of years. He had problems and his soul had changed. Thinking of this, the little monkey couldn't help but lower his head. The beasts were terrible and extremely difficult to kill. They were essentially dropped from the body of the terrible monster suppressed by the Great Sage. They were the other party's clones, and were almost invincible in the same realm. Even the little monkey, as a Tei myth, would find it difficult to be hostile if he faced the Tei clone of the monster. Its power was too high and too amazing. The other party must have killed the beast, but how did he do it? Could it be that he had a treasure? The little monkey had heard a lot of information about the Gigio Taoist in front of him these days. It was rumored that he was the son of a saint, very much loved, and the Gigio Taoist. Thinking of this, it might not be surprising that the other party had a treasure to protect him. It should be given by the saint to save his life. If so, it can explain why he was able to obtain the inheritance. Thinking of this, the little monkey was a little excited and couldn't help but look up at the Great Saint Wanda. If he really killed the beast, the inheritance of the skills would be secondary, and the Great Saint's Dao Yun would be the focus. As expected, the Great Saint Wanda vibrated here and spit out a lot of Dao Yun, which was the Great Saint's will. One after another. Finally, a crystal was formed and flew towards Li Su. Is there a reward? Question mark. Moreover, Gaohua and others couldn't help but tremble at this crystal. There was a terrible breath inside, and there was an extremely violent thought. It was the Great Saint's will, which was far beyond what they could obtain. It was much more than they could imagine, and the concentration was almost dozens of times this. Once absorbed and fused with their own mindscape, it would probably directly form a special statue with amazing combat power. Facing this scene, the little monkey couldn't help but get excited. It moved its body and almost reached out to cut off the crystal. However, after just a moment, the little monkey immediately suppressed this idea and buried it in his heart. Of course, although it put away the idea, Lee Su still found it at the first time. Not only Lee Su, Gaohua and others also felt it. The little monkey, who had always been calm, suddenly burst out with a very amazing idea. Reaching out to catch the crystal, Lee Su did not absorb it directly in the monkey's hesitant eyes, but turned his head and looked at the other party and asked with some doubts, "Brother Xiaodakang, do you want this?" The other party's behavior was undoubtedly very strange. He had naturally inquired before the great sage Kaijin came, and he had never heard that the spirit monkey clan would have the idea of taking advantage of people who entered the Kaijin. Moreover, the spirit monkey clan belongs to the branch of the heavenly court. Although it is independent, it has a good reputation in the eastern region. Not only that, the most important thing is that this thing is a reward given to him by the great sage Kaijin, and others cannot take it away. The other party, it is impossible not to know this, but still subconsciously had an idea. The little monkey lowered his head, not daring to look at the great sage crystal, fearing that he would have an idea. It reached out and patted its monkey face and then said, "Daozi of GGOO, after you absorb this crystal, can you go to the second level of assessment?" The second level assessment? Lee Su was stunned for a moment. He remembered that the other party had mentioned it once before. Are there many monkeys in the spirit monkey clan? Are they eager to give them away? There is no doubt that, if Lee Su absorbs this crystal, his mind will be able to achieve it directly and truly breed a trace of the power of the great sage. Even if it is just a slight fluctuation, it will form a terrible suppression effect for the same realm, or even for those who cross the advanced realm, so that the opponent's strength cannot be exerted to the original level of the 7th level, no, even the 5th level. Not only Lee Su was puzzled, Daoxuan and others were also very puzzled, looking at the little monkey with puzzled eyes. "Hey, Xiaodakang, bring them here." A low sigh sounded, and the voice was extremely old. The little monkey was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "Yes, Grandpa. My fellow apprentices, please follow me." The little monkey turned his head directly, without any intention of looking at the great sage crystal in Lee Su's hand, and led the way down the mountain. After everyone looked at each other, Gaohua handed the gambling item to Lee Su, and followed him directly. Undoubtedly, compared to the so-called gambling, they were curious about Brother Xiaodakang's behavior just now, which was undoubtedly very rare. You have to know that this wonder of the great sage has been released by the monkey clan for not just 1 or 2 days, but for hundreds of thousands of years. Many people come here to challenge it every year. Even for disciples of the great sect, when they go out for training, the elders in the sect will specifically tell them to come to Huago Mountain to challenge the wonder of the great sage. Instead of going down the mountain, the little monkey took Gaohua and others to the other side in the middle. "Is this the place for the second level of the test?" Monk Wenkang spoke. He had challenged it not long ago and came here once. Immediately, the group became more confused. After walking for about half an hour, they came to an open area. This is a martial arts field, but there is no monkey at this time. There is an extremely huge statue of the great sage on the cliff. Pretending to go up and see it as the set from the Dragon Palace, that is, the chainmail golden armor, lotus silk cloud shoes, and phoenix wing purple gold crown. At the foot of the great saint statue, there is a huge stone with array patterns carved on it. There are many stick shadows of different depths left on it. Most of them are incomplete, and only a few are complete. The most eye-catching one is the 3 stick shadows in the center. They are very deep. Not only do they remain, but they also penetrate a full inch. Monk Wenkang said, "That is the second level of the test. Use the great saint's mind, and do your best to bombard the huge stone. If you can leave a complete stick shadow, you can directly obtain the 10,000 years monkey wine. I came to challenge before, but unfortunately only half of the shadow was left." Eluozin, a disciple of the human sect, also nodded. He naturally came to challenge, not only because of the 10,000 years monkey wine, When he set out, his teacher had explained that he should challenge the second level. If he couldn't reach the heavenly immortal realm, he would wait until Tae to come again. Not only him, it can be said that except for Lee Soo, Zhang Heo and a few people with lower realms, everyone else has come to challenge. The two people from the Dragon Palace and the Peacock Girl are the same. The little monkey didn't say anything and continued to lead everyone forward, directly passing the challenge stone and walking to the feet of one of the statues of the great saint. The immortal power overflowed and a secret door appeared. The little monkey turned around and said, "This door leads to the underground, which is directly below the stone you challenged." Everyone was stunned. Directly below that stone. What does it mean? Is there anything else under the stone? Only Lee Soo frowned slightly, looked at the little monkey and said, "That giant beast." There was a breath flowing out of it, which was very similar to the black shadow he had encountered. The little monkey was stunned, his pupils shrank slightly, and he took a deep breath. "Sure enough, you encountered it." "Yeah." Lee Soo nodded. "When watching the old scene, I walked a little deeper without realizing it, and encountered a strange creature. It was covered with black hair, very evil, and wanted to infect my soul." Gaohua and others were shocked and couldn't help but look at Lee Soo. Obviously, they didn't expect that the other party would encounter the ominous thing in the Great Saint's Wonder. As for that thing, even the records in the Great Sect are really vague, just saying that this thing is evil. The little monkey didn't say much and took the lead to walk into the secret door. Below is a huge space with a stone pillar in the center. The stone pillar is engraved with various avenue patterns, which has the power of suppression. There are almost 3,000 stairs, and there are many words engraved on the walls of the entire space. What surprised Lee Soo and others the most was that there were holy texts and Dao rhyme on the stone pillar, and the power of these words was familiar to everyone present, and they were left by the saints of their great sect. This is the demon sealing pillar. There are even holy texts. What is sealed below? Monk Wen Khan couldn't help shrinking his pupils and recognized the situation of this stone pillar. Demon sealing pillar. The moment they heard these three words, Gao Fei and others couldn't help but change their faces. They had undoubtedly heard of this name, but it was definitely the first time to see the real thing. This thing is more common in the western regions and is a means of Buddhism. It is used to suppress the terrible evil coming out from the depths of the underworld. Because it is difficult to kill, it will be resurrected from the depths of the underworld after being killed and appear again. In the end, it can only be restrained in place by suppression, unable to move. The two Taoists in the Ghost Gate couldn't help but take a breath. Although they didn't get along well with the Buddhist sect, something had happened in the Ghost Gate before. Finally, the Ghost Gate saint went to find the Buddhist saint and brought back a demon sealing pillar. It is still in the Ghost Gate now, but compared to this one, the other one is much smaller and entangled by the Ghost Gate spell, so it was not recognized for a while. The little monkey didn't say anything, but just led everyone down all the way to the end of the stairs. In an instant, even though the Taoists were determined, they couldn't help but change suddenly. A look of horror flowed in their pupils, looking at the bottom of the demon-suppressing pillar in disbelief. It was indescribable and inexplicable. There was only a silent terror that filled their heart. There was a monkey there, and its breath was extremely powerful and terrifying. But there was a problem with his head. The upper part disappeared, and there was a brain that kept wriggling, growing countless tentacles, intertwined with its flesh and soul. His body has changed, with eyeballs growing all over it, black blood flowing all over his body, and an extremely evil aura inside. Just looking at it makes one feel that his mind is unstable and his mind is going crazy. Its name is Sun Sheng. It is the most outstanding member of my spiritual monkey clan 700,000 years ago. It is a Jia generation with natural talent, and only one is born in 10,000 years. 3 years to become a golden elixir, 6 years to become a mythical 15, 9 years to become a celestial being, 16 years to become a Tai, and 25 years to kill Daluo. At one time, many people in my clan thought it was the reincarnation of the great sage. The extremely old voice sounded, instantly changing everyone's mind. At this moment, Gaohua and the others realized that in front of the monster, there was an old monkey sitting. It was skinny and old, sitting there silently. As a result, an accident occurred. He went to the Great Saint Wonders in the Tai realm and encountered an ominous situation. Under normal circumstances, he would have died immediately after coming out, but he didn't. As a genius of our clan, he consumed a lot of monkey wine, so his lifespan was extremely long, and the time difference was not enough. Even though he aged instantly, he still survived, and did not die. It was completely transformed into an evil. Not only did it become powerful, but the most terrifying thing was that it had immortality, just like the evil in the depths of heaven and the depths of the underworld. Even if it died, it could regenerate and resurrect, and was finally sealed here. As the old monkey spoke, even Lee Su couldn't help but frowned. Is it so difficult to kill? Can't even a saint be killed? Deoxen couldn't help but spoke directly, a little unbelievable. The old monkey glanced at Deoxen and said slowly, a saint can naturally completely wipe it out, but as long as the root is still there, it can revive. After all, the giant beast suppressed by the great saint of our clan is also in the realm of saints. The realm of saints is difficult to explain with common sense. Even if they are both saints, it will be very difficult for one party to kill the other. The vitality is too tenacious and too terrible. The old monkey shook his head. Not only that, although the Great Saint Wonder exists on the Flower and Fruit Mountain, in fact, the real place is not there. The saint cannot enter it through the wonder like Tai and the immortals, find the root, and eliminate the root, so he suppressed it here. Although the saint cannot kill this evil now, there is still a way. The way is also very simple, that is to use the Great Saint's Tao rhyme, to form an internal and external double kill. That is to comprehend the Great Saint's heart scene, use the Great Saint's heart image, attack this magic sealing pillar, water the Great Saint's intention to fall, and kill this evil. If it is killed by the power of the Great Sage, it will form a cause and effect lock. Once the opponent revives, the Great Sage's killing intention and the Great Sage Wonder will notice it, and kill it directly. Unfortunately, after hundreds of thousands of years, there are countless people who have comprehended the Great Sage's mind, but there are still very few who can seriously injure it. That's why Zyadakan was so excited after seeing the Great Sage crystal. I hope you can understand this. With the words of the old monkey, everyone finally understood why the little monkey was so excited at that moment, and even wanted to intercept it. Looking at the terrifying figure under the demon sealing pillar, the crazy consciousness that was infecting them all the time, Deoxen and others couldn't help but change their faces again and again. This thing was undoubtedly too terrifying. With this great sage crystal, can it be killed? Lee Su spoke very directly. Everyone was stunned. There is no doubt that the crystal in his hand is extremely terrifying and has great power. Could it be that he wants to give it up? The old monkey was also stunned for a moment. Daozi of GGOO, are you willing to give up the great sage crystal? Chapter 532, In a Demon. If the great sage crystal is completely absorbed by itself, it will undoubtedly become an extremely powerful means. At the level of Shyang's and Tai, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a killer. Even between myths, it can be compared. Lee Su seemed to be planning to give up, which undoubtedly shocked everyone. For most of the practitioners present, it was incomprehensible. Even if the Peacock Girl awakened the innate magical powers of the Peacock clan, she would hesitate. No, she would refuse. The proud Peacock disdained to lie. Why should she give up something she had obtained with her own strength? As for the evil, saving the world, what does it have to do with her peacock? Of course, it's not just her. Most of the people present are undoubtedly like this. Of course, the old monkey said this, and judging from the situation of the evil in front of him, the atmosphere is obviously that there is no distinction between enemies and friends. As long as it is a living being, it is within his hunting range. If it is not himself who is sacrificed, many people are still very happy. Lee Su got the life-saving hair, and many people were jealous in their hearts. Later, he got the great sage crystal. Thinking about it, there is no way to calm down. Now, if the other party hands over the great sage crystal, it is equivalent to halving the benefits he gets from entering the wonder. At least he will lose a top-level method. Of course, there are also those who are hesitant to speak. For example, Deoxen. He has a very good impression of Lee Su. There should be a grudge between them, but he has an inexplicable good impression of him, as if he is his fellow apprentice. However, seeing the demon ceiling pillar, it is obvious that the saints of various sects know the situation here, and they also took the initiative to help and suppress this evil thing. It is obvious that the attitudes of the major sects are very clear. This thing is a great enemy, and if possible, all means should be used to kill and destroy it. The monkey clan is like putting the apprentice brother on the fire. Asterisk 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 Lisu doesn't know what others think, and he himself is undoubtedly not so entangled. He will face this thing sooner or later. Not only the one below the great sage wonder, but all of them will become enemies. This is something that he cannot avoid from the moment he inherited the Seven Saints Daoism. No, it should be said that he became a creature in this world. Of course, there is another point. The great sage crystal is indeed very good. Absorbing it can become a sure kill method, but does Lisu lack such a method? No, what he lacks is realm and resources. With the Seven Sages Supreme, he does not need to seek more means. As long as he keeps improving and consolidating his own Taoism, it is only a matter of time for him to reach the realm of the sage. So, Lisu began to calculate. The great opportunity has been given, and the monkey wine is given 18,000 kilograms. It is not too much, right? Giving 35 star crystals is very cheap, right? Of course, even so, it cannot compensate for this favor. So how about upgrading the guest or something? VIP. By the way, the little monkey is furry and looks very much like Monkey Brother. Can you rub it for me? The great sage equaling heaven, that is the existence that has accompanied him for most of the time before his reincarnation. He dare not think about the real Monkey Brother. He is estimated to be hammered. The little monkey's words can always be relieved, right? The whole body of bright golden fur was quite smooth, and there was a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, with a hint of rebelliousness, just like the Monkey King, when he was making trouble in heaven. So, Lisu directly formed a thought, and passed it to the old monkey. The old monkey was stunned. He was surprised that Lisu was so willing to give up such an opportunity, but a bunch of requests hit him directly on the forehead the next second. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Should he say that the other party was generous? Or should he say that he was greedy? If he said he was not generous, that was the crystal of the Monkey King, a great opportunity, and he would not exchange it for any amount of money. If he said he was generous, you are asking for too much, aren't you? After taking a deep look at Lisu, it shook its head and said, it takes 10,000 years for a monkey to brew 1,000 kilograms of wine, and it has been consuming it all the time. The current stock is only about 3,000 kilograms, and 18,000 kilograms is too much. Although star crystals are just ordinary resources, our clan is not like a big sect, and our own consumption is also large. 3 or 5 are okay, but 30 or 50 are really not possible. As for the VIP, that's no problem. Those who can be recognized by the great sage are all VIPs in my spirit monkey clan. As for Zyadakang, you can let it follow you for a while. As for whether you can touch it, it depends on whether Zyadakang is willing or not. Deoxin and others widened their eyes. The little monkey widened his eyes and couldn't help but feel numb on the spot. Touch me? Why? This guy, isn't he a human? And it's a male monkey, not a female monkey. Lisu sighed senior, no one bargains like you do. Usually, a 50% discount is already too much. You are directly bargaining. 3,000 kilograms of monkey wine, 3 or 5 star crystals, and the same status of a distinguished guest as everyone else is too insincere. As for the little MT monkey, let's put it aside for now. At least give 5,000 kilograms of monkey wine, at least 20 star crystals, and then announce to the world that I, the Taoist of GGOO, am a distinguished guest of the Spirit Monkey Clan. Well, it must be emphasized, and it cannot be less. The old monkey's face was a little dark. Does this guy think I'm bargaining with him? Also, I said that the total inventory is 3,000 kilograms, not 3,000 kilograms for you, and you bargained for 5,000 kilograms? Where can I get the extra 2,000 kilograms for you? 20 star crystals are fine, but announcing to the world that you are a distinguished guest of my Spirit Monkey Clan, and emphasizing it? Boy, you have a nice idea. Acquiescence and announcement are undoubtedly two different concepts. It is equivalent to the Monkey Clan getting on the pirate ship with this guy in front of them. If he gets into trouble, can you just watch it? If you really want to watch it, do you still have face? Hiss. As Lee Su spoke, Gaohua and others on the side couldn't help but shudder. Just now, they felt that Lee Su was miserable and was going to be cheated. It was like riding a tiger and being put on the pot. No matter whether he was sincere or fake, the great sage crystal became hot. Now that it's like this, it's still a loss, but it's not much. Especially among the monkey clan. Announcing that Lee Su is our honored guest, the meaning is very unusual. As expected of a disciple of Jijiro, the bamboo pole was knocked loudly. Only the little monkey looked anxious at the moment. Why should I put my business aside? Bastard, what do you want to do? I tell you, I don't like the human race. I like female monkeys. Okay, I won't argue with you, little guy. The old monkey shook his head. My spirit monkey clan doesn't lack this crystal. Lee Su was stunned. No, you said so much just now. What do you want to do? And let the little monkey bring them all here? Zio-Khan doesn't know the specific situation. He thought that the ceiling demon pillar couldn't completely kill the evil because it lacked the great sage's true meaning. After all, although this thing was suppressed, it has been leaking its aura all the time. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, many of our clansmen have died because of it, which is extremely harmful. In fact, it's not like that. The true meaning has been accumulated over the past hundreds of thousands of years, and it's already enough. Let you come here, mainly to explain and avoid misunderstandings. The spirit monkey clan has never thought of taking away your opportunity from the beginning to the end. In fact, we hope that more people can obtain the great sage's true meaning and form the great sage's minscape, so as to solve another problem. Another problem? The old monkey didn't explain. He just raised his palm and gently waved it. An extremely violent aura suddenly appeared in the demon ceiling pillar. In an instant, a terrifying scene appeared in everyone's mind. It was the great saint statue, but it was different from what they felt and knew. It came towards them with an extremely violent aura and chaos. What was this scene? What was going on? Why was it so weird? As if it was possessed by a demon. This is the inner demon. The old monkey took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I wonder if you have heard the story of Journey to the West? That story tells about a monkey who got into trouble, became a disciple, made a big fuss in the heavenly palace, was suppressed for 500 years, and then became a disciple of monk from the east, and went to the west, to seek the true scriptures. As the old monkey spoke, Monk Wenkan was the first to react, journey to the west to release evils. In ancient times, the disciple of the Buddha, Jin Chanzi, was reincarnated and traveled west with the Eastern Tang dynasty in the southern Zhou, to the western Pure Land in Zahinia how to seek the true scriptures. After 99 and 81 difficulties, the master and apprentice finally brought the true scriptures back to the east. As Wenkan spoke, Daozi of the demon court laughed, looking at the heavenly court with a sneer. This story naturally also exists on their side, and there are many records. Among them, the most written, is undoubtedly the part where the ancestor of the heavenly court, the great heavenly venerable, drilled through the table, and asked people to go to the west, to invite the Tathagata Buddha. Heavenly court? Bah. The Taoists in the heavenly court were silent. They naturally had this record as well. It was undoubtedly unbelievable. They could not imagine that the Lord of the Heavenly Court would be so embarrassed. They were often ridiculed by the demon court for this. The Taoists in the Eastern and Western Chan sects and the human sect were also somewhat silent at this moment. This matter was undoubtedly very embarrassing for Taoism. It was really incomprehensible why the Taoist saints would watch the Buddhist sect grow bigger. You should know that there were countless disciples of the G sect and Chan sect sitting in the heavenly court at that time. The disciples of the G sect were more rebellious at that time. Apart from their own teachers, they dared to confront even the saints. After being listed in the conferred God list, it was not surprising that they did not work hard. But what about the Chan sect? Especially in the human sect, the taking saint, one of the three pure ones, even created an avatar to sit in the Tushita palace. It should not be like this. As a result, Buddhism flourished and competed with Taoism. Therefore, after the Great Destruction, some people made inferences and suspected that the reason should be due to the battle of the conferred gods. The Western saints had come down to help the Jade Purity saints and others. to deal with the GGO, and fought with the GGO saints, so they owed cause and effect. This also led to the prosperity of Buddhism, and it was difficult for the two saints taking and Yuking to take action. For this result, for the entire Taoism, it is undoubtedly a complete black history. After all, the internal circulation of the family led to the decline of Taoism, which gave Buddhism an opportunity. I really don't understand why Yuking Xianzhen, one of the saints of the heavenly Dao, would take action against Shanking Xianzhen, one of the three pure ones, and the action was so cruel and black that almost destroyed the entire GGO Taoist tradition. In heaven, leaving aside the great celestial venerable, the strongest disciples of GGO during the conferred gods battle were all in heaven, as were the Chan sect and the human sect. Not only that, heaven also has a group of armies that experience the bloody conferred gods battle and possess extremely terrifying combat power. In the final battle, they fought against the GGO 10,000 immortals and killed countless celestial immortals and mysterious immortals. As a result, such a heaven was defeated by the great sage and had to go to the west to ask the Buddha to suppress it. The old monkey looked at the disciples of the great sects present and sighed softly. You have to know that the great sage at that time had only just become a Tai mysterious immortal. Although I don't want to doubt it, whenever I think of this story, I can't help but ask myself, is Journey to the West true? Did the great sage really cause trouble in the heavenly palace? Did he really defeat 100,000 heavenly soldiers and crush the heavenly court? But how could the great sage do such a thing when he was only at the Tai realm and faced the heavenly court with countless Taluo? Great heavenly venerable, there are records in the heavenly court, right? Heavenly venerable has been practicing since he was young and has practiced for a total of 1,750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years before he finally achieved the infinite Dao. What realm is that? He is undoubtedly a saint, right? The old monkey's eyes were a little red, and his breath began to show a hint of confusion. Listening to the old monkey's words, the little monkey was extremely shocked. This was undoubtedly the first time it heard that the story of the great sage causing trouble in the heavenly palace was false. How could this be possible? The shock was great. The more I practice, the more confused I am. The further I go, the more I question. The old monkey took a deep breath, suppressed the doubts in his heart that could not be extinguished, and shook his head with a wry smile, saying, we should have been able to eliminate the evil 300,000 years ago, but because we had problems ourselves, the beliefs in the demon sealing pillar were distorted, and instead, like impurities, they could not resonate with the true meaning of the great sage. Looking at Li Su, the old monkey said softly, please come here. First to explain the misunderstanding, and second because you are the only one who has obtained the great sage's crystal in the past 10 years, and you hope to push the great sage's state of mind into the Dalo realm. Therefore, I hope you can come to challenge again after the great sage's state of mind reaches the Dalo realm. Because once the great sage's state of mind reaches a certain level, if you break through again, you will be exposed to the emotions and thoughts sealed in the demon sealing pillar, so that the heart of Tao is broken, and the holy image is self-destructed. So that's it. Gaohua and others couldn't help but take a breath, and suddenly they remembered something. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, there have been many mythical beings who have come to Huago Mountain, and many people have learned the great sage's heart view. However, this trick is extremely rare in the Tai and Dalo levels, and those who have learned it have never mentioned it. Practice, cultivate the mind. If there is doubt in the heart of Tao, the Tao will naturally crack. The greater the doubt, the greater the crack. This kind of problem is terrible. Unless the truth at that time is figured out, there is almost no solution. And it is obvious that this truth has been completely buried, and no one will ever know the reason inside. After all, the ancient times have been destroyed, and all people and things have completely disappeared in the destruction. Let Li Su come again after the Dalo realm. I'm afraid that before this, there was a Tai peak who came to try, but it still failed. To be honest, at this moment, Gaohua and the others were a little broken in their hearts, and began to doubt. Did the great sage really make trouble in the heavenly palace? This is impossible, right? In terms of the strength of the heavenly court at that time, the great sage would never come back, even if he advanced to the Dalo realm, let alone the Tai realm. At the moment, when they had doubts, the statue of the great saint in their mind immediately had problems, and a crack appeared on it. The heart of Tao can deceive others, but it cannot deceive oneself. Faced with this result, Li Su couldn't help but take a deep breath and was shocked. No wonder they are like this. After all, conferred gods and Journey to the West are integrated in this world. They are not independent novels, but a complete story. It is inevitable to doubt, because once the two stories are connected, Journey to the West itself looks like a monkey show. The majestic Monkey King has become a chess piece, being manipulated and played with by others. Naturally, doubts will be formed about this, and it is impossible to stabilize the heart of Tao. Suspect that the story of Journey to the West is fake, and the trouble in heaven is also fake. Is it fake? Of course, it is not fake. It is true that Journey to the West has the taste of acting, and many big guys did not end up. Monkey King is also a chess piece, being manipulated by others. But will Li Su doubt it? He won't. Because when Monkey King was making trouble in the Heavenly Palace, he didn't know the truth. When Monkey King pushed down Laojian Furnace and entered Linxiao Palace, it was a bloody battle. As for whether the heavenly soldiers let him go, you are kidding. Who is Monkey King's master? Bodhi Patriarch, or the Taoist Jian? He is a saint of heaven. Then, when Monkey King was born, what did he say? It was a 5-colored divine stone, which was used by Nuwa to repair the sky. In a sense, he was bred by the power of Nuwa like the human race, and he has a very high level of footing, and is a congenital creature. After that, the great heavenly venerable also spent a lot of money, and asked his wife to give him the peach garden. Monkey King ate the 10,000-year peaches all over the ground, and the spiritual energy was so much that he turned into a peach. There was also Taishang Laojian, who put a room full of elixirs in front of Monkey King for him to eat. He ate a gourd on the ground. How many golden elixirs were in that gourd? I'm afraid he swallowed thousands or tens of thousands. Finally, Laojian Furnace was used to help him digest. Facing such a Monkey King, would the heavenly guards dare to show mercy? If they dare to show mercy, it would not be acting, but they might really be beaten to death with a stick. The Monkey King, in Li Su's heart, is the eternal Monkey King. In a simple sentence, how many creatures in this world dare to make trouble in the heavenly palace? It seems that Zhu Beiji has made trouble, and the lion in Lion Camel Ridge has also made trouble, and they all look much more powerful than Monkey King. However, they dare to make trouble, and Monkey King dare to make trouble. That is two different concepts. First of all, they all have backgrounds. Monkey King also has, but he doesn't know that his only master has specifically said that he must say that he is related to him after he goes out, otherwise he will be skinned. At this point, what does Monkey King rely on to dare to make trouble in the heavenly palace? Of course, it is full of blood and courage, relying on the fact that bare feet are not afraid of you wearing shoes. After going to the heavenly palace, he never thought that he could come back alive. This kind of awareness, this kind of belief. Why does the havoc in the heavenly palace make people excited? It's because of this. Just as the saying goes, what is the great sage going to do? Step on the south sky and shatter Linxiao. If you never come back, then you will never come back. Replenish water, and the chess game is not a chess game. The moment he stepped on Linxiao, Sun Wukong was the great sage equaling heaven in Li Su's heart, the great sage equaling heaven who made the world change color and the Buddha go down. On the other hand, the other two who made trouble in the heavenly palace, are they very high? Not at all. In an instant, the great sage crystal in Li Su's hand glowed, and without waiting for his reaction, it spontaneously merged into Li Su's body and went to the heavenly palace. Compatible with the great sage's minscape he formed. Immediately, a holy image appeared with its head in the sky, its feet on the ground, despising all living beings, and extremely ferocious. It looked up to the sky and let out a huge roar, and the demon ceiling pillar couldn't help but vibrate, making a huge sound, spontaneously resonating with Li Su's mind image, and the great sage's true meaning, which had been entangled in the chaotic breath for countless years, exploded, and a breath rushed directly into the sky, and the clouds on the flower and fruit mountain for thousands of miles were blown to pieces in an instant. Boom. With a loud bang, the demon ceiling pillar shook violently, and a vast pressure fell, directly pressing on the head of the evil. With a wail, the evil had no time to react before it was suppressed by the great sage's true meaning and the demon sealing pillar and completely pressed deep into the ground, without a trace of breath left. It didn't die, but it was completely sealed. Huh. Lisu was stunned. Ah. Deoxin and others were stunned. What? The old monkey and the little monkey widened their eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Breakthrough. There is something wrong with the demon sealing pillar. As time goes by, it becomes increasingly difficult to suppress the evil. The main reason is the collapse of the mind. The effect produced not only prevents the great sage's true meaning from exerting its original power, but also affects the great sage's true meaning in turn. This is not 1 plus 1 minus, but 1 minus again and again. Moreover, this problem did not erupt at the beginning, but accumulated over the years because of the self-doubt, and finally exploded, forming a stubborn disease. Therefore, when the monkey clan discovered this problem, that could not be faced directly, it was too late, and could not be reversed. As mentioned earlier, this thing is not afraid of its own demise. When it found that it could not escape during the second breakout, it was ready to self-destruct, crush everything on itself, and revive again in the great sage wonder. But at that time, the monkey clan was also prepared. After discovering its second appearance, the monkey clan's Dalo realm immediately realized that this thing has immortality and cannot be killed unless the saint takes action. Therefore, the monkey clan directly notified the saints of the heaven to come and fix the void where it was before it disappeared, stopped its self-explosion, and directly suppressed it outside, leaving it in a state of death. Of course, after the problem with the magic pillar, the monkey clan also went to the saint. As a result, they found that this evil was actually compatible with the problematic will, and placed itself in those wills. If the saint destroyed the problematic will, the evil would also die. If it was not destroyed, the evil would continue to widen the cracks of the problematic will, and then kill itself. This is a dead cycle. Although the saints in the mythical world have supreme power, they have no way to separate the two. After all, the evil is only a split, and its original body is also a saint, and it knows very well how to fight against the power of the saint. This is undoubtedly a dilemma for the monkey clan, because once this evil dies, it will inevitably revive in the wonders of the great saint, and this time I'm afraid that the other party will not come out so easily. Obviously, even if the saints are willing to help, they can't keep watching here. They have their own things to do, and their eyes are focused on the underworld and heaven at the end. The evil can afford to waste time, and the saints can't accompany them all the time. In this way, the great saint wonder will no longer be a place for enlightenment, but a GD. The fallen monkey is the pride of the monkey clan, an existence above mythology, with the power to kill the Dalo in the Tai realm. Now that it is invaded by the evil, its power will become more and more terrifying. It can't hide in the wonder. Who dares to enter it? Although the saints said that, if it really becomes like that, they can help them completely seal this wonder place, so that the evil can't come out. Undoubtedly, this seems to be safer, and there is no need for the monkey clan to keep watching at the Dalo realm. But the great saint wonder is undoubtedly the greatest inheritance place of the monkey clan, and the magical powers of the monkey clan all come from there. Once it is sealed, the inheritance of the monkey clan will undoubtedly be completely cut off, which is no less than cutting off its own path for the monkey clan. Why would the little monkey want to snatch the great sage crystal from Lisu's hand? That's why. The spirit monkey clan, because of the problem of the sealing demon pillar, fell into a dilemma of being unable to advance or retreat, and as time passed, it became more and more dangerous. That's right, dangerous. Although the evil created a dead loop, it was not a simple dead loop. During this process, it continued to generate evil power and infect this space. At first, it could only affect the Giandan realm. Now it is almost necessary for the Dalo to come and suppress it, and it has to be replaced every once in a while. Otherwise the Dalo who suppressed it will also be affected and have problems. The situation is really bad. The speed of the replaced Dalo can't keep up. The Daluo who left has begun to have problems. If this goes on, before the ceiling demon pillar is broken, the Daluo of the spirit monkey clan may encounter unpredictable situations. Indicating, at this second, the little monkey and the old monkey stood there in a daze. The problem that has troubled the spirit monkey clan for more than 100,000 years is gone. Just gone. To be honest, the monkey clan has been discussing recently, and is ready to give up the great sage wonder. After all, it endangers the entire clan. They cannot watch the monkey clan collapse for some persistence. In fact, the saints of the great sect will not allow this to happen. They will not let Oago Mountain become another new forbidden area, like the Heavenly Palace in the depths of the Far East, a terrible demon cave. In fact, they are not without preparation. Over the years, they have passed down a lot of skills for according, and the roots are likely to be held. Of course, this method is obviously far inferior to the direct inheritance of the Great Sage Wonder, because the wonder itself will grant magical skills according to the monkey's talent. Although it does not guarantee the achievement of Daluo, there is basically no problem with the Tai realm and the Shiangsan realm. Once it becomes a record to pass on, the number of strong men in the monkey clan may drop drastically. Looking at the demon ceiling pillar that exudes a magnificent aura again, especially the extremely clear aura inside that contains the true meaning of the great sage constantly floating out, the old monkey is shocked. The will that had problems was broken. No, it should not be said to be broken, but it should be said to have restored its original clarity. The evil power that had integrated into it through the flaws naturally could not take root, and was squeezed out. With the recovery of the demon ceiling pillar, the original suppressive power suddenly appeared. You must know that the old monkey had already said that the great sage's true meaning had already collected enough. The reason why the evil was not directly shocked to death was that when the great sage's true meaning and the demon ceiling pillar had problems, it realized that something was wrong, and gathered itself up, and compressed it into a sphere, so that it was spared, and was not directly broken by the true meaning. After all, over tens of thousands of years, the evil itself has accumulated a lot of power, and has grown amazingly from the twisted great sage's beliefs. Along with this movement, several figures rushed in directly. 4 old monkeys, including the old monkey in the monkey restaurant in Kishan City under the flower and fruit mountain, were also alarmed, and ran over directly. They all felt the true meaning, that burst out in an instant. Entering the demon ceiling underground palace, the 4 old monkeys widened their eyes instantly, and rushed to the demon ceiling pillar. They stared at the bottom of the demon ceiling pillar in disbelief, which was completely pressed into the ground by the demon ceiling pillar, and no evil spirit could flow out. What is this? The 4 old monkeys were extremely shocked, and could not help but turn their heads to look at the old monkey who was currently in charge of guarding. Taking a deep breath, the old monkey guarding the demon ceiling pillar was also very excited at this moment. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, many people have obtained the Great Sage Crystal. There is even one who has reached the Daluo realm. Although he failed to end it, he has extended the time a lot. Otherwise, he might not have waited for this day. Therefore, when Li Su also obtained the Great Sage Crystal, it immediately sent a message. There was a hint of expectation in his heart, but undoubtedly more of it was just thinking that maybe it could buy more time. Soon, it told what happened. The old monkey in the Daluo realm of the monkey restaurant couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't expect that he was just a habitual invitation, but the result was like this. The other party really solved the dilemma that the monkey clan had been troubled by for tens of thousands of years. Indeed, the evil is still there and has not been killed. But there is no doubt that it is basically difficult for it to turn the tables under such suppression. This time, the monkey clan will not give it that chance. Without that doubt, even if it is a celestial being, as long as it continues to inject power, sooner or later, it will be able to completely kill the evil below and completely solve this hidden danger. Taking a deep breath, the 5 old monkeys in the supernatural realm walked directly in front of Li Su and bowed deeply without hesitation. Thank you, Ggo Daozi. This favor, the monkey clan will never forget. Li Su not only solved the plight of the monkey clan, but more importantly, the great sage wonder was saved. This is of great significance to the monkey clan. It is not only related to the inheritance of the monkey clan, but also to the legacy left by their ancestor Sun Wukong. It can be said that a few words cannot describe their feelings at this moment. This is a great favor, a great favor. No matter how he did it, no matter whether the process was simple or difficult for him. Notify everyone to open the monkey palace and set up a monkey banquet for 10 days. Bring out the 10,000-year-old monkey wine and 10,000-year-old peaches to entertain the distinguished guests of the monkey clan. An old monkey couldn't help but laugh. The moment the problem of the ceiling demon pillar was solved, the depression in his heart also dissipated. In an instant, the whole monkey felt refreshed. As his breath vibrated, his realm broke through, from the middle stage of the Dalo realm to the late stage. Not only him, but also the other old monkeys were the same. More or less, their breath changed, and their eyes became extremely clear. The little monkey couldn't help but get excited, looking at Lee Su's shining eyes. Although he still liked the female monkey, if it was just a touch, he would just bear it. Compared with the ceiling demon pillar, it was nothing to accept a little grievance. Facing this scene, Deoxys and the others didn't know what to say at this moment. At this moment, there was only a big wow in their hearts. What the hell? The eternal problem of the monkey clan was actually broken through so easily? At first, it sounded so serious, especially when the old monkey said that the havoc in heaven was not true. Everyone present unanimously thought that there was no solution to this matter. Unexpectedly, when they turned around, Lee Su cracked it in a flash. Why? They were full of confusion at the moment. There was no doubt that when the old monkey said that there was a problem with the havoc in heaven, they were all shocked and had doubts. They began to doubt that, although their mindscape was not broken, it was much dimmer. But Lee Su was obviously different. The true meaning that burst out instantly when the great sage crystal merged into his body was not affected at all. Junior brother, don't you have any doubts? Deoxys couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Along with his words, including the old monkey, they couldn't help but look over, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Yes, why didn't Lee Su have any doubts? What do you doubt? Lee Su blinked his eyes. To be honest, he had just come back to his senses. He thought this should be a problem with considerable difficulty, but he had a thought, and it was cracked in a flash. It was so serious, but the result was just like this. The havoc in heaven is not true. Deoxys couldn't help but said a little louder. Suddenly, the old monkeys looked at Deoxys sideways. Although they were suspicious, what he said was undoubtedly equivalent to criticizing their ancestors. Deoxys couldn't help but shiver. Although he was a fairy myth, he was stared at by several Dalo realms. Even if he was a Taoist of Dungeon sect, he couldn't help but shudder. If he was beaten up by the other party, I'm afraid his teacher wouldn't care. After all, he was a bad mouth. After all, some things, even if they are really there, don't mean you can say them casually. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. He naturally wouldn't say that he had read Journey to the West. He could only organize his words and said, the mindscape is the reflection of the soul. Since it is reflected, how can it be false? Deoxys was particularly unwilling and said slowly, but the strength of the ancient heaven is obviously the Tai realm. I don't think that's a problem, senior brother. Lee Su thought for a while and said, it doesn't matter how it was done. The important thing is that it was done. I think this is the key point. The important thing is that it was done. Deoxys was stunned. Lee Su nodded. Yes, living towards death. This is a simple sentence to say, but the power of the ancient heaven is probably no different from the major sects in the mythological world today. Well, to be precise, it should be equivalent to the sum of 2 or 3 major sects. Brother, if you are given the same situation as the great sage, do you dare to do what the great sage did? Think about it silently. I ask myself that without knowing the truth. I would never do such a thing as hitting a rock with an egg and making a big fuss in the heavenly palace. No matter what the truth is, the heavenly soldiers and generals that appeared in the mine scene, I think you have also felt it. They are all warriors who have fought many battles with blood and murderous intent. Brother, do you think you can break through them after knowing about it in the Tai realm? Even better, facing such a situation, do you have the courage to take action? I ask myself. No. So, to me, the Monkey King is the Monkey King. His heart cannot be crushed even by the power of heaven. As Lee Su spoke, in an instant, everyone present fell silent, leaving only breathing and heartbeats. Especially the old monkeys, they stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Because thinking carefully about Lee Su's words, let alone the Tei realm, even if they were at the Dalo realm, they didn't think they could drill through the heavenly palace. No, facing that kind of scene, they could only do one thing. Escape. Escape far away, bury themselves deeply, and dare not show their heads. With such a self, what qualifications do you have to question the authenticity of the havoc in the heavenly palace? No. The havoc in the heavenly palace is not true. Sun-Ziro, are you worthy of doubting your own ancestor? A monkey stretched out his hand and slapped himself in the face, so hard and fierce, that he seemed to want to slap his face off. Half of his face collapsed, his mouth was full of blood, and a large row of teeth fell out. But the old monkey couldn't help laughing. His eyes were extremely bright, and his once broken heart was shaking, recovering, and being reunited by it. Gigi, oh boy, let's go, we won't go home until we are drunk today. The old monkey excitedly stepped forward, pulled Lee Su up, and took him away directly. The remaining few old monkeys smiled at each other. Not only the real dilemma, but also the spiritual dilemma was completely broken at this moment. There was no more confusion in their eyes. Suddenly, they found out why the saint of Gigio liked him so much. There are descendants of saints in the mythological world, but there are basically no descendants who can make the saints go to hell and seek justice for them even at the cost of a holy war. The more I look at this little guy, the more I like him. The only pity is that he is not from the Spirit Monkey clan, otherwise his status in the Spirit Monkey clan would be no different from that in Gigio. Chapter 534, The Taoist of Gigio, not a human being. Your Highness, have a drink. In an inn in Kishan City, Lee Su woke up dizzy. Beside him, Hang Jin handed him a bowl of medicine. Stretching out his hand and drinking the medicine in one gulp, Lee Su took a deep breath and activated the Seven Saints body to absorb the last bit of the alcohol. He never expected that a monkey feast would make him drunk for half a month. The 10,000-year-old monkey wine is a kind of essence of heaven and earth. It contains intoxicating effects and is very addictive, even more overbearing than the Erguo Tao in the previous life. The alcohol is its medicinal effect. To absorb the magic inside, you must be drunk, and it is the type that the more drunk you are, the better it is absorbed. Therefore, as a celestial being, with 9 heavenly palaces and the highest of the 7 saints, Lee Su was drunk for the first time when he traveled to this world. He absorbed it so well that not a single drop of the 7 saints in his body was wasted. He absorbed all the medicinal power. As a result, the alcohol directly took over his head and made him drunk for more than 10 days before he could barely recover from being drunk. Therefore, Lee Su only attended one day of the 10-day monkey banquet and had basically nothing to do with him afterwards. The main reason was that the monkeys in Huaguo Mountain were too enthusiastic. Although they only took out the 10,000-year-old monkey wine, it was obvious that the wine he gave him was an old cellar, a treasured one. Undoubtedly, the difference between 10,000 years and 99,999 years, although both 10,000 years, was undoubtedly a bit scary. He didn't know the situation of the monkey wine, and it was the Dalo monkey Sun-Zao who personally toasted, so Lee Su naturally drank it in one gulp. The after effect of nearly 100,000 years knocked him down on the spot. His soul was drunk, and his mental consciousness had double vision, and it looked like there were more than 7 or 8 people. The world was upside down, and the center of gravity was reversed. Don't mention how uncomfortable it was for the past half month. All the vast immortal power lost its command, and he felt so uncomfortable. The most terrible thing was that he couldn't even vomit, and it was all dry heaving. The alcohol had already been integrated into his soul, and it felt like the Dao fruit in the long river of the world was drunk. It took him half a month to come back to his senses and regain control of his body. Facing this result, Lee Su was still frightened and shocked by the domineering monkey wine. Of course, the benefits were also great. Over the past 10 days, as he gradually regained his senses and resisted the alcohol, not to mention the realm improvement, his soul gained a huge harvest, becoming more refined and full. It was as if he had undergone a super high intensity training, and the thickness was amazingly improved, almost 3 layers. This was incredible, quite amazing. He didn't expect that the monkey wine would actually have the effect of improving his spirit, making his soul extremely strong, and also showing resistance, strengthening the immunity of his soul, and it couldn't be easily disturbed and shaken. The 7 supreme saints in his soul became clearer and clearer. The improvement of his spirit made his perception of the Tao stronger. After half a month, Li Su's improvement was very obvious. The star core was upgraded by another level. The wine in the monkey wine was extremely overbearing. The fire in the heavenly palace was also upgraded, which greatly accelerated the speed of refining, allowing him to reach the 20th level directly, forming a continuous breakthrough. The star was only 2 levels away from perfection. There is no doubt that the harvest was huge. It has only been about 2 months since he came to the East region, and he is almost perfect. This is undoubtedly amazing. Under normal circumstances, it takes hundreds of years for a celestial being to go from the initial stage to perfection. Even if the 10 years in the Great Sage Wonder are added, he is still incredibly fast. What time is it now? Li Su exhaled and couldn't help asking. Zishi. Hang Jin smiled lightly. Undoubtedly, His Highness has been miserable these days, especially when he woke up a few days ago. He cried and regretted it. He swore several times that he would never drink again, and he slammed his head on the ground and swore. After all the trouble, they were all exhausted. Of course, Hang Jin was also shocked, because the power of her own son had increased a bit amazingly, but the 5 of them felt that they could not suppress their physical strength. In the end, they had to use the formation to suppress Li Su. It was like a terrible beast, and every cell of the body and skin was pregnant with an extremely terrible power. It was amazing. It was simply unimaginable. Although the celestial being would transform, it was the transformation of the magic power into the immortal power, not the physical body. Its power seemed to suppress not the human race, but the cubs of the ancient beasts, or the prehistoric witch clan. Looking at the smile on the other party's mouth, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his face. His spiritual consciousness was amazing. Once he returned to normal, the things that happened in the past few days immediately echoed in his mind. Although there was no incontinence, it was definitely not a small situation. The process was even worse than a beautiful woman falling asleep in the street after getting drunk. It can be said to be a black history that has never happened in this life. It has been done in the past few days. Fortunately, the women behind him suppressed him and used a large formation to suppress his body. Otherwise, who knows what he would do. Recalling the contents in his mind, Li Su couldn't help but feel hot on his face, and he didn't dare to look at the girl in front of him. Memory. His behavior was undoubtedly excessive, and he did a lot of things that men like to do when they are drunk. Fortunately, he is a Taoist disciple of Gigio, and his identity is amazing. Otherwise he would probably be beaten to death by the other party. It seems that she noticed Li Su's discomfort, and Hang Jin's pretty face turned slightly red, but she calmed down quickly. As a Tai realm, her state of mind is undoubtedly strong, and will not be easily affected. Hang Jin directly changed the subject and said, "By the way, Your Highness, the Spirit Monkey clan has something to send." Li Su was startled, and his little face was a little black. No doubt, he was in a bad mood and quite depressed when he heard the 4 words of the Spirit Monkey clan. What to send? Monkey wine. Hang Jin smiled. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. His head was twitching and painful, and when he heard these 3 words, his toes couldn't help but tremble. But according to the Monkey clan, it is prepared according to what His Highness wants. My request. Li Su was stunned for a moment, and immediately remembered the conversation between him and the Monkey clan's Talao monkey son Zhao when they were drunk and called each other brothers. The other party said that 5,000 kilograms of 10,000-year-old monkey wine was not a problem, although it was not enough now. It would be supplemented later. Li Su thought about it and shook his head directly. He did not intend to empty the foundation of the Monkey clan. He directly said that 1,000 kilograms of 10,000 years would be enough, and 1,000 years and 100 years would give a little more. If there is a collection of old cellars, half a catty or an ounce or something. As for the reason, it is naturally from the Gigio side. Although as a Gigio Taoist son, Gigio was attacked, and he was furious. This is a matter of course. But as a Taoist son, he can't help but show some expression. He plans to ask for some monkey wine and sell it to the GGO internal to show that they can continue to maintain such strength next time they attack, right? After all, the relationship is mutual. Especially the old seller, if there is any. You can buy it with money, but don't buy too much. Prepare it for the saint. As a junior, you must send your heart, right? The other party may value his talent, so he gave so many preferential treatments. But if he only has talent, but is an ungrateful person, how long can this relationship last? Thinking of that conversation, Lee Su took a breath, stood up directly, and didn't care what time it was, and said directly, "Where are the things?" "It's all here." Han Jin took out a storage bag and handed it directly to Lee Su. She didn't look at the things inside, but there was no doubt that the Spirit Monkey clan sent it specially, and his expression was serious. Although he didn't say it directly, but from his expression, it was completely imaginable that the things inside were extraordinary. These days, Han Jin and the others have also asked about it. It seems that his own prince has done something extraordinary, solving the big trouble of the Spirit Monkey clan, and he has a great favor. So much so that the Monkey clan publicly announced that the GGO Daozi was a distinguished guest of the Monkey clan. There were many distinguished guests of the Monkey clan, and they could obtain it by participating in the Great Saint Stone Challenge, but that was a default, which meant that in the future, except for a few places, they would have no obstacles in Huaguo Mountain. Lee Su's case was different. It was a direct statement from the Monkey clan, and the meaning was completely different. If Lee Su was attacked, at least in the territory of the Monkey clan, something would definitely happen. In the past few days, there were many Tai monkeys wandering around nearby, monitoring the movements of others. Once someone caught Lee Su's attention, the Monkey clan would kill the other person without the GGO taking action. Lee Su took the thing, felt it with his consciousness, and a slight smile appeared on his face. As expected of the descendant of Monkey Brother, he was indeed arrogant. Although the total value was not as much as 5,000 kilograms of monkey wine, it was definitely not bad. A bottle of wine made of special transparent crystal, with monkey wine flowing in golden color like a galaxy. It was monkey wine that surpassed 10,000 years. Not much, about 1 catty. No doubt this alone is worth 10,000 catties. This is different from the 10,000 year monkey wine. The 10,000 year monkey wine has an improvement effect, no matter what realm, even if Talon drinks it, but the effect is not obvious. This monkey wine does not have an improvement effect. Its main effect lies in the strength of the wine. It is just a pure strength of the wine, but even if the saint drinks it, he will feel it. Therefore, although it is also very precious, it is a thing for enjoyment. This is a gift prepared for the saint after Lee Su asked the Dalo monkey. Then there is the 10,000 year monkey wine, which is about 1,000 catties. 1 jar is 10 catties, and there are a total of 100 jars. Then the 1,000 year monkey wine, 10,000 catties, 1 jar is 10 catties, and there are a total of 1,000 jars. The 100 year monkey wine, 100,000 catties, 1 jar is 10 catties, and there are 10,000 jars. The 10 year monkey wine, 500,000 catties, and 50,000 jars. Lee Su took out 2 jars of 10,000 years old and 10 jars of 1,000 years old, and handed them to Han Jin, saying, 1 jar of 10,000 years old is for the old housekeeper, 1 jar for you guys, and the rest are for the celestial beings in the Daozi Palace. He took it with his immortal power. Han Jin was startled when he heard it, and his hand suddenly became a little unstable. 10,000-year-old monkey wine. Give it to them, your highness. This is too precious. Let alone 10,000 years old. Even 1,000-year-old monkey wine is still the kind that is in short supply in the myth world. It is very precious. It is extremely beneficial to drink it in the Tai realm. It is extremely rare. Even if their identities are very special, they have the honor to taste the 1,000-year-old monkey wine only during the major festivals of GGO. Lee Su smiled and said, since you are my subordinates, I enjoy your care, and naturally I have the obligation to support you. Your highness, I know you take care of me, and get a salary in GGO, but that is the identity between GGO. This is the feeling between us, which cannot be confused. Seeing Lee Su's attitude, that cannot be refused, Han Jin couldn't help but take a breath, nodded, and accepted the monkey wine. Lee Su bowed his head, took out his life card, and directly took out a jar of 10,000 year, 1000 year, 100 year, and 10 year monkey wine for the life card to help him estimate the price. Undoubtedly, the value is amazing. Especially the 10,000 year monkey wine. One jar is about 5-star crystals. The 1000 year is much cheaper. 1000 catties is just the size of a star crystal. As for the 100 year and 10 year, they are priced in red gold. Of course, they are also extremely expensive. The former is 1 catty and 1 teal, and the latter is 100 catties and 1 teal. In a word, the disciples of the central domain usually can't afford it. As for the disciples of the upper domain, they can afford it, but it's hard to drink it. Lee Su thought for a while, and threw the monkey wine in the bag directly into the life card and said, hang these up, 10 years, giant and above can buy, limited to 1 catty, priority GGO disciples, 50% off. 100 year celestial immortal, 1000 year Zhuangsun, 10,000 year Daluo, the rules are the same. Can't be purchased repeatedly, and can't buy at all stages. Then send this bottle to the saint. The life card shook, and the storage bag disappeared immediately, and was taken away by it. Watching Lee Su's actions, Hang Jin couldn't help but blink his eyes. His eyes were very bright. Asterisk 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 at the same time, somewhere, a meeting was being held, and the participants were extraordinary, and it was no exaggeration to say that it shocked the entire myth world. Because the participants were saints. All of them were saints. The saints of the 8 religions were all present at this moment, discussing topics related to the future of the myth world. Suddenly, the saint of GGO was startled, and suddenly laughed. The other 8 people were stunned and looked at him. This was a serious topic related to the external situation in the myth world. Can you be more serious? The saint of GGO smiled, and took out a wine glass, and placed it in front of him. The next second, he had a transparent glass in his hand, and golden wine like a galaxy flowed in it. Is this 100,000-year-old monkey drunk? The saints couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I said the surname Zao. Look at the occasion. The saint of the Black Mountain religion couldn't help but frowned and spoke. Monkey drunk is very rare. It is a rare thing. Even saints can feel it after drinking it, and can taste a little drunkenness, which is very difficult. After all, as a saint, he has long been detached from the world, and the desire for food and drink has long been indifferent. In this extremely serious occasion, what is the meaning of taking out such a thing? Zhao Xianming smiled, looked at the Black Mountain Patriarch and said, the occasion is right. It really has to be drunk in front of you. Everyone was stunned. The next second, the face of the human cult saint could not help showing a look of surprise. Is this a gift from the doll you value very much? Yes. It is the gift from the doll to me. How about it? Not bad. Zhao Xianming was very happy, looking at everyone present and said proudly. It's ridiculous. I thought it was something else. The Black Mountain Patriarch sneered. You are jealous. Zhao Xianming filled a glass for himself and said lightly. What is there to be jealous of? The Black Mountain Patriarch looked disdainful. There is a saying in the mortal world that goes, raising a son is a way to protect you in your old age. I have raised this kid for less than a year, but he already cares about me. It is worth it to give me a piece of my heart. Heishan, I remember that you have many disciples in Heishan sect. How many of them remember you? Heishan Patriarch still sneered. Humph, my disciples are now concentrating on the Tao and disdain to do this kind of Taoism. I'm not interested in it, ancestor. Indeed, this thing is average. Zhao Xianming nodded, took a full sip of the wine glass, and then exhaled with a comfortable face, saying, saints like me naturally don't care about these things. In fact, there is basically nothing in the world that we care about. But this filial piety and this kind of heart, even the most precious treasure can't compare to it. The most precious treasure, is this thing worthy of it? Heishan Patriarch looked disdainful, but he couldn't move his eyes away from monkey wine. Everyone present was a saint, so they naturally understood the meaning of the words of the GGO saint. Things are not important. What is important is the heart. The GGO Taoist could remember the saint, and prepare a gift for him. Moreover, this thing could not be said to be unpresentable. Its value was still amazing, and it had a special meaning for the saint. Okay, you can say whatever you want. The beating will stop first. I will enjoy the filial piety of my disciples. The war of 10,000 years will wait for 3 to 5 years. After that, the GGO saint moved and disappeared directly from this unpredictable place. Smelling the aroma of wine left in the air, the saints present were a little uncomfortable at this moment, and their old faces twitched. Disdain, yes, but unwillingness, more. No matter how good the disciples' treasures were, they would not look down on them. But it was this kind of heart. The GGO saints' eyes were like a needle, piercing directly into the hearts of the saints, and the idea of the meeting was gone for a while. The most proud treasure of the saints of various religions, at this moment, suddenly found that, after raising it for dozens of hundreds of years, it was not as good as others who raised it for less than a year, and it was instantly heartbroken. There is a saying in the mortal world, called raising a son to prevent old age. What does this mean? Is he mocking them for raising a bunch of ungrateful people? Instantly, the saints who mentioned their own SYNOPSIS couldn't help but shudder. As saints, they could easily infer the cause and effect. It turned out that Daozi of the GGO not only remembered the ancestor, but also knew how to share. Haha, monkey, thank you for sharing. Your Highness, you are so powerful. Fuck, 50% off? I love you so much, Your Highness Daozi. No wonder the saint likes this child so much. I used to envy others, but now it's finally my turn. Although lease is still charged, it was 50% off. You should know that, after calculating through the GGO Fate card, the price itself is not too high. Now it is half off, which is really no different from giving it away for free. And the most important thing is this 50% discount. It is not free, but sharing, which feels even more different. For a while, the GGO was bustling, and those who had been in seclusion for a long time were blown out. Although the name of the sale said thank you for the care of the GGO brothers and sisters, it was the privilege of Daozi, and he should enjoy it. But now the feedback is more important than inviting them, full of sincerity. Feeling the atmosphere inside GGO, the saints felt even more uncomfortable. Who wouldn't like such a Taoist? Not only is he full of filial piety, but he also knows how to give back to his family. It is said that, if one person achieves enlightenment, all his family members will rise to heaven. With such a disciple in the sect, why worry about not winning? With a whoosh, the saints of the great sect left directly. In the Black Mountain sect, the Black Mountain Patriarch suddenly woke up, and turned to look at the Daluo of the Black Mountain sect not far away. How are the disciples recently? Reporting to the ancestor, they are all concentrating on practicing, just waiting for the 10,000-year war. Daluo answered loudly, with great faith in his tone, and absolute confidence, that he would win glory for the saints in the future 10,000-year war. Practice, practice, practice shit, a bunch of trash. Hearing this, the Black Mountain Patriarch should usually be very happy, but at this moment he was full of anger. Damn it, people die when compared to people, and goods lose when compared to goods. Look at the people of GGO, and then look at you, a bunch of pigs. After a burst of scolding, the Black Mountain Patriarch disappeared. Fuck, it was so heartbreaking. Looking at the old ancestor who left angrily, the many Daluo of the Black Mountain sect were confused and scattered in the wind. What's going on? It's not just the Black Mountain sect, almost all the major sects are like this. The Daluo are confused, and don't understand what happened. Why did the wind suddenly change? For a while, the disciples who were in seclusion came out, looking worried, not knowing what they did wrong to make their own saint angry. However, after asking around, many Daluo realms twitched their faces and immediately came to their senses. Especially when the Daluo realm of GGO drank monkey wine, and chatted with them, everyone instantly felt the mentality of their ancestors. It's so fucking heartbreaking. It doesn't matter whether it's something or not, but this intention is really a bunch of trash. All you know is to practice every day. Look at the GGO Daozi, and then look at you. Why do you keep you? For a while, the major sects were in a mess. The seclusion was fine, but suddenly a slap on the head almost made them gasp. After coming back to their senses, the Daozi hurriedly asked around. Not long after, countless Daozi of the 8 major sects couldn't help but shout, "Damn. GGO Daozi, you are not a human being, you are cheating me to death!" Exclamation mark. GGO Saint is the same. Too much. Can't you enjoy the tribute quietly? Why go to the street to show off? You cheated us to death. Yes, you cheated them to death. Let's not talk about how much Lisu's heart is. 100,000 years of monkey drunk. Do you think anyone can get it? That's just a desire for the tongue. But the things that can make the saints feel are incomparable treasures. Where can they get them in such a short time? If you have the guts, fight us openly. What kind of hero is it to attack people from the dark? And you can just pay tribute to the saint. Who doesn't want to pay tribute to the saint and win his favor? If the ancestor likes it, why worry about the future? What do you mean by paying tribute to your own Daluo, Tei, Xiangxin, and Jinden? You are a dignified Taoist, a genius of GGOO, and the first existence in the myth of Jinden. Shouldn't you be high and mighty and bow down to all living beings? What will they do if you do this? It doesn't matter if you pay respect to your superiors, but in an era where the strong are respected, there is no such idea of taking care of your subordinates. Of course, the Taoists of various sects are still capable, and soon all kinds of filial gifts were sent up. After receiving the gifts, let alone the saints of various sects, the faces of the Daluo were almost exploded. It's not that the things are not good, but that the hearts are not pure. The filial piety of the Taoists of GGO is to express gratitude for the care of GGO, to give back sincerely, without asking for anything, and it is full of sincerity, without any pretense, and treats everyone equally. It gives people the feeling that I'm a Taoist of GGO, I should give back to GGO, and take care of my brothers and sisters in the same sect. In other words, this is what I should do. But what are these gifts sent in a hurry? I won't mention that the individual is thoughtful. Since the mind is not pure, why not wait? Sending it now, is it to make trouble? How can this be compared? Question mark? A big slap in the face was returned on the spot. For a moment, there were wails and curses in the great sect. As the pride of the great sect, how could they have been treated like this? Question mark? GGO Daozi, you are really not worthy of being a human being. Chapter 535, Secret Message. Someone from the inn sent me a message. In the inn, Lisu was startled. He did not leave Huago Mountain. He consolidated his own practice and waited and saw. Shen, that guy, could take out such a thing to make a vow. He must have a great obsession with the talisman he got in the Dangayu Great Emperor Palace. Under normal circumstances, he should not break the promise. It is likely that he was delayed by something, so he planned to wait. If the other party did not come, when he reached the perfection of the celestial being, Lisu would be ready to leave. It was not someone looking for him, but someone else sent him a message? Yes. Oh, what's the content? Can't he come? Or should he postpone the time of going? Lisu thought for a while and said, what is the message? Hang Jin shook his head and handed over a jade talisman. What is this? The secret talisman is a very special talisman with a special password. Only the spiritual will of the person identified by the secret talisman can open it. If the person is not right, the secret talisman will be automatically destroyed and nothing can be obtained. Hang Jin showed curiosity on his face and couldn't help asking, Your Highness, where did you know this person named Shen? He can actually use this kind of talisman. Oh, is this talisman rare? It's not a question of rarity, but it has been lost. It is a special communication talisman that has been circulated in the ancient prehistoric world. And if we trace back to history, it was before the conferred god. Spread in the ancient prehistoric world, or before the conferred god. Lisu was a little shocked. After the ancient destruction, there was undoubtedly a technological gap in the mythology world, and many things were lost. The things during the Great Destruction were lost, not to mention the things before the conferred god, which were a little too old. Not only that, the function of the secret talisman itself is military supplies. Those who control it are extremely powerful forces. The method of refining is strictly controlled, and there is almost no possibility of leakage. Even the current GGO only has relevant information, but no method to make it. Lisu was stunned for a moment. This undoubtedly further explained the extraordinary nature of the secret talisman. However, he became curious and said, don't we have jade talismans? If you want to transmit sound directly, there are plenty of ways to do it. Why do you need to make this kind of thing? This kind of jade talisman communication is undoubtedly very primitive and backward, and most importantly, it wastes time. Once the news is outdated, it will basically be meaningless. Hangjin did not answer, but said, "Your Highness, the prehistoric world is very big. It is said that when the ancient Wu clan had not yet completely perished, there was a race among them, named Kuafu. This race, apart from other characteristics, is most notable in that they are all very tall. Usually, once they reach adulthood, they can grow to a height of nearly 10,000 feet. They can directly reach out and pick the stars in the sky. With one step, they can step over thousands of mountains. However, such a race, running at full speed, may not be able to run 1% of the prehistoric world in their entire lives." Li Su was stunned. A giant of 10,000 feet, running for a lifetime, may not be able to run 1% of the prehistoric world? How big is this? It is said that the strongest of the Kuafu clan, the man named Kuafu, once ran madly to chase the 10 suns in the sky, which caused the earth to dry up, and he died of exhaustion. In fact, the distance of the chase and escape was not far, just running from the Wu clan's territory back to the heaven, which is about 5% of the distance. Just that little? Li Su was stunned. No, this is not right. The demon court was the master of the 3 realms at that time. How could the territory be so small? Unable to help himself, he said, "The territory of the demon court is so small? Weren't they the masters of heaven and earth at that time? On par with the Wu clan?" Hangjin was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. "Your Highness really needs to make up for some common sense. Let's not talk about anything else, just say that the 10 suns were in the sky and the earth was dry." Kuafu chased the 10 suns until he was exhausted. He saw a long river, and he opened his mouth to suck. As a result, he drank the river dry, but still couldn't quench his thirst, and finally died of exhaustion. So the question is, the earth was burned dry. Where did this river come from? Your Highness, you misunderstood. How could a place managed by 2 pseudo-saints be bigger than the saints' dojo? At that time, 90% of the land in the prehistoric land belonged to saints, or pseudo-saints under the saints, or Daluo, not the demon court. The demon court could only manage the land where thousands of creatures gathered. Let alone, the Jineo island of Maijigyo Saint alone is as large as 4 demon court territories. As for Kunlun Mountain, where the Yuxu Mountain of the Chenjiao is located, it is even larger. After all, the saints of the original 3 religions lived there. How could it be accommodated if it was smaller? Compared to the saints' approval and moving the dojo to the 33 heavens, giving up the prehistoric continent to the heavenly court for management, although the demon court has taken the opportunity of the heavenly dao, it is actually just a nest of mountain bandits and cannot be considered orthodox. Hiss. Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Hangjin's words refreshed his 3 views. The ancient demon court was so awesome, but in the end, it was so miserable. 5% of the prehistoric land, and you dare to call yourself the Emperor of Heaven? It's true that you can't compare the goods. Compared with the Lord of Heaven, the Great Heavenly Venerable, the difference between the two is not a little bit. Although the Great Heavenly Venerable does not have the innate peak treasure, in terms of the name, he is undoubtedly far ahead of the Heavenly Emperor of the Demon Court. Thinking back, it is true. If the demon court is really that awesome, it would not use the banner of Nuanayang Niang and say that Nuanayang Niang is the saint of the demon clan. This is obviously not confident enough. The saint of the demon clan, are you familiar with her? Nuwa is an innate creature, so there is no such thing as a race. Some are at most half body, such as Nuwa's Fuxi, such as the 3 pure ones, and the Western Chu saints. So the prehistoric world was very big, and the communication talisman could not be transmitted in that vast world. Hangjin continued, moreover, in the prehistoric world at that time, there were thousands of races. Although most of the creatures were named as monsters, the monsters were still different from their own races, and there were still conflicts. It can be said that, if it were not for the existence of the witch clan, this clan had great requirements for blood food, and ate up several extremely large creatures among the 10,000 clans. The monster court could not be built at all, because of the vast land of the witch clan, and the 2 emperors of the monster court were powerful, and willing to stand in the front row, to fight against the witch clan, and finally unified the scattered monsters. In fact, even so, the real dragons, phoenixes, unicorns and other races still did not pay much attention to the monster court. In their opinion, the other party had a good foothold, but it was too much to want to lead their own clan. After all, everyone was an equal creature. Because of this situation, the ancient times were in chaos. Although the sound transmission talisman was magical, it could be blocked by the formation and captured by the Deo rhyme. It was easy to be intercepted or even deciphered. The former was not a big deal, but the latter was very fatal. If it was not good, the entire tribe would be implicated and exterminated. Therefore, the secret talisman came into being. Through the situation of casting a net, people were asked to take this thing to report the news. Even if the person was intercepted and killed, at least the content of the secret talisman would not be known to others. Damn. This is very shocking. It really refreshed my 3 views. I feel that the prestige of the mythological stories in the ancient times has been reduced a lot. The war between witches and liches was thought to be a war between 2 top races, a decisive battle between countless big men. Now, if it weren't for the fact that Nuwa wanted the human race to stand out and become the protagonist of heaven and earth for her own blood and bones, and drag the 3 pure ones down to let the human race be a foil, the ancient mythological history would be just a fight between 2 village chiefs. After all, in the eyes of the human race at that time, the war between witches and liches was extremely terrible, and the sky collapsed, and the earth split. The elder brother of the goddess, Fuxi, died in a bloody battle for the demons, and finally reincarnated as a human. I'm afraid he also had this purpose. Everything was done to plunder luck, so that the demons would owe the human race a lot of blood debts, and let the witches and the human race practice their luck. Hiss. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but shudder, and his pupils were full of horror. The mother of the human race, what a terrible calculation. Of course, at the same time, he also felt the love of the goddess Nuwa for the human race, because she didn't love a certain person, but the entire human race. Otherwise, she wouldn't let her own brother reincarnate as the human emperor Fuxi. The life itself is the supreme avenue of the goddess Nuwa, her hard work, everything. As long as the population is not destroyed, even if the children doubt, no longer believe, and go out independently, she will still watch. The so-called great love is boundless, and great mercy is ruthless. Otherwise, the demons would not owe a lot of blood debts, and the witches would not be entangled with the human race's luck, because they had to go out to fight, so that the human race finally swallowed up the luck of the 2 largest tribes in the prehistoric world. It is obviously impossible to say that there is no calculation by the saints. I'm afraid that the 3 pure ones also realized it and nodded. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous to establish a religion and become a saint by the human race. After all, the human race at that time was not a big deal. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied and angry they are, in the depths of the human race, Nuwa is still the mother of the human race, not anything else. Maybe they didn't understand it at first. From the moment the human race became the protagonist of heaven and earth, although they fought for it themselves, they realized that things might not be that simple. Li Su took a deep breath, and his heart was inexplicably shaken. The flesh and blood Deo fruit was shaking. It took a while for him to calm down, and look down at the secret talisman in his hand. Well, it's a bit far. Back to the topic. With a slight thought, Li Su injected his own consciousness, and opened the secret talisman. The secret talisman trembled, and a virtual image appeared. It was Shen Chen. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and he seemed to be injured. Sorry, I can't get away now. I've encountered some troubles. The place is Tangshan Road, but it's very dangerous. If you still want to go there, please arrive within 3 months of the agreed time, and go to Tangshan Road Jiahangshan. What you want is there. Shen Chen said softly. In this way, the agreement between us is completed, and I don't owe you anything. After that, the scene disappeared. Tangshan Road. Hang Jin frowned first, with a solemn look in his pupils. Your Highness, did you agree with the other party? Why, it's very dangerous there. Not very, it's very dangerous. Even if it's Tai realm, if you are not careful, you may die. Hang Jin said in a deep voice. He didn't say what about the immortals, but Tai had to die, so the immortals naturally couldn't escape. Is that so? It's really interesting. Lee Su's eyes flickered because the deal between them was not that one owed the other, but the other party took him there and he gave the other party the talisman. The other party, something happened. Not only that, the person who attacked him also targeted him. Exclamation mark. Did he target him from the beginning? Or was it because of Shen Shen that he was targeting him? The latter was nothing. The former was very interesting. Lee Su's mouth curled slightly, and he suddenly raised his head and said, Senior Gangson. Well, what's wrong? It's like this. Chapter 536, The Way to Heaven. Tangshan Road is a magnificent view in the East region. It is said that it was originally a bridge between the mortal world and the heavens. It is a part of Jianmu, a sacred tree that connects heaven and earth. After the earth and heaven were connected, Jianmu fell. Tangshan Road was formed by the fall of one of Jianmu's branches. There are many leaves on both sides. If you count them carefully, there are about 300 of them. Although it is just a branch, it is amazing. Because its length alone is close to 1 million miles, and its widest part is even more than 10,000 miles. Each branch that grows out of it is extremely huge, with leaf veins like mountains and dew like lakes. One winding and one line are dozens of miles long. Tangshan Road itself spans over an extremely huge chasm. It is a deep pit with no bottom. Looking down, it is almost endless, as if the entire continent is split in half. Even if the Dalo realm uses all their eyesight, they cannot see the bottom. It is located between the northeast heavenly court and the demon court, on the other side of the river connecting the two. That is, the other side of the river, where Lee Su took the boat. The geographical environment of the east region is very strange. If you draw a pentagonal picture on the ground, then the top, left and bottom are all east, and only the bottom right corner is west. The reason for this division is because of the rising and setting of the sun. Just like two puzzle pieces, the central north region is not in the north of the central east region, but the location of the central north region itself is in the north. As long as you stand in the central north region and look towards the east region, you will find that the sun in the central east region is clearly rising in front of you, but the sunlight will shine from your left hand side. Then, in the north region, with the sun as a target, you walk in the four directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast respectively, and cross. Then the final location you will arrive at is one of the four directions of the top, left, bottom, and bottom left of the pentagon. It seems that the central north region itself is the north, and no matter where you go, it will eventually lead to the east. Then let's talk about the east region itself. The heavenly court and the demon court are both built in the far east. When the sun rises, there is no doubt that both sides are in the same line and will be covered by the sun at the first time. The two sides are side by side, facing the east. However, if you stand in the heavenly court and the demon court and want to go to the other side, you must first go west and then go east after the end. The east region is like a letter U. The only way to the west is the Chang River, but the west side of the Chang River is very strange because people who go to the west have never come back. So the east region is like a U, not a Y. Isn't this very strange? Then let's talk about the Tangshan Road. This Tangshan Road is in the middle of the U, and it is also very strange. Because on the Tangshan Road, if you go up from the left side of the U, you will go to the east of the heavenly court, and if you go up from the right side, you will go to the east of the demon court. Of course, this is not a fork or a Y-shaped road. The Tangshan Road is a straight road from beginning to end. The reason why this can be determined is that the leaves on both sides will not change, no matter which east you go to. Moreover, the most bizarre thing is that, as long as you don't go to Tangshan Road, no matter you go to the left or right of the U, you will not see the gap, and finally appear outside the two sides of the U. This feeling is as if the world itself has been cut off from the map, and made into a three-dimensional U shape, which is very weird. After talking about the special scene in the east region, let's talk about the danger of Tangshan Road. As a Tangshan Road that runs through the Middle East region and the upper region and spans a huge gap, it is undoubtedly very unique. The most unique thing is undoubtedly the leaves on it. Each of them is a country, and there are completely different races growing in it, as many as 300, and they themselves are different from the residents of the myth world. There are metal life, plant life, macro life, and huge life. You know, under normal circumstances, it is not outside the human race, and it should be collectively called the demon race, but the life in Tangshan Road is different. Even if it looks like a human, its nature is completely different. There are problems there, not only special life, but also weird scenes. There is a long iron dragon, stepping on the sound of thunder, whistling past, and a thick fog will form where it passes. People who fall into the fog will be taken away by the dragon, and become guests above, and there is no way to get down. There is a woman singing a ballad. Her singing voice is extremely beautiful, which can make people intoxicated. Once you listen to it for more than a certain period of time, you will become a useless person, and your consciousness will bow down at the other person's skirt, forever following the other person's steps. There are things that like to gather in groups. Wherever they pass, there will be a sound of teeth colliding. The sound is not loud, but it is dense. The life covered will disappear directly, and a pool of mud will be left in the original place. There are also terrible corpses. It is extremely huge, but the whole body is festering and covered with pustules. Once it explodes, it will form a 7-color fog. People who are infected, even immortals, will immediately get sick and show signs of the 5 decays of heavenly beings. The above are just some of the crises in Tangshi and Ao. In fact, there are more, which are incomprehensible and unimaginable threats. And the Jiaohangshan mentioned by Shen is even more different. Most of the places in Tangshan Road have no names, because the name itself means that it is different and has characteristics. In the East region, anything with characteristics is extremely terrifying and has big problems. Even Huago Mountain is the same. The Great Sage Wonder is essentially a taboo. Over the past tens of millions of years, countless people have died there, and their souls have been taken away by evil spirits, trapped in the eternal immortality. Li Su is on the road. He crossed the river through the real dragon, and went directly to the other side. There are still 10 days left before the 3 months agreed by the secret talisman. After receiving the news, he stayed for almost half a month before setting off. Not to mention the problems in the secret talisman information, even the danger of Tangshan Road itself. He did not dare to run blindly, and made a lot of preparations before going. Not only that, this time there are more people on the road. Li Su himself, Han Jin and a few others, plus Zhang Yan. There are 7. The little monkey, Sun Xiaodakang, also joined his team at this moment, arranged by the old monkey, to let it follow and experience together. Although Li Su was surprised, Sun Xiaodakang was a genius of the spirit monkey clan, and he was also a Tai magical monkey. Tai followed the celestial being, and he didn't know what the other party was going to let him experience. In addition to Xiaodakang monkey, there were others who joined. First, it was Daogsun. The other party had left for several days. When he left, he was heard to be very chic, with a sense of tragic grandeur, saying that he was going back to retreat, and it was estimated that he would not come out before the Dalo realm. Then, he suddenly appeared, with a face smiling as bright as a chrysanthemum. Because I don't know why, after he went back, his master disliked him very much, and didn't plan to see him for a short time, and asked him to get out. Daogsun was very happy about this, and went directly to find his girlfriend from the Jiao clan to continue to expand the half-human clan business. 3 days later, he was dragged over with a swollen nose and face, and thrown at the door of Li Su, entrusting Li Su to take him with him to experience. Li Su was undoubtedly rejected in his heart. He still had a lot of things to do. After the Huago Mountain was dealt with, he would go to deal with the affairs of Xiago. A blood feud, still on hold. As a result, Li Su was unable to refuse. The training was just for this trip to Tangshan Road, and he didn't need to worry about comforting him. He had already made relevant preparations for him. Of course, the most important thing was that the other party gave too much, a full 5-star crystals. After selling the monkey wine and gambling, Li Su got almost 20-star crystals, a very large number, but considering his own situation, the Tai realm might not be enough. Not only that, once the matter of the outer domain was resolved, the mortal world would undoubtedly need a lot of resources. Hundreds of millions of people were waiting to be fed, and more or less preparations had to be made before he could continue to attack the myth world with confidence. After all, his parents were just mortals. The stronger the Xia kingdom became, the better their treatment would naturally be. In addition to Daoxun, there were Luozin and Monk Wenkong, and Gaohua was also there. The three of them did not leave, and they didn't know where they heard that Li Su was going to Tangshan Road, so they ran over directly and planned to go together. Of course, the destinations were different. In fact, Daoxun and others didn't have to worry about it after entering Tangshan Road. However, not long after the True Dragon Ferry was opened, it was discovered that Dragon Girl Aokiang and the Peacock Clan's Xian Jiao, Kanking, were also on the boat. Their destination was also Tangshan Dao. They were going to train, and their target was the special areas in Tangshan Dao, the 5-element realm and the cold realm. Both women had broken through and stimulated the blood of their ancestors, so they wanted to go to a place that suits them and further increase the concentration of their blood. The team grew again and became 13 people. This time, it was very smooth. The dragon boat sailed against the current on the 40-knot river at a speed of 10 knots, all the way down. This strange Wuxi river, as long as it is not downstream, nothing will happen. This time, the process was quite smooth, and it took about 2 days to reach the other side of the river. However, when getting off the boat, there was still a little problem, and they encountered a strange scene. In the water, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Li Su and the others. It's a water monkey. Don't let it pull you into the water. Once you are pulled down, you will become it, and it will become you. Gaohua, a Taoist from the Western Shan sect, took a breath and spoke out to remind them. Everyone was not careful. The hand stretched out was very strange. They could see clearly with their eyes, but it was their souls that were involved. This strange sight was terrifying. If ordinary celestial beings encountered such a sudden attack, they would probably be in trouble on the spot, being pulled into the water and becoming the enemy. Li Su and the others naturally made arrangements. 5 colored lights spurted out from Kanking's body, directly brushing off the water monkey's arm. Aokiang stretched out his hand and sprinkled a few cold stars, directly freezing the water area that attacked her. Monk Wenkong groaned, and the Buddhist name turned into real words, directly suppressing it and crushing the water monkey's arm. A sword rushed out from Gaohua's eyebrows, which was very extraordinary, flowing with golden flames. While cutting the water monkey's arm, the water area where it was located evaporated. In the end, everyone went ashore. However, Kanking and others always looked at Li Su. To be honest, they were hit hard after the battle with the Monkey Clan. Everyone went down together, but why was the Gigio Taoist so outstanding? Along the way, there were naturally many other ideas in the experience. Therefore, why? The group, including Kanking, was very unconvinced. They looked back at the water in Wuxi River with a restless look. Why? There were only 30 to 50 hands reaching out to him, but there were 70 to 80 reaching out to Li Su. Water monkeys, are you blind? Can't you tell who is stronger? Question mark. Han Jin and the other girls couldn't help but take a breath. At this moment, their faces were bright. It was not uncommon for water monkeys to attack people, and the attacked ones were often the ones with better talents and strength, and the probability of being targeted was greater. Among the hundreds of hands, there was no doubt that the most people went to their own Daozi, which meant that the person the water monkeys wanted to replace the most was their own Daozi. Although the scene was very dangerous, it also indirectly showed the excellence of their own Daozi. Facing the emotions in the eyes of both sides, Li Su stood by the river without an expression. To be honest, if it weren't for the huge problems in Wuxi River itself, and the unpredictable situation below, he really wanted to jump in and beat the brains of the group of water monkeys below. What the hell? What do you mean? Soon, this episode was over, and everyone continued on their way. After all, they were still far from Tangshan Road. At this moment, they were in the middle and lower stage of the U-shaped line, and Huaguo Mountain was just in the middle stage. They had to go west for a while, before changing to the east to enter Tangshan Road. They didn't talk and went on the road directly. After leaving Kishan City and walking in the wilderness, there were many wonders in this eastern region, which could be said to be full of dangers. On the first day, they encountered a willow tree full of human heads. In an instant, they were attacked. Countless willow branches rushed directly towards them, trying to entangle them. There were so many willow branches, more than 10,000. 3,000 went straight to Gaofi, Kanking and others, and 7,000 went straight to Lisu. Then on the second day, they each encountered a wonder in the morning and evening. The morning was a wonder, a group of weirdos holding umbrellas in the sun, no rain on the umbrellas, and heavy rain under the umbrellas, accompanied by lightning and thunder. After seeing Lisu and others, they immediately rushed over, and more than half of them rushed directly to Lisu. At night, they encountered a group of strange creatures. They had no heads, and wandered in the wild, looking for someone to exchange brains with. After discovering Lisu and the others, they rushed over without hesitation, and rushed over 8 floors to Lisu. 5 days, a full 5 days. Anyway, they arrived at Tangshan Road. Standing in front of Tangshan Road, Lisu's expression was very dark, and he felt that this world was particularly poisonous, extremely poisonous. Gaohua and others no longer had the mentality of comparison at this moment, and their minds were extremely complicated for a while. Most of the 8 waves of encounters went to Lisu. The first and second times, they complained that they were obviously stronger, so were the other party blind? After 3 or 4 times, everyone shut up. After the 7th or 8th time, even the arrogant girl Kanking couldn't help but pursed her lips and put an end to the idea of comparison. This treatment was really unbearable. As for Hangjin and the other women, they were also worried at this moment, and they were no longer as happy as before. Following behind, Zhang Yan, who did not belong to either party and came from outside the domain, was silently looking at Lisu at this moment. This Taoist from Jijiao, is he poisonous? Chapter 537, Jina's Hangshan, Yujio Dojo. The Tangshan Road is made of Jianmu, spanning the abyss, and is extremely huge. You can hear it, and you can see it, but when the real thing appears in front of you, you can't help being shocked. There is such a big tree in the world, and it is just a branch, and it has been dead for a long time. It has not decayed after hundreds of thousands of years, as if it is eternal. There are lines on Jianmu, like stars, depicting one huge and boundless celestial body after another. There is a stream of light constantly sweeping across, and the picture itself seems to be or something, which contains the rules of the universe and the power of the stars. Legend has it that Jianmu is rooted in the wilderness, the main road connects to the heaven, and the branches are inserted into the dome. There are 30 million leaves on it, and one leaf can carry a star. It is said that this tree feeds on stars and is rooted in the primitive earth fire. Standing in front of the Tangshan Road, Gaohua couldn't help but speak. On Jianmu, there are tens of thousands of races living there. True dragons, unicorns, phoenixes and black tortoises have all lived there. There are vast worlds and countless demons in its main roads. Kanking also said, I heard that the ancient demon court was built with Jianmu leaves as materials, with 36 branches and leaves from the sky and 72 roots from the earth. It was built with the fire of the sun and the energy of the moon, and the carbon of the universe and the starry sky. It took tens of millions of years to finally condense it. The heavenly palace that was formed is almost indestructible. Although the battle between the ancient witches and liches caused the earth to crack, and the sky to collapse, and the heavenly palace was almost completely destroyed by the attack of the near saints, it did not take much time to repair itself. Deoxen could not help but shook his head and sighed. It's really hard to imagine how such a sacred tree was destroyed in ancient times. Now all that remains in the mythological world are its branches. In the east region, it forms an endless road to the sky, and in the west region, it turns into 100,000 mountains. It's more than just Jianmu. According to legend, there was a sacred mountain in ancient times that could support the heaven and the earth, called Buzhao. Its stones were extremely heavy, and a single grain of rice weighed 1,000 pounds. The mountain was 1,000,000 high and 1,000,000,000 miles wide, and it was embellished with stars, but it was eventually destroyed. The ancient witch god Gangang and the fire god Zirang had a great battle, which led to the collapse of the foundation of the prehistoric world. Eluozin also exclaimed in amazement. In the end, the heavenly saint Nuwa came out to mine stones to repair the sky, rebuild the heaven and the earth, reconnect the prehistoric land, and turned it into 4 continents. It's really hard to imagine. The prehistoric world was so vast and boundless, comparable to the Milky Way, but the heavenly saint could actually fiddle with it at will and restructure it. Amitabha, the greatness of the ancient times is incomprehensible and unimaginable. There are saints in the mythology world today, but it is difficult to do what happened in ancient times. When Khan took a breath. Today's saints are undoubtedly extremely terrifying. A gesture can destroy the sky and the earth, but the Buddhist saints once told him that today's saints are not as good as the ancient saints. With the strength of a modern saint, in ancient times, at most he could be compared to an ancient saint, a corpse-slaying saint, but he could not do miracles like a saint of heaven. Listening to the stories that several people were talking about, Lee Su on the side could not help but blink his eyes. These stories are all familiar, but the surface level is undoubtedly beyond imagination. But think about it, it makes sense. Immortals travel 1,000,000 miles a day, and Monkey King can fly 180,000 miles away with a somersault. If the prehistoric land is small, how can it accommodate them? After sighing for a while, everyone set out again and walked towards the Tangshan Road. When they saw the Tangshan Road, in fact, they were still far away, about hundreds of thousands of miles away, and it was even more terrifying after stepping on it. There was almost no end, and the width was also extremely large. Just such a branch, is it enough for tens of billions of people to live? Stepping on Jianmu, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It felt like he was not stepping on some kind of wood, but on the vast stars. An incredible sense of grandeur filled his heart. There was Tao in Jianmu, and the Tao rhyme around it was affected by it, forming a world of its own. As he walked up and stepped on Jianmu, Lee Su couldn't help but tremble. In his mind, the heavenly palace was shaking. Well, it wasn't the heavenly palace that made celestial beings, but the starry palace that was shaking. Affected by the aura of Jianmu, Tao patterns emerged inside, and they were stimulated and resonated with it. Lee Su couldn't help but glance at Khan King. Before, the other party said that the heavenly palace was made of Jianmu, and he was a little surprised. Now it seems that it is true. At this moment, the starry palace was obviously touched, and it reacted in the environment of Jianmu, as if it had come alive. This movement was undoubtedly a bit sudden, but it did not cause any strange phenomena. The starry palace was just shaking in his mind, and there was no intention of coming out. It was absorbing, quietly absorbing. Fortunately, there was no vibration. This Tangshan Road is not safe. It is very dangerous, even more so than the Great Sage Wonders. If it causes vibration, there might be huge problems. And he was tired of the special treatment along the way, and really didn't want to be besieged again. I don't know what the reason is. It stands to reason that the wonders themselves are unconscious, and it is a reflex condition to attack the surrounding lives. As a result, 8 times before and after, they prioritized him as the target of attack, which is difficult to understand. Instead of setting off directly, everyone rested on the spot. Now there is not much time left before dark. Like most places in the East region, Tangshan Road is very dangerous at night. If it is not necessary, it is best not to act recklessly at night. Otherwise there will be 99% problems. Asterisk 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 at the same time, Tangshan Road, Jianhangshan. This place is very strange. It is one of the leaves growing out of the branches of Jianmu. It is quite vast, with hundreds of thousands of square meters, but it is very strange, because its height is only 9 zang, the distance between heaven and earth. For this reason, the lives in this world are abnormally huge. Wait, Jianhangshan, shouldn't it be said that the lives are abnormally small? How did it become abnormally huge in the opposite direction? The reason is simple. People who enter it will become smaller. Each leaf of Jianmu is equivalent to a world, and the rules inside are not the same. For example, in Jianhangshan, the size is the opposite. The creatures that enter it will turn around. The small ones will become larger, and the large ones will become smaller. And the bigger the smaller the bigger. For example, bacteria are invisible to the naked eye outside, but they will become extremely huge inside. You see this colorful world all over the mountains and fields. In fact, those are all transformed by various bacteria, and they are extremely scary. Although there are ants as high as buildings, fleas as big as cars, and maggots as big as mountains here, they are all at the end of the food chain. The real masters here are bacteria and microorganisms. Somewhere in the world, there are two figures running away frantically, running very fast. This step can cover a distance of 1 meter, which can be said to be extremely extraordinary. Don't think this distance is very close, because the two people who are running away are actually only the size of microorganisms at this moment. If they are outside Jiaozhangshan, it is not an exaggeration to say that they can travel thousands of miles in 1 second. The two were in a very bad state, covered in blood, with blood holes all over their flesh, and from time to time, their skin would suddenly swell up, and they would quickly cut it off the next second. The fallen flesh kept squirming, and soon turned into a mass of flesh. That was lymphatic tissue, extremely ominous, as if it had been diseased. It fell to the ground, and the next second it grew hands and feet, jumped up, and directly merged with the terrifying creature formed by the huge flesh and blood tissue chasing after the two, and chased after them in an overwhelming manner. This flesh and blood tissue was very special, colorful and extremely bright. Damn you, Khan. One of them had a bit of a broken expression, and couldn't help but roared, "Why are you so pitiful?" Next to him, the slightly fat Taoist smiled dryly, and didn't say anything. How should I know that a mere mushroom would cause such a big reaction? Just a mushroom? Damn it, you bastard, that's a white jade mushroom, a legendary wonder of nature. The white jade mushroom clan takes 10,000 years to cultivate just one, and you said you only wanted to steal a section, but you stole the entire plant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. At least you left a root for people to think about, but you dug up the land where the white jade mushroom grew. You are simply not a human being. The fat Taoist's face darkened, and he sneered. Okay, are you chasing me just because I stole the white jade mushroom? The identity of the microorganism that you killed and took away is ordinary. 9 colored patterns. At least it is the royal family of the microorganism group. You are uncomfortable, or we go separately. One of the two was Shenshin, who signed a contract with Li Su, the famous Khan Taoist in the East region. They entered here about 3.5 months ago, and were ready to leave 3 months ago. Unexpectedly, stealing a mushroom actually made the fungus group crazy. As a result, they were blocked by the door, and chased madly until now. The flow of time here is different from that outside. 1 year inside is equivalent to about 1 month outside, which means that this pursuit has lasted for 3 years. Hearing this, the man opened his mouth, and then closed it hard. That's right, it's not one party that is chasing them behind, but 2 parties, the largest tribes in Jiaozhangshan, the fungus tribe and the microorganism tribe. That is to say, his 2 elder brothers, not to mention the second brother, are almost the same. As for splitting up, what the hell? He was poisoned by the royal microorganism he had killed, and he could not get rid of it, even if he ran away. Moreover, he and Taoist Khan had different strengths, and Taoist Khan was undoubtedly better at escaping. So, he said, did you really leave a message? Will someone really come to rescue us? Are you sure they can really save us? Don't worry, they will. Taoist Khan said confidently. Before coming, I left a message, and wrote a rumor with a secret symbol. If I don't have time to get out, I will send it to the monkey restaurant in 2 months, and pass it on to the other party. Aren't you afraid that the other party will leave? No, that matter is very important to him. He will definitely come. Even if he comes, what's the use? I heard that the Taoist from Jijio just advanced to the celestial being not long ago, right? Even if he is above the myth, he may die if he is not careful here. Damn it, you lured the Taoist from Jijio. What if something happens? Don't worry, he will bring others with him. Taoist Khan said confidently. Since we can't get out, it means we are in danger. So the information he left for me was not where to gather, but that something happened to me, and the people who arrested me want to get him. So there is no doubt that the other party will definitely come with a large army. As the fat Taoist spoke, the other person's face changed again and again, which was extremely exciting. After a long while, he said, "You guy, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? It's okay. The agreement between him and me is of great significance to Jijio. At worst, I can just give it to him for free. When will it come? I don't know. It will take at least half a year. The other party shouted. Fuck, another half a year? My bones are cold. Kong Kong said coldly, how about you go and get some saviors? Damn, go east. There is a barrier over there. It should be able to stop us for a while. Yeah. The two of them slipped away quickly, sprinted madly, talked while running, and went madly towards the depths. The fungus tribe chasing them was too terrifying, and there were too many of them. Even Dallo would frown, and look nervous at this moment. Hey, this barrier is interesting. Why? It's a barrier of the Dallo realm level, with 4 formations of confusion, entrapment, illusion and killing combined into one. Can I get in? Hey, what do you think? Then why are you still talking? Hurry up and get in. Okay, done. Go, go, go. Wait, this formation? Hiss. Being pushed into the formation by Taoist Kong Kong, the two were stunned for a moment and couldn't help but open their eyes wide. There was actually a dojo inside. Not only that, but there were also people, quite a few. And what shocked the two most was that there was actually a Dallo realm sitting here, and that large formation was set up by the Dallo realm. Dojo? How could there be a dojo here? And those Dallo realms were not Dallo of the big sects, but Dallo of the upper domain forces. For a moment, the two couldn't help but look at each other with surprise in their pupils, because there were two of these Dallo that they knew, from the Shangluo sect and Liaguang sect in the east domain. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that these two sects belong to hostile forces, and they have surrendered to the Heavenly Court and the Demon Court respectively. Although there are few conflicts between the great sects in the mythological world, there is no doubt that the forces in the upper domain have fought each other to the point of bloodshed. It is too strange that the two people who are obviously mortal enemies are guarding the formation together at this moment. Not only that, there are a total of 4 Dallo realms inside, all from different forces. What is going on? Are the forces in the upper domain friendly and jointly developing? The two people's eyes were shocked, and they couldn't help but look at the dojo covered by the formation. It was not big, only one corner, and there was a bamboo forest full of mountains inside. The color of the bamboo was very rare, purple. Those bamboos were extremely straight, and there were innate Dao patterns flowing on them. They were definitely not ordinary products. Even if they were far away, they could still feel that this thing was extraordinary and had unique spirituality. I'm afraid it should be an innate thing. At the edge of the dojo, there was a huge stone tablet, which was broken in half, leaving only one word. That word was an ancient word, formed by Tao. There was no doubt that this dojo was an ancient thing. For a moment, the two couldn't help but look at each other. It might be hard for others to recognize that word, but unfortunately they met Kong Kong and his friends. As thieves, they were most afraid of not knowing the treasure, so they recognized it instantly. It was the word Jaya. This word. The pupils of the two people shrank. I thought of a possibility. What a coincidence. I thought of it too. After the words fell, the eyes of the two people rolled around, looking quite shifty. If the guess is correct, this should be the ancient near Saint Taoist temple. Sorry, my mother is in the hospital, and the update is unstable. Chapter 538 Season. On the Tangshan Road. After resting for a night, they set off the next morning. The Jiangshan that Li Su was going to was quite far away. Even if there were no problems, it would take about 3 days to travel there, passing through 2 safe points. The safe point was a very special base station in the Tangshan Road. It was built by the few intelligent beings in the Tangshan Road, and was specially used to trade with outsiders. Although the Tangshan Road was huge, some materials were lacking, such as metals, energy, and even water. It rarely rained here. Sometimes, it would not rain for hundreds of years, so water resources were very important. Li Su and his team brought a lot of these materials. After all, the needs of each station were different. Because the first 2 stations were on the way, the team did not separate. In the Tangshan Road, it was not safe for outsiders to travel alone, and they were easily targeted by the natives of the Tangshan Road. Therefore, before approaching the 5-element realm, where Kong King was going, and the cold realm, where Aokyang was going, they were still together. A team of more than 10 people was not small, and there were also 10 fire limit AI in it. Even so, not long after entering, Lee Su and his team felt that they were being watched, and malicious eyes kept passing over them. However, the only good thing was that their team was relatively strong, and they saw their malicious intent, but did not take action, but just watched them from the dark. That should be the Shadow Clan. Hang Jin introduced to Lee Su. It is one of the 300 alien races in Tangshandao. They can lurk in the shadows, and are very tricky. You must never encounter them in the dark. Your Highness, did you see the light spot on the shadow? That is the Flash Clan. This clan is very special. They feed on light. All light has a good relationship with the Shadow Clan and complements each other. And the strange branches growing over there are tree monsters. Unlike tree monsters that have become spirits of plants and trees, they are natural creatures with the same internal organs as living things. Their race is very special. The older they are, the more independent consciousness they have. When they are young, they only have one consciousness, which is long, and can only launch one attack at a time, and it always attacks in a straight line. Every year they will split a new consciousness. Therefore, to determine whether this population is strong, just observe how many branches it has. Usually, if the consciousness exceeds 1000, the strength is comparable to that of a celestial being. Once it exceeds 10,000, it is equivalent to Tai. Then there is the dark green piece over there. That should be the grassbud tribe. Their nature is very strange. The eggs they produce will grow on their bodies. After hatching, they will be connected to the mother. Only when they reach a certain level will they separate. However, the specific reason for the split is unknown. But unlike the tree monsters, this tribe has only one consciousness as a whole. Only when they split out will new consciousness be born. Lee Su nodded. Although he learned a lot from the records of Tangshandao in Jijiro, he still gained a lot of knowledge after entering. He can feel the abnormality of the life here. They are undoubtedly very powerful, but they are not practitioners themselves. There is no trace of practice in their bodies, and they don't know how to practice. There is a huge amount of energy gathered in their bodies. Although it is very monotonous, it is very tricky. They usually have some special abilities and reflect the power of rules. Compared with practitioners, they undoubtedly belong to another system, closer to the ability people in Western mythology. The ability people do not need to practice, and everything is determined by innateness. Therefore, the concept of blood supremacy is very strong in the tribes here. Life is divided into 3 levels: royal family, nobles, and civilians. Usually, the royal family is the core, the nobles are the elite, and the civilians devote everything. The royal family is the strongest group. They own everything and enjoy everything. The nobles are second, and what the royal family doesn't want belongs to the nobles. The last civilians have nothing, and they have to go out hunting and hand in resources for the upper class to enjoy. For example, those who are exposed at this moment are basically civilians. They don't even have the qualifications to live in the original world. They have to stay outside all the time, trying to get food and resources for the upper class to use. Such a social environment may be considered cruel by others, but they themselves are happy with it. First of all, they are not human in nature, and then the supremacy of bloodline is a reality. The population with royal family must be strong, but the civilian population is naturally the food of its race. The team moved forward very fast. When the sun just reached the top of their heads, they had advanced nearly 100,000 miles, which is almost 1/10 of the distance. 100,000 miles away, and there are still about 50,000 miles to the first station, and there are still 4 hours until dark. Your Highness is in Tangshan Road. The relationship between the distance to the station and the time when the sun sets is very important. The closer it is to dark, the closer you have to be to the station. When there is less than an hour left, it is best to have entered the station. Once night falls, not only will Tangshan Road be threatened by the wonderful sight, but these populations will also become restless and may launch an attack, holding us back until night falls. Once that happens, it will be very dangerous. Although it seems that we are stronger, in fact, the beings here all have tribes, and usually their numbers are extremely large. Once a war really starts, even we are likely to be entangled and unable to escape in a short time. And one more thing, Your Highness, please be careful not to attack the royal class of the tribe, unless it is absolutely necessary. Even if you do, don't kill them. It will become very troublesome and the fight will end. Once it becomes like that, you will either become the natural enemy of the tribe and establish an absolute relationship between frogs and mosquitoes, carnivores and herbivores, or you will kill the entire tribe. Lee Su was stunned and couldn't help but pause. Not running away, but becoming the natural enemy of the tribe. Otherwise, the entire tribe will have to be killed. Hang Jin said very seriously. Although the lives here have a certain degree of wisdom, when it comes to the royal family, their thinking will become very simple, and they will chase and kill frantically, and the situation will get worse and worse. Unless they can become their natural enemy and fear them instinctively, just like sheep are afraid of jackals, they will never retreat. Obviously, that is difficult. Usually, even if you kill all of the clan, they may not necessarily feel that you are their natural enemy. So if possible, try to kill the royal family of the population. Lee Su nodded. I understand. Hang Jin nodded and prepared to continue explaining, but the next second she frowned. Your Highness, prepare to speed up. Huh? Lee Su was startled. Although he had some experience around him, he was obviously not as familiar as Hang Jin. Deoxin and others who were listening quietly were also stunned. Their speed was definitely not satisfied. Half a day, 100,000 miles, was already quite fast. Although it could be faster, there was no need. It was enough for them to get to the first station. There are too many species. All the subordinate races have come out. Hang Jin said in a deep voice. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be so many species on the main road of Tangshan Road. The big tribes are far apart. Usually there are only 1 or 2 in 10,000 miles. In less than 10,000 miles, there are more than 50. Most of them should be subordinate species. There are many species in Tangshan Road, but there are only 300 big tribes. The rest are small tribes or subordinate races. For example, the Shadow Clan and the Flash Clan. The Flash Clan is a subordinate race of the Shadow Clan. Because of their light-eating nature, it is beneficial to the Shadow Clan and is preserved. However, in terms of class, there are only nobles, no royal family. If a royal bloodline is born, the Flash Clan will kill it themselves. Although it was said before that the bloodline of Tangshan Road is supreme, it is fundamentally for the service of the population and allows the population to develop better. As a subordinate race, once the royal family appears, the Flash Clan will need to demand more resources, which may conflict with the Shadow Clan, thus affecting the development of the population itself, so it must be killed. The Shadow Clan usually brings a lot of Flash Clan, but at this moment, the situation outside Tangshan Road is a bit wrong. There are too many. In Hang Jin's eyes, some of the subordinate races that should obviously exist as food have appeared. This is undoubtedly very wrong. Are they preparing to ambush us? Lee Su was a little confused, and Aoksuan and others were also stunned. This is still the periphery. The creatures are generally not very strong. The weakest of them is above the mythical level. They can fight and kill Tai. Although the general population is not very smart, they should also understand that, if they attack them, they may perish. There are very few populations with the level of Daluo and Tangshan Dao, and most of them are populations with the strength of Tai. It's not an attack. Looking up, Hang Jin's face became more and more solemn. No, it was very ugly and said, it's the season. Season? In an instant, Deoxin and others could no longer remain calm, and took a breath of cold air. There are 2 things in Tangshan Dao that must be avoided. One of them is the breeding season. At this time, the big tribes will be extremely agitated and will seek mates in the world where they are. Desires will overwhelm reason. At this time, other tribes in the world will be driven out to avoid accidents and avoid wanton killings. In this way, the entire main road will be almost full of various ethnic groups, so dense that you can hardly see the end. You will be surrounded and unable to escape. Another thing is the season. Tangshan Road rarely has climate change, but it is not without, otherwise there will not be so many ethnic groups. In fact, it is because of the existence of seasons that Tangshan Road has so many and very strange ethnic groups. Here, it sometimes rains. The rain is green and very sour. How sour is it? It can melt flesh and blood. Sometimes it is windy. The wind is black and can be seen, but it is extremely evil. If you are caught by it, your soul will be affected. There will also be scenes of fire, thunder, metal, and soil. It can be said that there is nothing it can't rain, except what you can't imagine. There are sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The rain here is really rivers and mountains that just rush down from the sky. There is no doubt that these seasons are abnormal. Looking at the faintly red sky and the fact that most of the species that appeared were insects, Han Jin's face became ugly. Is this situation, this scene, going to rain blood and flesh? Undoubtedly, among the many problems, the season of raining blood and flesh, whether in terms of weirdness or danger, ranks first. Before Han Jin could speak, suddenly, a strong smell of blood poured directly into everyone's mouth. The smell was so strong that it seemed as if a piece of freshly cut, bloody flesh was stuffed into their mouths. What is this? Blood and flesh are going to rain on Tangshan Road. Everyone speed up and go to the first station. Everyone's face couldn't help but change slightly when they heard it. It was not only the strong bloody smell that permeated the space, but more importantly, the many species on the main road had changed their eyes and thoughts. They were affected by the bloody smell and showed a sense of madness. Even the strongest little monkey with a Tai myth couldn't help but change his face. This was bad, very bad, because it felt that there was a Tai realm being. The royal family of Tangshan Road. Chapter 539 Bloody Scene. Run. Run as fast as you can. More than 10 people in this abnormal red weather. The bloody smell around them became more and more dignified, and the consciousness of the creatures in Tangshan Road began to gradually become crazy and began to stir. Very suddenly, a light swept by, and the people subconsciously couldn't help but look sideways. Not far from the road, under the leaves, stood more than a dozen things that looked like people. They had no facial features, no clothes, and their bodies were dark black with stripes, circles, and rounds. The light around them was affected and distorted. On their bodies, there were disproportionately long imitation creatures with one big eye, 2 pairs of legs, and a tail. The light was ejected from these eyes, just shining on the road that Li Su and his group passed by, attracting their attention. It's the tree ring man, the evil eye reptile. Han Jin's face changed slightly. Everyone, don't look at the tree rings on the tree ring man. This tribe is extremely strange. They feed themselves by devouring the time of other creatures. The tree rings on their bodies have the effect of absorbing the lifespan of others. 1 ring is 100 years, and 10 rings are 1,000 years. Once you see it, your lifespan will be lost in an instant. In an instant, Deoxuan and others immediately changed their color and turned back. Even though Han Jin reminded them very quickly, many people still fell into the trap. Even Li Su felt the loss of his own years, because he saw the tree rings on the tree ring man. The speed was very fast. A long time was directly spent, and the flesh and blood instantly aged more than a few decades, losing almost the lifespan of an ordinary person. The next second, light shone from their bodies. It was a scripture, a chapter of their own enlightenment, which was activated in an instant, to fight against this strange and inexplicable attack method. Ao Kyung's body was covered with a phantom of a real dragon. Kong King had 5 colored lights shining, when Kong had thousands of Buddha lights. Eluozin was a golden pill, filled with fragrance. Gaohua and Taoism were both Buddhist, and Taoism and wind and fire intertwined. Chainmail and golden armor appeared on the little monkey's body, forming a miniature version of the Monkey King. There was also light on the bodies of Han Jin and the other women, and they intertwined with each other to form the central 5 palaces, transforming into the image of Zuan Wu. Zhang Yan, a giant figure appeared on his body, and the blood in his body rushed like a river, making a rumbling sound. As for Li Su, his breath was vibrating, and the lines of the 7 saints were ringing under his skin. But in the blink of an eye, the group passed through the territory of the Yearing people, leaving that strange race behind and disappearing. However, before they had time to catch their breath, they found themselves locked, and a knife light appeared and slashed at them. Looking down, they saw a lot of knives on the main road below, knives with hands and feet, and a heart in the center of the handle, beating. Clang, clang, clang. Every time it beat, it would make a loud sound, the blade would tremble slightly, and a blade light would be emitted. As soon as these blade lights appeared, they were all around Li Su and the others, ignoring the distance in space, and acting directly on their flesh and blood. The sound of the blade was not when the blade was chopped out, but when it hit and cut off the object. They were the flesh chopping tribe. As long as they found a flesh and blood creature, they would make a sound and cut off the opponent's flesh and blood until only bones were left. Not only that, Lee Su and the others also felt that there were densely packed thin lines all around them. Very thin, almost impossible to sense. They were light and directly entangled on their bodies. Then, the other end was approaching them at a rapid speed. Looking closely, you will find that it is a worm smaller than a grain of rice, and it is reeling in the line. This is the nematode tribe. This tribe has a unique way of hunting prey. It does not spin silk into a web, but sprays a stream of silk floating in the sky. Once a creature passes by, it will be entangled by the silk line, and then quickly rise up. This silk line is very light and very special. So light that even the immortal's consciousness can't sense it. By the time you realize it, there are already many entangled. Even Lee Su, who has the most sensitive consciousness, found that there were nearly dozens of nematodes entangled on his body when he found something wrong. As for the most, Ao Kyung and Zhang Yan were densely covered with them. There were probably tens of thousands of flying nematodes. Everyone's face changed. Although the nematodes were not big, the immortal's eyesight was amazing. They saw them clearly in an instant. Too ugly, too hideous. If it was magnified 10,000 times, it would definitely be in existence that you can't accept physiologically. The mouth is huge, full of sharp teeth. If it is bitten, it can form an effect like a meat grinder. Men can't help but feel their scalps numb, let alone women. Ao Kyung's pupils emitted an amazing cold light, and terrible freezing air sprayed from her body. She wanted to freeze the silk thread and freeze the worms to death. She couldn't bear it anymore, and took action directly. However, the cold current swept past, and neither the silk thread nor the nematodes themselves were affected. It just swept past without causing any substantial impact. Han Jin and the other women also moved, but they took out pieces of flesh and blood that had been prepared long ago, and threw them directly at the silk threads, entangled with themselves or the others. A strange scene appeared. The silk thread that Ao Kyung's freezing air could not touch immediately broke, and entangled with the flesh and blood that flew out. Don't fight them, they are the nematode tribe, and only flesh and blood can touch them, not Taoist magic. At the same time, the women threw out a talisman, which fell directly on everyone including Lee Su. The next second, a metallic luster formed on the surface of their skin, and the falling blade light directly cut on the layer of metal. After a clang, the heart of the meat-cutting tribe stopped beating, and quickly fell silent. Keep going. The chopping meat tribe is not interested in anything other than flesh and blood. Don't fight with these tribes. Go to the station before the flesh and blood comes down. Listening to Han Jin's words, everyone took a deep breath and accelerated directly, moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The 50,000-mile road, that would have taken several hours to complete, was compressed into less than a quarter of an hour by them, and they saw the station. It was very special, standing on the main road. There were many other races around it, but they all kept a certain distance from it, and did not approach it. That is the Dongshan tribe, which is equivalent to a small living world with a huge space inside. They are one of the few races willing to trade with the human race. They feed on the world. Although Tongshi and Ao will also have stars coming down, it is too rare. Before reaching a deal with the human race, they were almost hungry every day. Han Jin quickly introduced and took Lee Su and others to avoid the attacks of other races, and ran directly to the front of the Dongshan tribe. After throwing 12 broken small star crystals to the other party, he led the way and jumped into the other party's mouth. The people behind couldn't help but look at each other. It was undoubtedly a bit disgusting. When Han Jin threw out the crystal just now, it was also in the other party's mouth, and it was obvious that the other party was chewing and eating the crystal. Now they were asked to jump into his mouth, and they couldn't help but shudder. But there was not much hesitation. After all, after Han Jin, Zizuen and the others also jumped in directly without any hesitation. Lee Su naturally believed them, and jumped into the other party's mouth. As for whether the other party would go back on their words, he didn't care too much. Although the races encountered along the way were very strange, they did not give Lee Su a fatal threat. However, the annual ring people he met at the beginning surprised him a little. The other party actually absorbed a lot of time from him. Although it was only a moment, he cut off that kind of absorption through the 7 saints, but this power really surprised him. It stimulated the most difficult part of Lisu's 7 saints. It is immortal glory. The only thing that can compete with time is the power of eternity. Although some lifespans were lost, the supreme chapter itself was condensed. This is undoubtedly incredible. The improvement of the supreme chapter is very slow and difficult. Only after breaking through the realm, crossing a major stage, and involving another surface layer, will there be an improvement. Otherwise it is the opposite, improving oneself through the supreme. Interesting. I will ask Hangjin later to see if I can get the remains of the annual ring man, or just grab one, and take it away. After a moment of hesitation, Deoxuan and others finally gritted their teeth and jumped in. The main reason was that the scenery outside became more and more terrifying. A bloody curtain appeared on the sky, and the bloody smell around became more and more intense. The lungs seemed to be soaked in blood, and the mind was somewhat affected, and the killing intent was filled. After jumping into the mouth of the Cave Heaven clan, the next second, a group of people appeared directly in another world. It was a small town, and there were quite a few people in it. Judging from the attire, except for a small number of sect disciples, most of them were casual cultivators. The most obvious thing is that their eyes are very different. They are like knives. They are very alert to everything around them. Even if they are companions, they are at a certain distance from each other and will not let anyone get closer than 1 meter. These people are very strong. They have the breath of lone wolves and are quite dangerous. Of course, Deoxuan and his men are also very strong. They have been to terrible places and fought bloody battles. But there are still some differences, because even in danger, the former still have support deep in their hearts, so their breath is relatively stable, while the latter can only rely on themselves, so they are more fierce. Almost as soon as they saw Lisu and others, many people's eyes flashed, and they had thoughts. Not to mention the Tai realm, Lisu and others are obviously taken care of at first glance, and they are traveling like young masters. Especially Aokaiang and Khan King, not to mention their identities. The two are undoubtedly very beautiful, both in appearance and temperament. They are top notch. The former is like a snow lotus that cannot be desecrated, and the latter is like a peony that is unattainable. In an instant, many people had evil thoughts. Especially when Zhang Yan entered, this evil thought was instantly magnified 100 times. Foreign blood food. Unlike Kishan City, Lisu showed his extraordinariness. As a disciple of Jijio, although he had some ideas, he considered the gap between the two, and Zhang Yan stayed with Lisu most of the time, or with Hangjin and the others, so even if he had ideas, he would suppress them. Now that he is here, it is undoubtedly a place outside the law, and many people's eyes have become extremely presumptuous. Although it is said that what cultivators pursue most is strength, there are still great differences between men and women. There are very few female cultivators in the wild, almost 100 to 1. Unless they are born to grow up in this environment, or have no choice, most female cultivators will choose to join the sect, because in the wild, female cultivators must be stronger and able to crush others in order not to become vassals. Otherwise their fate is usually more miserable. What are you looking at? However, this time it is obviously a little different. That is, whether it is Khan King or Aokaiang, although they are beautiful and coveted, their personalities are undoubtedly on the side of the strong. Several people's evil eyes instantly angered the two of them, and murderous aura burst in their pupils. To be honest, they were in a bad mood. They came to Tangshi and Ao prepared, but after entering, they found that they were far from prepared. Fortunately, they met the Jijio Taoist halfway, otherwise they would definitely suffer a great loss on this trip, especially when they were entangled by nematodes. The two women were rescued by Hangjin, and their mood became worse for a while. Of course, they were not angry that they needed to be rescued, but they hated themselves for not being able to do it. The pride of the two women was in their bones, and they would do their best. They were already full of anger, but when they came in, they were immediately stared at with eyes that they had never seen before. The anger in their hearts could not be suppressed, and broke out on the spot. Ha. After hearing this, the few people with more presumptuous eyes smiled coldly, and turned around directly. They were in the Tai realm, so they would not bother with you for now. Don't be alone. When you are alone, you will know what I'm looking at. They turned around and prepared to leave. The other party was accompanied by a strong man in the Tai realm, and they didn't want to die. As the Xianjiao of their own clan, and even above the myth, facing the obscure eyes of those people, looking up and down unscrupulously, Ao Kaiang and Khan King exploded on the spot. The terrible freezing air and the 5-color divine light burst directly from the two of them. In an instant, Deoxuan and the others' faces changed drastically, and they retreated far away. Li Su also touched his nose and quickly retreated. There is no doubt that the people here are very strong. Very strong. This kind of lone wolf nature makes them very dangerous. But that is only relative. For the Xianjiao of ordinary sects, they are very good, and even make Li Su and others above the myth feel a little threatened. But they are still just ordinary celestial beings. Most of them are 9 fires, and a few are 10 fires. Facing Ao Kaiang and Khan King, who are celestial myths, the gap is not just killing intent, skills, and fearlessness. In an instant, the immortal-powered tsunami exploded. The two women were above the heavenly palace. The vast stars descended. The real dragon, the peacock phantom covered the sky, like the bright lights in the night sky, and the bodies of the Dongshan clan were all ignited. In an instant, the faces of many cultivators in the town changed directly, and their pupils widened directly. Damn, is this a myth of a celestial being? The faces of the few people targeted by Ao Kaiang and the others were even more horrified, and their scalps exploded directly. Without even thinking about it, they turned around and ran away. They thought that a group of young masters who wanted to experience life had come, but it turned out to be a group of dragons crossing the river beyond their imagination, and the most terrible thing was that they took the initiative to provoke them. There are not many rules in Tangshandao, and the first one is not to provoke people who are stronger than you. They ran very fast, but Ao Kaiang and Khan King chased them fast, caught them directly, and beat them to death on the spot without any hesitation. The 9 fire and 10 fire celestial beings really had little power to resist the myth of a celestial being, just like a father beating his son. The two women let out a long breath, completely comfortable, and the depression in their hearts dissipated directly. Returning to the team, the two glanced at Hangjin, and they remembered the favor of helping. Hangjin smiled and said nothing. He turned to look at Li Su and said, "Your Highness, the season of Tangshan Road is rare, especially now. If you are willing to pay for the star crystal fragments, you can also see the scenery outside." Li Su was immediately interested and nodded directly. He was also a little curious about this season. That made them extremely embarrassed. What the real scene looked like. As for Ao Kaiang and Khan King killing people, he didn't care. In fact, even if they didn't do it, Li Su would do it. Many people were interested in Zhang Yan's idea, and even the Tai realm in the town was ready to move and needed to be deterred. But this time Li Su didn't pay. Deoxin and others paid. After all, the tickets were given by Hangjin. Obviously, whether Khan King and others killed people or Li Su and others didn't care, their interest was directly attracted by Hangjin's words. As the transaction was made, the sky above Li Su and others soon changed, and they could directly see the scenery outside Tangshan Road. At this moment, the outside was already blood red, shocking. Blood and flesh, really blood and flesh. Above the sky, countless limbs and fragments fell one by one, including hands, feet, torsos, and internal organs, as if countless creatures were chopped up and fell down. The scene was too terrifying and shocking. Not only that, there were huge figures standing on the sky. They were all extremely huge, and there were suffocating Taoist patterns flowing on their bodies. These figures were of different shapes. Some were kneeling, with their limbs locked by huge chains. Their heads were gone, cut off by sharp weapons, and blood flowed from their necks, forming a huge waterfall. Some were only half left, with their internal organs exposed, and their intestines fell from the high sky and fell into the huge abyss. There were real dragons that were broken into several sections. There were big pengs whose wings were cut off. There were huge officials made of heads, and each head was bigger than a stadium. There were also creatures whose spines were torn off and hung in the sky, placed there in rows. Of course, there were not only mythical creatures, but also terrible monsters, full of demonic and evil nature, and corpses. There were octopus-like creatures, with tentacles thousands of miles long. They were smashed, and tentacles were nailed to the sky, bleeding. There were huge insects, cut in half, with flames burning on their bodies like the sun, which lasted for a long time. There were large black shadows pierced by nails, their trunks were cut open, and their internal organs kept flowing out. It was really. For a while, Lisu and others couldn't help but stare in amazement, shocked by the scene outside, and trembling in their hearts. This picture. Daeok said and swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but say, is it true? He saw that the bodies of the creatures inside had terrible Dao patterns flowing, which nurtured the highest, were penetrated by the Dao, and had eternal marks of glory, so they were not dead, and were still alive. The scene in the sky is just a reflection. The place where it happened is not here. Saints once came to collect the flesh and blood that fell down and conducted research. The conclusion they came to was that these flesh and blood did not belong to the present. The cause and effect in the flesh and blood had long been destroyed. It was the flowing history that was sent from the past. The only guess is that this scene might be related to the ancient destruction. For a moment, everyone was amazed. There were thousands of words gathered in their hearts, but they couldn't spit out a word. Some were just horrified. This scene was too tragic. Eternal life was like ants, with corpses all over the ground, being killed at will. You must know that each of the beings in the scene is far superior to them, with extremely high realms and terrible strength. What happened in the ancient times? It would form such a tragic scene. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Separation. Those two bitches, didn't they just take one more look? They actually killed Demoya and the others. They look like that, don't they just want to attract attention? Tusos. In a room in the town. It was sealed with a formation, and there were many people sitting inside, with gloomy expressions and eyes like jackals. These people had a strong aura, and were all in the Tai realm. They were all casual cultivators. They had committed crimes outside, and offended the sect. They had no choice, but to run to such a place to survive. Because they dared to fight, and were cruel and ruthless, they got the opportunity here, and broke through in one fell swoop. Although they broke through the realm, this group of people did not leave here, but chose to stay, and did not leave. Here, although there are not many people under control, they are undoubtedly in the leading position. They don't need to look at other people's eyes when doing anything, and the wanted notices on their backs are obviously not enough to achieve the Tai realm. On the contrary, if they go out, once those guys know about it, I'm afraid they will try every means to kill them when they return. At this moment, they were sitting, while the three Tai who were wearing the sect's clothes and had backgrounds were kneeling not far away, with numb and spiritless expressions, as if they were controlled. Leohedi, what do you think about this matter? They are the fierce dragons crossing the river. In their eyes, we are no different from ants. As long as they have the idea, they can kill us at will. A man who was all black and surrounded by a foreign substance smiled and said, the guards are all Tai of the 10 fire limit. With this treatment, I'm afraid that even the Taoist disciples of the upper domain don't have it. They are probably disciples of the great sect. These young masters and young ladies are all proud and no one dares to provoke them. They are not afraid of anything. After all, someone is cleaning their asses. Want to take action? Leohedi, a mythical celestial being, is also the core of the great sect. He has an extraordinary status and a backer, and will attract the Dalo realm. What's the core? Is it great to have a backer? This is Tang Shandao. Someone spoke angrily. This is not the outside world, not a place where the great sect is rampant. Tang Shandao, because of its unique environment and special materials, is undoubtedly a treasure land. The great sect also wanted to occupy it. After all, it is rich in resources. What was the result? It lasted less than 100 years and then retreated. The cost was too high, far less than the price of directly purchasing outside. This place has been eroded by foreign matter for many years. If you stay here for a long time, your body will have more or less problems, and this kind of degeneration is permanent and irreversible. For example, the group of people present at this moment are like this. The person called Leo, he has skin alienation, and some have eyes, some have tongues, and some have internal organs and other important organs. This kind of degeneration is very troublesome, equivalent to half a foot in the curse and the coffin, that will never go beyond. What awaits them is not certain death, but a life worse than death. Of course, there are disadvantages, and there are naturally advantages. For example, ability. Because they have been here for a long time, they found that, although their organs have been alienated, they have also gained the same abilities as the residents here. For example, Leo he got the power similar to the Shadow Clan, and can lurk in the shadows. However, he could not be as free as the Shadow Clan, but he could also appear in the light. There is no doubt that the other people present had this situation, and it continued for many years. The degenerate part had begun to infect other places. Although this kind of degeneration was dragging them into the abyss step by step, it also made them more powerful at the same time. Being able to achieve the Tai realm has a lot to do with this. This change itself is extremely terrifying. It breeds great power and a completely different avenue. The more it absorbs, the higher the mastery of that avenue will be. This is a big secret that the permanent residents living in Tangshandeo will know only after their organs have completely undergone an alienation. Even the retreating great sects did not know it. If they knew it, they would probably avoid it. After all, this is equivalent to an evil method, a side door. Yes, above the myth. I'm really curious, how powerful is it? Is it really that magical? Once it is achieved, it must be invincible? Compared with the evil transformation of the celestial immortals we have mastered. As one of them spoke, the room was quiet in an instant, and everyone's eyes flickered. Above the myth, there are gods on the other side. In the myth world, everyone knows about it. But in fact, there is another way in the myth world, which is completely different from the myth world, but it is equally powerful and terrifying. That is evil transformation. In the myth world, extraordinary substances are abundant, and evil substances are also abundant. Absorbing extraordinary substances can achieve myths, and there is no reason that the same evil substances cannot achieve evil transformation. Of course there is, and it is circulated among casual cultivators. Not only in Tangshandeo, but also in many dangerous areas, people have tried it. After all, above the myth is a talent, but you can't break it no matter what. Evil transformation is different. As long as you absorb evil substances, it will be infused, and the power will be obtained much faster than normal practice. The only disadvantage is that, if it exceeds the amount, although you can obtain powerful power, your own thoughts will be covered, lose humanity, and become part of evil transformation. Maybe someone will ask, how can such a dangerous thing be done? Yes, of course. Because in this world, having no power is the greatest original sin, and you will be constantly exploited and oppressed, and eventually the oil in your bones will be dried up and turned into ashes. Therefore, the full name of Zihur is Zihur Abyss. The so-called myth is upward, and the evil is downward. You go to transcendence, and I go to sink. Originally, Leo Hei and others were still a little hesitant about taking action. After all, Lisu's team is a bit large. There are 5 Tai peaks, and there is another one who is not at the peak, but it gives them a monkey that is more terrifying than the 5 peaks. It is not cheap to take action against them, and there may even be a situation where the bamboo basket is empty. After all, such superficial disciples have many ways to save their lives. Therefore, unless the benefits are so great that they can't care about everything, they will not take action easily, and there will be a lot of trouble in the future. But now it is different. They took action first, and killed their own people. You are the king outside, and I'm the king inside. We are all irrelevant. It is not impossible to let them go. But you are here, and you killed someone, just because you looked at you twice? Haha, do you think this is the outside? Is it the upper domain, where everyone needs to look at your face? The middle domain? Don't I want face? Yes, face. For people who are in Tangshandeo, face is more important than anything else, even more important than some benefits. Why? Of course, it is the people who can run here to mix, just every simple one, and there is no so-called good person. There are people who can't afford to offend, and there are people who can't do it. Here, it is not enough to have ability, and it is not enough to be strong. You have to be ruthless, fierce, and cruel. Moreover, this kind of ruthlessness, fierceness, and cruelty is not only to others, but also to yourself. The so-called desperate people are like this. Half a foot has stepped into the coffin, and they take things related to themselves more seriously than anything else. Not to mention, that they themselves are very evil. When they were in the realm of heavenly immortals, they directly turned a certain organ into evil, so they gained power, and broke through the border. This added tyranny and madness to their extremely fierce character. Because of their strong strength and high status, they dare not fart. Such thoughts must not appear here. Once such thinking appears, the few people present are not far away from death, because there will be crazier and more reckless people than them, because you put the upper limit in front of them, which is essentially a manifestation of cowardice for the people here. Their positions were not too high, they were just the leaders of a site, but they were also leaders with great power. They could enjoy the resources of the 5th floor, which used this site as a resting place. The harvest of people coming in and out of the 5th floor belonged to them. Therefore, face was extremely important to them. It was even more important than their own lives. After all, if they lost their lives, they would die. It didn't matter. But if they lost their face, the process would be very difficult. They would feel very uncomfortable for a long time until they died. Their eyes became more and more ferocious, and the taste of tyranny became more and more intense. Although they didn't speak, they had obviously made a decision. Anyway, they would not live long anyway. These Ta'i and these celestial beings should be very glorious, right? Their future was bright and unlimited, right? If they died here and were tortured by themselves, wouldn't it be like cutting off their future? Thinking about it, the faces of several people began to turn red. Not only did they not feel that their behavior was crazy, but they had an excitement and stimulation that was difficult to conceal. It is said that the arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. People who live in places like Tangxi and Ao, their way of thinking is undoubtedly very different from normal people. If they don't light a fire, it's nothing. Once they light a fire, they are actually no different from the creatures in Tangxi and Ao. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It seems that this bloody rainy season will last for quite a while. Although the scene was shocking, it gradually calmed down after watching it for a long time. Looking at the scene of bloody rain without any cessation, Lee Su couldn't help but say. Han Jin explained, the fastest will be tomorrow, and if it's slow, it may be 2 or 3 days. Of course it won't exceed 5 days. Your Highness, do you want to rest? Lee Su shook his head. No, at least I spent money. Take a look. By the way, Han Jin, set up the formation. Preferably a killing formation. I guess there will be a lot of trouble next. Trouble? Han Jin was stunned. Lee Sudao couldn't say how much he knew about human nature, but he still had a certain understanding of crazy criticism. The people here obviously have evil thoughts, and their souls are seriously polluted, and they can never be measured by common sense. Perhaps when Aokayang and the others exploded, many people were shocked and showed a look of fear, but you would think too much of them as people outside. These people are fundamentally different from the people living in Kishan City. Their concerns are completely different from those of normal people. If nothing happened, it would be fine. Otherwise, this group of crazy people is actually no different from those races outside who cannot communicate, and they are even more difficult to deal with. After all, this is their territory. The phrase a fierce dragon crossing the river often fails, and it becomes a strong dragon that cannot suppress a local snake. Lee Sule had prepared before, but that method was ultimately used to deal with the problem on Shen Shen's side. If it is possible here, he does not want to use it. Although he does not think that this place can threaten him. After all, there is a treasure to suppress it. Others should have it, but I don't know to what extent it can reach. It's better to take precautions in advance to avoid problems. Han Jin thought for a while and was a little surprised. Is His Highness talking about those people? Impossible? In addition to showing their strong strength, the actions of Aokayang and the 2 women more importantly show that you can't afford to provoke them. Most of the immortal myths are from the big sects. Who dares to provoke them under normal circumstances? However, Han Jin nodded and arranged Zizuan and the others to prepare and set up the formation to prevent accidents. Seeing Han Jin and the others' actions, Dao Zuan and the others were also startled, because the formations set up by the women were not just warning formations and formations with certain defenses, but killing formations. Once they broke in, they would be activated and kill the target directly. This kind of formation arrangement would not only consume time, but also consume a lot of resources. The formation could not appear out of thin air and have the effect of killing people. Instead, a large amount of materials had to be consumed to fill it and activated with various formation devices. From the moment it was set up, a large amount of materials would be consumed. Although the consumption could be reduced by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth later, this itself, undoubtedly, this would be very expensive. Junior brother, what are you doing? Dao Zuan couldn't help but speak, and when Kang and the others also looked over, they were just staying for a while, and the people present had good self-protection capabilities. Although there were several Tai realms in this station, in fact, their total combat power was stronger. There was no need to do this at all. If they really dared to do it, they would definitely not be the ones who were unlucky. And when necessary, they can also ask the master to come. Lee Su glanced at the few people and smiled. It's just that it's better to be prepared. Although they are called Chai and Jiao, this group of people are still just flowers in a greenhouse. Under the protection of the big sect, they are unconsciously like the guy who ran to Jiao to show off. They can't see themselves clearly. Indeed, if it were just the people here, the trouble would not be big and they would be stronger. But what if it weren't? It is true that you have protection and you can even invite the Dalo realm, but that is based on the fact that the other party has the Dalo realm and disregards the rules to act, right? Besides, Lee Su has personally encountered 2 attacks before and after the means of transmission, and it is obvious that the reinforcement only appeared after he escaped. Seeing Lee Su say this, several people looked at each other and didn't say anything. It's better to be careful, although it's a bit wasteful. I don't think that group of casual cultivators have the courage. And there are many people from the central domain sects here. Unlike casual cultivators, they should be very clear about the meaning of the disciples of the big sect. However, Dao Xuan suddenly remembered that Lee Su had been attacked twice in less than a year. He looked at Gao Hua and the others and said nothing. It is understandable. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Although it will be a waste, at least it is safe, right? Ao Kyang and Khan King, who were not far away, also glanced at Lee Su. The 2 women smiled. They didn't think anyone would dare to attack him so boldly. Even if they did, they were not afraid. For the myths, killing Tai has never been a difficult task. In the eyes of the 2 women, if all the people here came together, they could kill them all at once. Time passed by little. Everyone didn't talk. They sat aside and closed their eyes to rest. Only Lee Su was still looking at the blood rain falling from the sky. No, it should be said that the scene of the monster, was inexplicable, and occasionally there was a golden light flowing in it. He was not only watching, but also using the Tao to analyze it. It rained for a long time, 2 nights and 1 day. Finally, at the dawn of the 2nd day, although the Tangshan road was still blood red and ominous, the blood rain stopped, and the scene on the sky disappeared. We should be able to continue on our way today. Han Jin couldn't help but let out a breath and relaxed a lot. This time, it was really a lot of time. It wasn't that the blood rain lasted too long, but the killing array consumed a lot of energy. Although they were in the cave, this was not the hinterland, and there was not much spiritual energy. They basically relied on the supplies they brought with them to replenish it. If it continued, Han Jin was ready for them to sit directly in the center of the array to avoid more waste. Thinking of this, Han Jin was ready to find Lee Su and ask if they should contact the killing array. After all, Dao Xuan and the others couldn't move around in the killing array. Normally, they might not care and could sit still for a long time, but the atmosphere here was too ominous, and the air was filled with evil. In addition to the killing array, it was obvious that their emotions were a little fluctuating. Click, click. At this moment, the space suddenly cracked. This split was very strange, forming several faults. Lee Su, Dao Xuan and the others were each in a fault. Han Jin and the other women who set up the killing array were in one array, and Zhang Yan was also separated. With a slight frown, Lee Su stretched out his hand and slashed on the spot. He did not break through the space, but cut open the position where Zhang Yan was and grabbed her. At this moment, the killing array around Hang Jin and the others was also activated, covering the 5 women directly. That group of casual cultivators, do they really dare to take action? At this moment, Deoxuan and the others looked very ugly. They did not expect that the group of casual cultivators actually took action, and the means were a bit abnormal. It was not the ability of cultivators, but more like the ability of the species in Tangshan Dao. The next second, the space they were in was shaking violently, and they were leaving this space and heading towards another world. In an instant, a gaze from the opposite side swept over and locked them directly. The height of the breath was not very amazing, but the number was very terrifying, far beyond imagination. What is this? Open the door for them and send them to the world where the leaves, where the group of creatures live? In a trance, the scenery changed drastically. Coming back to his senses, Lee Su found himself standing in a valley, surrounded by plants and trees, human-shaped plants, with limbs as leaves and trunks as roots. The moment they saw Lee Su, the plants shook, rolled up directly, forming a terrible wave, smashing down on him. The leaves of these plants were all serrated, glowing, forming a force that could tear everything apart. Once hit by it, it was not as simple as being crushed to pieces, but directly leaving no trace. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, he swept the area of 10,000 miles. Lee Su found that the whole world was full of this strange life. They were rolling, forming an endless tsunami, roaring towards his location. A sea of people. Are they planning to consume them? Will they end up after their Qi and Kang are exhausted? Lee Su frowned, and a hint of murderous intent spit out from his pupils. He was not worried about Deoxuan and the others. As they were above myths, their magic power would undoubtedly be very high, but it was different for Hang Jin and the others. Although they were Tai, they were not myths after all. Flames rose from the heavenly palace, and the flames formed a tsunami. Boom. 21 layers of stars emerged, directly forming an endless and terrifying tsunami of immortal power, rushing out. It was power, but also will. With Lee Su's instantaneous explosion, a terrifying pressure like Mount Tay fell, exploding with him as the center. In an instant, tens of millions of plants and trees were evaporated by Lee Su's aura, and billions of plants and trees had their wills shattered by him. The area within a radius of thousands of miles was directly flattened by Lee Su's power. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su raised one hand and chopped it out with one palm. Boom. With a loud bang, the vast and boundless sky could not bear it, and was broken apart by his palm, forming an extremely huge and terrifying chasm. There was a storm sweeping across the space, and there were streams of fire transformed from shattered stars. Lee Su raised his hand and grabbed the extremely violent energy in the void, and said lightly, "Lord of this world, come out." Chapter 541. Like a devil, like a god. Facing Lee Su's outburst, the plants and trees were not afraid. Countless plants and trees gathered frantically from all directions. They quickly combined and connected their bodies, forming a huge light group inside, expanding like nerves, and directly formed a 1,000-foot giant. He let out a terrifying roar, and his arms hundreds of feet long were swung up, smashing towards Lee Su. The space was shaking, and the endless sawtooth on the fist emitted light. Everything in the air was cut off, and the Dao rhyme was affected. Lee Su's face turned cold, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't expect to subdue the other party through coercion, after all, the creatures in Tangshan Dao were deeply affected by evil spirits, and had a certain amount of wisdom, but they were completely irrational. If possible, he didn't want to make too much trouble, and it would be best to solve it by shock. Now it seems that, as Hang Jin said, if you want to make the tribes here fear and obey, you either have to become their natural enemies and fear him instinctively, or kill them all. If they die, they will naturally be unable to resist. Obviously, the latter is probably much simpler than the former. Without hesitation, Lee Su released his hand that was controlling the shattered space, allowing the terrible energy in it to pour out. The shattered fragments of the void suddenly fell like a skyfire, and the terrible power could tear all matter apart and cause it to collapse. The 1,000-foot giant shook wildly, and his body was cut apart on the spot. Most of his body was directly covered by the sky fire, and most of the nerves densely filled with terrible energy fluctuations were broken. The fist that flew over like a mountain was directly torn apart, and billions of tribes were chopped into ashes. The grass and wood creatures let out bursts of shrill wails, and its body was not only cut open, but also being worn away. The severe pain made it twisted, and made it even more crazy. There was a special light flashing in the huge body, gold, silver, and white. That was the light of the tribe, representing the three classes of the grass and wood tribe, the royal family, the nobles, and the common people. They gathered in groups. Although Lisu killed billions of them in an instant, there were still more and more mountains, rivers, and oceans formed by the gathering of plants and trees, which continued to surge and gather towards the giants and kill Lisu. They were fearless and fearless. There was no fear in their minds. The killing intent formed a red light, dyeing the world bloody. Lisu took a breath, and his eyes became colder. At this moment, his eyebrows glowed, and the heavenly palace in his sea of consciousness shook violently. One of the 9 halls, the Shanking Hall, began to emit light, and the countless divine swords forged by Lisu resonated inside, drawing the world's #1 killing power from the depths of the heavenly palace. The sword intent of the 4 swords of Zhu Zun. Clang. With a light sound, the sword drawed for thousands of miles. A sword wheel rushed out from Lisu's eyebrows, emitting a brilliant light. The supreme chapters and scriptures of the saints appeared inside, directly penetrating the world, forming an extremely amazing scene, changing the rules between heaven and earth. All matter was absorbed by the supreme, and turned into the source of sword intent. In an instant, the sword wheel glowed, and a vast rain of swords was sprayed out. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of swords. The sky darkened. All the light was extinguished. All matter was attacked at this moment, cut open by the sword, and split by the sword. This attack involved the avenue, and penetrated the atomic surface. All things with a structure higher than atoms would be slashed, cut, and split by it. The sky, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, no, even the space, were covered and penetrated by Lisu's sword intent. Wherever his eyes looked, everything was slashed, annihilated, and turned into nothingness. The grass and trees were shattered. The giants that were still forming were instantly destroyed by Lisu's sword light, and everything that formed them, their bodies, energy, and will were melted by the sword intent. One thought, one sword. It was a vast and mighty force close to the power of 80 worlds, enough to shatter a smaller star. This was not an attack that a celestial being could launch. It was already Tei, and it was far beyond the limit of the 10 fire Tei. Facing such power, only Tei mythology could possibly escape. The entire world was evaporated. Hundreds of millions of cubic meters of soil were directly destroyed, and the structure that made them up was completely destroyed. This was the sword of killing, and even more, so the sword of extinction. The world itself was changing at this moment, because of the influence of the sword intent. All matter was filled and infected by the sword intent. This was terrible, which meant that in the countless years to come, as long as Lisu's sword intent was not extinguished, it would be difficult for new creatures to appear in this world, or it could be said that creatures related to the sword would appear directly. Facing this terrifying blow, the grass and wood clan was undoubtedly catastrophically destroyed. The grass and wood on the 9th floor, probably hundreds of billions, were swept away by Lisu's sword. However, some still survived. Their bodies were glowing with gold and silver, a small number of nobles, and even fewer royal families. It seemed that at the moment when the sword light covered them, they realized something. They intertwined together, twisted their own structure, changed the concept of existence, jumped from real matter to another level, and became an existence that was clearly visible to the naked eye, but could not be actually touched. At this moment, they finally had a little panic in their emotions. The destruction of the population activated the picture hidden deep in their instincts. It was before the ancient times. There were several strange individuals, with a large number, which almost ate them up and exterminated them. Lisu's sword was almost imprinted on their instincts, forming a new picture. After a moment of shaking and trembling, especially when they found that their form had changed and the other party could not touch them, the remaining royal family, nobles, and plants quickly stabilized. At the same time, there was a terrible anger brewing and breeding. As the masters of a world, they could not accept any provocation. All flesh and blood creatures, material creatures, could only be used as fertilizer here, turned into dung, and provided for them to absorb and grow. Losing a large force is undoubtedly equivalent to the fall of the plant clan, but they are still there, so it is not a problem to develop. Therefore, what needs to be done now is to kill this damned individual life, and make him their blood food. With a sharp howl, the only remaining grass and wood clan once again pounced on Lee Su. This time, it was completely different from before. Even though the naked eye could see it, the spiritual consciousness could not capture it. The only thing that could be felt was that there was a malicious attack constantly approaching his origin, and it was about to involve the depths of his soul. This trick was not originally from the grass and wood clan. It was obtained by chance from the flesh and blood that fell from the sky. This attack is strange and unpredictable. It can ignore defense and spatial distance and directly attack its origin. This time, the serrated blade of the grass and wood clan finally fell on Lee Su, avoiding his flesh and blood and directly cutting into his soul. Die. The royal grass and wood let out a shrill roar, because it paid too high a price, except for itself and a small number of nobles, all died. This can be said to be a catastrophe for the grass and wood clan. It is unknown how long it will take to restore such a scene. This thing is very powerful, and I only hope that, after devouring its flesh and blood, I can be promoted and make up for this loss. Undoubtedly, in terms of thinking ability, the royal family is very high and almost has a relatively complete consciousness. If it is not partially affected by evil spirits and unable to maintain normal rationality, this kind of life will be quite terrible. The falling sawtooth spewed out sparks, and the soul, that should have been easily cut like a piece of paper, actually blocked its cutting. Because of the attack, a terrible scene flowed on it. It was a combination of words, a pattern, surrounded by extremely terrible power. Each one was extremely amazing, making the grass and wood royal family tremble, but there were 7 on the other party's soul. In a moment of contact, its mind was pierced on the spot, and its thinking was frozen by the terrible avenue. It could not maintain its consciousness, and was about to collapse. At this moment, the royal grass and wood finally trembled, feared, and terrified. The 7 avenues are full of destructive power, and each one can stimulate the deepest shadow of its instinct, making the unseen pictures written in the depths of its heart multiple. The evil nature was dug out under the shadow of death, and rationality returned. Escape, run. Give up everything, give up everything. The world doesn't want it anymore. At this moment, the instinct for survival finally regarded Lee Su as a natural enemy that should not be provoked, just like the creature that almost exterminated them before the ancient times. The next second, the royal family froze. Its consciousness could not move, and a huge suction force came from under it, pulling it. It couldn't help but lower its head, and then the royal family's grass and trees were shocked. There was a huge palace there, sinking in the abyss, standing on endless corpses, and hundreds of millions of souls were imprisoned in it. Hell, Hades. 4 words inexplicably appeared in its mind. A hand appeared, grabbed them, and pulled them down. The next second, the only remaining part of the royal family, nobles, and grass and trees hiding in another layer fell out. That was a corpse, whose soul was no longer there, only a shell was left. The last attack launched by the grass and trees was very special and beyond imagination. It involved the spiritual layer, transcending the material. Although it is a powerful means, it is obvious that this attack, although mysterious and powerful, is not suitable for them, because their thinking is too weak, and the tribe has been reduced too much. In this case, the consciousness turned into a knife, and slashed at Lee Su, who has the highest chapter of the soul. Of course, without this method, it would have been wiped out by Lee Su's sword before. After all, the gap between the two is too big. If there is a little reason, it will not drive out such a thing. Reaching out, restraining the remaining corpses of the grass and wood clan, especially the corpses of the royal family, was directly grabbed by Lee Su and pulled close. He shook his immortal power, and the roots of the other party's torso trembled, and a glowing fragment appeared. The leaves of Jian Mu are equivalent to a world. The master of the world will obtain the key to control this world, and can enter and exit freely, and whether to allow people to enter and exit. This is also the reason why Lee Su asked the master of this world to come out the moment he entered this world. Although he can also break the space barrier directly through the Pangu banner and go out from here. But it will be very troublesome to return to the original position. The fluctuations outside this world are extremely chaotic. Although the leaves are on Jianmu and located in the mythical world, the world inside is actually not in the original place. After grasping the fragments of the world and collecting the remaining corpses of plants and trees, Li Su thought and directly opened the door to go out with the key that appeared. Turning his head, he threw the key to Zhang Yan beside him. I have killed all the creatures in this world. Although there are some left, they dare not come here because of my sword intent. You stay here first, and I will go to save people. After saying that, he jumped up and rushed out of the door. At this moment, Zhang Yan stood there in a daze after catching the key. Too fast, too fast. There were only 2 moves in total, one to cut through the space, and one to turn the sword wheel into the sea. It took less than a minute in total. In just a few words, the overlord of a huge world with a population of hundreds of millions of creatures was swept away by this man. Although when he was in Huaguo Mountain, Zhang Yan realized the power and terror of the man in front of him. Even in the myth world, he is probably one of the top geniuses. As long as he has enough years of experience, he will become an unparalleled strong man sooner or later, enter the realm of Daluo, or even the legendary realm of saints. But, that is sooner or later, in the future. Not now. Looking at the desolate world, looking at the world covered by sword intent, Zhang Yang couldn't help but tremble. Is this something that a cultivator in the realm of heaven can do? Asterisk 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 outside, the blood color is still there at this moment, and it has not completely dispersed. There is chaos in Tongxi and Ao, and countless species gather to compete for blood food. Li Su didn't delay for too long, only 10 minutes at most. He jumped out directly. Then, he was stared at by countless eyes, and terrible malice spread out. Li Su was in no mood to care, because the longer he delayed, the more dangerous the situation of Han Jin and others would be. When he was teleported, he felt that the world where the women were sent was very dangerous. It was probably because the formation they arranged made the people who attacked feel threatened. Although it was not a myth, they were given super high treatment. The heavenly palace shook, and a huge Buddha light burst out instantly, with an infinite diameter of light covering the surroundings. This is a Buddha's intention, the intention of light. Like fire, it instantly ignited this bloody area, and the light illuminated 100 miles of land. In an instant, the thick evil spirit was ignited by Li Su's light, and the population in the evil spirit was directly burned. A series of wails sounded, and the surrounding population retreated rapidly. This power was incompatible with them, and it was extremely targeted. It not only consumed their evil spirits, but also purified their souls. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of corpses were left around Li Su. There were all kinds of them, and they died peacefully. Their souls were completely purified and evaporated. Ignoring the population retreating in fear, Li Su's mind rippled and opened, looking for the safe area he had entered before, the location of the Dongshan clan. He wanted to go in again, find the scattered cultivators inside, and ask where Han Jin and the others were sent. In a moment, Li Su locked the target and flew directly over. The leaf world he was sent into was not far from the other side, less than 1,000 miles away. He walked very fast, and in the blink of an eye he could see the Dongshan clan. Suddenly, a figure appeared, without facial features, naked, with strange patterns on his body. The moment he entered Li Su's sight, his lifespan was rapidly fading, and being absorbed by the other party. It was the annual ring man. It came over, and blocked in front of Li Su, trying to suck out his ears and shadows. Not only that, there were silk threads all over the atmosphere, and there were countless nematodes the size of rice grains. They spit out silk into a web, covering Li Su's flesh and blood, and along the silk threads, they rushed directly towards him. There were also dozens of strange and huge one-eyed creatures. They opened their eyes wide and reflected Li Su's figure in their pupils, and there was a terrible red light diffused, melting his body. There was also a meat-cutting knife, which flew over quickly, and the heart on the handle kept beating, forming a terrible knife light, slashing towards Li Su. This is an encirclement and suppression, but also a declaration. At this time of blood, the masters of Tong Shandao are them. Outsiders will all become blood food and be devoured by them. Li Su took a breath. After the battle with the Grass and Wood clan, he no longer had the idea of chatting with these guys. There is only one best way to deal with these crazy guys: kill them all. Li Su's body shook and sword light spurted out of his body. The sword intent did not burst out, but disappeared directly. It appeared in the gaze of hundreds of huge evil eyes not far away, and was reflected together with Li Su's body. The next second, the terrible sword light exploded, directly chopping the huge and evil eyes into pieces. The flesh and blood trembled, and golden flames ignited where the silk threads were entangled. That was the fire of life and the flame of consciousness. In an instant, the untouchable silk thread was burned off, and the flames went up along the silk thread, forming a golden sea of fire. Countless nematodes were directly covered and eaten alive by the burning flames. One step forward, Li Su walked directly in front of the annual ring man, and the color of glass burst out in his pupils. Vajradharma, a world in a grain of sand, was manifested by him. A grain of golden sand appeared, directly capturing the figure of the annual ring man, projecting it and absorbing it, making its body appear directly in the eyes of all the living beings in that world. In an instant, billions of time surged out and were absorbed by the annual ring man. The time of the microorganisms of the entire world was obtained by it. Too much, too much. This amount of time obviously exceeded the amount that the annual ring man could bear. Cracks appeared directly on his body, and the flowing strange annual rings could not operate due to overload. Its strange properties were forced to stagnate. Extending his palm, Li Su grabbed the crown of the annual ring man and directly pulled his head off his neck. The dark blood splashed, and the annual ring man, who was quite unsolvable in the first half of Tangshan Road, was directly killed by Li Su. After putting away the head, Li Su lowered his head and looked into his eyes. The shadow had creatures moving inside, changing the shape of Li Su's shadow, and changing the shape of Li Su's body through the change of the shadow shape. That was the ability of the Shadow Clan, which was very scary. However, the shadow that entered this time was very difficult to move. Li Su's shadow was like an unparalleled huge planet. Every movement required tremendous strength and was extremely strenuous. As the thought moved, Li Su's pupils turned black and white, and the yin and yang energy fell. As the Supreme continued to advance, the field of yin and yang energy became more and more profound. The yin and yang power of the Taking Saint was not two forces, but two sides. Everything has two sides. Living and dying. Existing and nothingness. Hard and weak. Strong and small. His pupils turned like a spiral, and the yin and yang energy on his body twisted directly. Immediately, the shadow that was originally in the depths of the shadow and in nothingness was forcibly reflected by Li Su and fell into reality. The king in the shadow, in the moment he came to reality, suddenly lost his invincible aura. Li Su stepped down and chopped it directly into mincemeat. Raising his hand with a chopping palm, Li Su tore the void and shattered the body of the meat chopping clan, who was constantly attacking from a few miles away. He opened his mouth and spit out a ripple, which swayed and rushed up, spraying the ghost soul floating above his head out of his body, hooking it and pulling it closer to the abyss under his feet. Kill. Standing on the Tangshan Road, Li Su raised his hands and feet, and terrible means continued to explode. The Seven Saints Supreme art burst out with a terrifying brilliance at this moment. The strongest species in the first half of Tangshan Dao were like ants in his hands. They were suppressed, killed, and destroyed by him. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. At this moment, the blood of the species continued to fall, and countless broken bodies fell and spread everywhere. It lasted for an unknown amount of time, and finally Li Su's eyes were empty. The tribes that besieged him were killed by him. In the distance, there were still tribes, but they did not come close at this moment. They were trembling and instinctively in awe. It didn't take long for the killing to leave an indestructible mark on their souls. Those who could be outside were all strong, and the elites in the species died without any resistance. And facing the siege of hundreds of tribes, they died too easily and simply, and there was no hope of victory at all. This feeling shattered their hearts, and madness could no longer make them move forward. Li Su was too strong, and Jianmu was shaking under his explosion, and cracks were left on his extremely hard body. The void was broken, and the rules were distorted. The bloody space was torn apart by his power. There was no intact place within 100 miles. All the matter was annihilated and disintegrated into atomic state. In the first half of Tangshan Road, without Taie, the so-called population below the Dalo level was a joke in the face of Li Su. At this moment, in the world of plants and trees, Zhang Yan, who was holding the key, communicating with consciousness, and sensing the situation outside, was trembling. Her eyes were wide open, and she lost the ability to speak. She also had knowledge related to Tangshan Road, and a lot of it, even more than Li Su knew. Foreign blood food is more difficult than wanted criminals in the mythological world, and almost everyone in the world is hostile. Therefore, they have found many places to hide themselves, such as this Tangshan Road, where they have their base. Looking at the devil-like figure, even as a bystander, he was branded with the influence of immortality, and his body and mind were subdued. Oh my god, how can a person be so strong? Haha, you are a good talker, but you are wrong. We are not the strongest geniuses in Zaya country. The strongest in Zaya country is my younger brother. One day when he appears on the battlefield, you will find that the strength you know is just a joke. The real strength can not only scare the opponent, but even the audience can't raise even a trace of hostility. In front of him, people of the same realm are like ants in grass. She has always thought that this conversation was just an exaggeration, but she was still very curious about what kind of existence the younger brother in the teacher's mouth was. At this moment, she suddenly understood. Perhaps, the younger brother that her sister saw at the beginning was just like the Taoist of Jigyo that she saw at this moment. Obviously, just bystanders, they have already subdued their hearts. They are invincible and unstoppable. Everything will turn into ashes and dust in front of him. Zhang Yang couldn't help but have such a thought from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, he was not interested in outsiders. If this person is hostile to them, I'm afraid that the younger brother mentioned by the sister will have to come, and he will have to reach the realm of celestial beings before he can barely fight. No, just based on the description, compared with what she actually saw in her heart, this Jigyo Taoist in front of her was the invincible one at that time. Even if the teachers with a higher realm came, in Zhang Yan's mind, she still couldn't see any possibility of defeating the other party. Like a demon or a god, unparalleled. Chapter 542, The human race is terrifying. One punch and one kick, the ultimate interpretation, involving the highest. In the first half of Tangxi and Ao, Li Su directly killed a clearing, and there was no species of life around. He was too terrible, and his methods were too amazing. Each method was extremely terrifying, and he burst out amazing power from different angles. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, too many corpses were left. Some were very extraordinary, pregnant with strange light and unpredictable power flowing. They were the royal family, the core of the clan, and the extremely strong, but they were torn apart by Li Su. The noble body lay on the ground like mud, and blood flowed. His power flowed around, and the rules on Jianmu were disturbed and changed dramatically. The environment was rewritten by Li Su, and it took a while to dissipate. It can be said that, if Jianmu itself did not have its own rules, and it was extremely rich, involving eternity, and Li Su's attack was more aimed at the species of life, rather than Jianmu itself, his power would probably be like radiation, lingering for a long time, and it would take decades to completely dissipate. This is terrifying. It is no longer a field that the immortals can touch. Only after reaching the Taie realm can it be initially achieved. To form a terrible influence, it may take until the Dalo realm, triggering the eternal brilliance, and initially possessing the immortal power to achieve it. That is, Li Su, who has an almost unparalleled talent and a supreme chapter, can achieve such a level in the immortal realm. He exhaled, ignored the reactions of the surrounding tribes, took a step forward, and crossed the distance between himself and the Dongshan tribe. He was blocked by the life of the species before, but this time he was finally unimpeded. When he arrived in front of him, Li Su's pupils spit out a terrifying look, staring at the other party. It moved. After Li Su exploded, he quietly retreated and prepared to escape. In order to find Han Jin and the others, Li Su naturally had part of his mind on it. Feeling the other party's small movements, Yuking Xiangang directly shook, cut it out of the space, and suppressed it in place. At this moment, it trembled. Thousands of years of life have allowed it to see all kinds of people, both strong and weak. But there was no one inside who gave it the same feeling as Lee Su. The person in front of it was too abnormal and beyond imagination. It was not that it had never seen a master before, but it was definitely the first time that a young girl in her 20s could burst out such terrible power in the realm of heavenly immortals. The cold sweat as big as a bowl fell down, and the eyeballs on the void could not help but tremble. The reason why the Dangshan clan could come out to build this safe place was not only because they were more spiritual, but also because their racial characteristics made the evil nature have a very low impact on them, so they maintained a thinking ability similar to that of humans. So when Lee Su came out, it realized the problem. If you want to say who understands the situation of the Tangshi and Ao population the most, there is no doubt that the Dangshan clan can kill everything outside in this regard. On the main pole of the Tangshi and Ao, if the population shows amazing strength and retreats because of its strength, then in the leaf world, this emotion is impossible to appear in 1/10,000th of a million. The reason why it is 1/10,000th, not absolute, is because there is still a tiny possibility that the population that controls that world will fear the way to hand over that world to others. Of course, it has to reach that level. At least 99% of the entire population has been killed, leaving only the strongest royal family and some aristocratic positions. Only at that time, realizing that the race is about to be destroyed, will instinctive reason overwhelm madness, regain thinking, and choose to abandon everything and escape. Therefore, the moment Lee Su appeared, the cave monster realized that something was wrong. There are multiple reasons, but the most important one is that it was too fast. From the time they activated the space isolation and teleported them into the leaves of the world, it was probably only a few minutes in total. Someone came out from inside. This is definitely a joke of the hell level. It's really not funny at all. The monster of the cave family was sweating, and the internal space couldn't help but tremble. This undoubtedly means that the other party killed the entire population of the leaf world in just a few minutes. Tangshan Road itself has extremely special circumstances. One of them is a realm limit. The first half, the middle section, and the second half. The power that each half can exert has a limit. Celestial Immortal, Taie, and the early stage of Dalo realm. The human race seems to have advanced and differentiated in this way. The creatures of Tangshan Dao classify them into king level tribes, emperor level tribes, and the deepest emperor tribes. The distinction in the text is actually meaningless. The key is this level limit. It gives great protection to the population living here, and it also makes it difficult for foreign creatures to gain a foothold here. Why? The reason is simple. If foreign creatures can only burst out the celestial immortal realm, it is basically impossible to capture a leaf world. First of all, it is naturally difficult to enter, and then the most important thing is the number advantage. After all, no matter how strong the individual celestial immortal is, facing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of populations with countless celestial immortals, there is still no chance of winning. Two fists cannot beat four hands, and the population has undoubtedly exerted this to the extreme. The population not only has a large number of celestial immortals, but can also work together, as if it were one body. Although the height will not rise, it has a decisive advantage in terms of quantity. Of course, there are also extremely terrifying individuals among the outsiders. They have done it in the face of the superiority of the species, and have completely slaughtered the species in the leaf world. But it will take a long time. There is a record of 99 days. It was only after exhaustion that it succeeded. Lee Su came out too quickly this time. Of course, the cave monster did not think that Lee Su might have the means to break through the space. But there is an obvious problem. He came out from the door. It was a special door that could only be opened by the world key, and although it was very thin, he undoubtedly had a trace of the key's breath. Not only did he come out from the door, but he also touched the key. This is absolutely impossible for a species that regards the world key as more important than their own lives, and will never give up, unless there is a possibility of extinction. This human race is wrong. The moment it realized this, the cave monster immediately made a plan to run away. This time, it played a role. It is no longer surprised that the human race kills each other. At first, it was neutral, neither helping the other and ignoring it. But later, it gradually couldn't help it. It was mainly because it was tricked. For thousands of years, every person who successfully fought back, and occasionally too escaped, finally found trouble with the human race, and never thought of it. And every time after the job was done, the human race who took action would always deliberately drop some star fragments. So although it still did not change its position, it undoubtedly gave some convenience to the group of people who lived in its body for many years, making it easier for them to take action. For example, the means of tricking people this time was that he tacitly released the authority of his own cave heaven, allowing them to open the passage to the leaf world inside. Otherwise, how could its interior be easily opened? Not only that, the person who came out this time was a very bad existence for the life of the cave heaven. Others may not have noticed it, but the other party definitely noticed it. He also mastered the power of space. As a proof, at the moment of the cave heaven transmission, he grabbed one of the separated people from another space. This undoubtedly shows that he has extremely terrible spatial abilities. Although the nature is different, it is undoubtedly not worse than it, and even stronger than it. Facts have proved that it was right. The creature in front of it was abnormal. As a species, it had heard the word monster from the mouth of the human race many times. The existence of powerful and terrifying will was beyond its own understanding and cognition. Watching Lee Su crush the life of the first half of Tangshan Road like an ant, watching himself, who was obviously very good at the power of space, being suppressed by the other party, the void around him was completely broken and unable to move. At this moment, the creatures of the Tangshan clan, from the bottom of their hearts, gave this terrible individual in front of them a boastful word that they did not understand very well, but were proud of. Monster. This is a monster. There is no need to find proof. Just look at the other species around, and you will know that those crazy lives who are not afraid of heaven or earth are trembling at this moment. Even madness cannot suppress the fear in their hearts. The annual ring population, a very difficult life in the first half. Their abilities are extremely strange, and conventional means cannot kill them, or even touch them. Most creatures targeted by them can only watch their lifespans reach the end bit by bit in despair, and their time is swallowed by the other party. As a result, they died. The Shadow Clan can be said to be creatures from another world. Their bodies are not in reality. They are extremely strange. As a result, they were forced out of the shadows by the other party and came to reality. Like other lives, they were simply crushed. The populations in Tanshi and Ao have never been divided by the level of energy realm, but by the nature of their abilities. These two groups are undoubtedly very powerful. In the king level field, they can be said to be bug-like existences, especially the former. The Cave Heaven clan has to retreat in the face of them. In the future, as time passes, they will inevitably go deeper into it and become emperor level, or even the final emperor level existence. As a result, the bug-like existence was easily killed here. After dealing with the surrounding populations, Lee Su appeared in front of them in one step. The creatures of the Tangshan clan felt the taste of suffocation for the first time. Facing the existence standing in front of them, the eyes without any emotion, the silent breath. In an instant, the superiority mentality cultivated here for tens of millions of years, the Tangshan life, that was in a condescending position among the populations in the first half of Tangshan Road trembled at this moment. The terrible emotions, that only flashed occasionally in dreams emerged, which was the content, that it was most reluctant to recall. They were not extraordinary from the beginning, nor were they born supreme creatures. In fact, deep in their blood, they were just food for a certain terrible group long ago, and were captive livestock. Many creatures here have such memories, but as they become the masters of the leaf world, and become extremely powerful beings, they gradually abandon these memories, and think that they are just a joke. At this moment, this consciousness is completely awakened. Because, in front of it, the human standing, gave it that feeling. In fact, occasionally there will be tribes that recall and deeply realize their identities when they are defeated. Of course, this is regarded as a joke, just the voice of a loser. So, this is actually true. The last thought of the cave life appeared, and the next second, it split. Under normal circumstances, the body and core that could never be touched were torn apart by bare hands, and the internal space, which was also its internal organs, was directly taken out by it. Remember, after you go out, stay neutral, as a safe point for the human race, just collect fees, and do everything else. Don't care about anything, and don't get involved in the internal struggles of the human race. The human race is a very scary tribe, understand? The words of the elders emerged in his mind, and the consciousness of the cave life was filled with unprecedented emotions at this moment. It regretted it. But, there is no chance! Exclamation mark. Chapter 543 Heading Deep. After cutting the body of the Dangshan clan member, Li Su took out the world inside the other party. Having experienced a problem before, he naturally would not enter again when the other party was alive, so as to avoid another accident. With the death of the Dangshan clan member, the world in its body was immediately broken, and the people and objects inside appeared directly on the Dangshan road. There were many people in it, but the cultivators in the Tai realm were not there. The sudden change made most of the immortals pale, not understanding what was going on. However, when they saw Li Su standing not far from them, the expressions of the group of casual cultivators suddenly became terrified. They recognized the other party as one of the people who was teleported to a certain leaf world. Because his realm was the lowest, it was not the first target to be solved. The Taius at this safe point first had to kill the 510 fire limit Taius, the monkey, the two women who had fought, and the monk with the strongest aura in the immortal realm. Although it was a secondary target to be solved, it did not mean that anyone was prepared to deal with it. They were also sent to a certain leaf world, and the immortals entered a world of death. Not only did the other party come out, the most terrifying thing was the thing he was holding in his hand. It was obviously the core of the Dangshan clan. The Dangshan creature with terrible spatial ability and almost untouchable was killed. They let out a terrified cry, and attacked one after another. At the same time, a large area of evil appeared in their bodies, and the same aura as a certain species of Dangshan Dao appeared. They directly dispersed and rushed towards a certain species with the same aura, wanting to use the protection of the species, escape, enter the leaf world behind it, and hide, until the strong men in the Tai realm finished dealing with the others and came back. Just after running 2 steps, hundreds of celestial beings were startled, looking at the body that suddenly appeared in front of them in disbelief, mainly because they were too familiar. The clothes and body shape were exactly the same as their own. Those bodies ran very fast and rushed out hundreds of meters in an instant, and then fell to the ground, without life. The immortals were stunned and couldn't help but lower their heads. When their eyes fell on their bodies, they realized that the body lying on the ground in front of them was familiar. It was their flesh and blood. Their souls were fixed in place and separated from their bodies. Before they could think about what happened, their minds were attracted by another thing. It was a scene under their feet, an extremely huge abyss, in which stood a tall palace. On the palace, a huge wheel was turning. Countless souls and consciousnesses surged like a tide, and were absorbed, crushed, and washed away by the wheel, leaving only the pure true spirit. That was death, real death. Even if the true spirit existed, and could come out of it one day and reincarnate, the current self would be completely forgotten, and could never be remembered, like a brand new life, completely unrelated to them now. An unspeakable fear was forming. They were extremely terrified and wanted to struggle, but their souls sank uncontrollably, and flew towards the terrifying wheel. They couldn't help but scream, and even an inexplicable color appeared on their souls. A completely different face appeared, with a different consciousness from the original body, and also made terrible shouts. Hell law, reincarnation? How is it possible? The shouts were quickly annihilated, and they were pulled down by the abyss, and strangled by the roulette wheel on the huge palace inside. Li Su frowned slightly. This sudden scene was his Taoism, and the scene formed after the soul reached the highest heavenly immortal stage. He was able to use the power of the 6 reincarnations to truly reflect a corner of it. As the souls of these celestial beings were washed by reincarnation, he not only obtained the memories of the celestial beings, but also absorbed some incomplete fragments. These souls all have huge problems, and their internal organs are seriously infected. There is more than one true spirit inside. They are parasitic, evil, and have souls that are completely different from the three normal souls of heaven, earth, and man. Hell law, reincarnation. These words come from the evil souls that parasitize the souls of celestial beings. However, these consciousnesses are scattered and have big problems. They are not complete thoughts, but memories ingrained deep in the instinct. They will only emerge from the root under certain circumstances. In other words, although they said the name of Lisu's Taoism, they have no relevant source and basis. This evil nature should come from the evil demons outside the domain, right? While thinking, Lisu focused his eyes on the information of Hangjin and others. Soon, he extracted the relevant parts from the memories of the group of celestial beings, and found the place where the others were sent. The situation is not good, or should be said to be very bad. The place where Hangjin and others were sent is completely different from Lisu. They were sent to the depths. In fact, among all the people, only Lisu was left in the first half of the domain. The others, even Daogsun, were sent to the leaf world in the middle. This is not surprising. Lisu suppressed himself too hard through the treasure. He was only in the early stage of the celestial being. In this realm, even if he is really above the myth, he is far less threatening in the eyes of the other party than Daogsun and other celestial beings who are perfect. The gap here is huge. Because once the mythical celestial being is perfected, its strength will certainly exceed that of an ordinary Tai, and its combat power will be comparable to that of a top level 8 or 9 fire immortal. If it is combined with the Dao, it will continue to improve, and it is normal for it to burst out with the power of 10 fire Tai. On the contrary, Lisu, who is not perfect, may have the ability to fight Tai, but he is undoubtedly at the lowest level. Therefore, the first half of the leaf world is enough to bury him, and he does not even need to be sent to the strongest and most difficult species world. The simple plant world is enough to drown an ordinary celestial myth with numbers. This is not because they are careless, but Lisu's aura and realm are only worthy of this treatment. After all, they still have to consider the opinions of the species. If they open the world transmission and send a few weak chickens over, the species will also be unhappy. This kind of opening consumes energy. If a cultivator who is too weak goes there, he will not be able to make up for the loss. The species does not mind helping these casual cultivators solve the problem, but the premise is that these casual cultivators pay for the loss themselves. In the Tangshandao where their own cultivation is not enough, casual cultivators naturally cannot do such a loss-making business. Of course, this time was a little different. Under normal circumstances, Lisu's team would not take action, because it would be very uneconomical. Low realm and high combat power almost meant a 100% loss. If Khan King and the others did not take action, they would usually choose to let the people go directly. At least they would not take action here, and would have to wait until the other party went deeper. After all, the closer the distance, the less the transmission consumption. Then there was the issue of silencing. If these people did not move, it would be fine. If they moved, they would naturally have to kill them cleanly. Otherwise, once the other party escaped, it would not be possible to calm down by hiding for a while. Although they did not care much about the cultivators coming in from outside due to the special nature of Tangshandao, they were still more or less afraid of the big sect in their hearts, and did not want to be targeted. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. One more day is a day, right? Because of the above reasons, Hangjin and the others were sent to the deep, middle, and even the second half. And this was undoubtedly not good news. After all, it would take time for Lisu to go there, and he would have to look for him after he went there. These celestial beings themselves did not know exactly where the people were sent to that leaf world. And the worst place is not here, but the scattered cultivators in Tangshandao. They seem to live their own lives, but in fact they have formed a group. That is to say, although the scattered cultivators and the sect each occupy a hilltop and have their own territory, they are in an offensive and defensive alliance with each other. The bandit leaders sit together and will join forces when facing some more difficult problems. In other words, if Lisu wants to rescue people, the enemies he has to deal with are not just those Tai, but multiple, and even have to face the existence comparable to Daluo. Undoubtedly, this is quite troublesome. He took a breath, turned around and walked to the grass and wood world that he had just opened up. Soon, the door opened directly, and Zhang Yan let Li Su in. Although she was a little eager to occupy this world directly, her reason told her not to do so. A mere-leaf world was not worth falling out with this GGO Daozi who obviously had no ill will towards them, the outsiders. In fact, when she was in Kishan City, she also passed on everything that happened to her teachers and felt that this was an opportunity that might improve the plight of them, the outsiders. Zhang Yan took a breath, looked at Li Su who came in and said directly, "Your Highness, Senior Sister Han Jin and the others?" After a period of getting along, they have established a lot of trust. Although she dare not say that she trusts them completely, at least she does not feel any malice from the other party. Zhang Yan herself is not an ungrateful person. The other party saved her from death, gave her the resources for cultivation, and let Han Jin and the other girls teach her how to cultivate. All these things have long been no longer resisted in her heart. And the previous battle has left a deep impression in her heart, which can be called indestructible. There is a hint of respect in her words. The strong are respected, whether it is the mythical world, the mortal world, or the earthly immortal world. It is engraved in the bones. The strong treat you equally, but it does not mean that you can take it for granted, that you can accept it equally. It's not good. They were sent to the depths. Li Su felt a little uncomfortable. The original plan was disrupted. He needed to go to the depths quickly to find the people. Not only Han Jin and the others, but Daoxun and the others are the same. If they can help, they naturally cannot stand by and watch them die. The Dragon Palace and the Peacock clan are okay, but the others are undoubtedly closely related to him. The human teaching, the Chan teaching, and the Buddhist sect. As the inheritor of the seven saints, these can be said to be his teachers, and he cannot stand by and watch them die. In fact, the Heavenly Court also has a great relationship. He is the grandson-in-law of the great Heavenly Venerable, and he holds the ancient jade of the Heavenly Court. He belongs to the Dragon Palace of the Heavenly Court, so it is necessary to lend a hand. So, at this moment, he was quite headache. He thought that everyone was in the first half, so he just needed to lend a hand. Unexpectedly, the casual cultivators here played a big trick on him. Zhang Yan's face changed slightly, and she was a little worried. The Han Jin girls were very good to her. Although it was because of Li Su, it could be seen that they really had no ill will towards her, and had given her a lot of advice on her cultivation. Although she was a witch, she was very different from ordinary cultivators, but her elm was there, and her vision was naturally different. "Your Highness, do you want to go out and call someone?" Li Su shook his head. The situation in Tangshandao was different from the outside world. It didn't make much sense to call someone over, unless it was above the myth, and it had to be Tai myth, otherwise it would be more convenient for him to act alone. Moreover, although this crisis is deadly enough, it is also a test. The death rate of the geniuses of the big sects is actually not low. Every 100 years, there are geniuses who die. Do they have no protection? Of course, Li Su, as a disciple of GGO, has it, not to mention other big sects. But even so, there are still geniuses who die on the road ahead. What does this show? It shows that, although the big sects will give shelter, they will never become the nanny of the genius disciples. Next, I will go to the depths and find a way to save them, but you probably have to stay here. As he said, Li Su threw a storage bag to the other party. There is a magic weapon I made inside, which is made according to your situation. After dripping blood on it, a substance similar to evil will be produced on the surface of your body. Of course, this is only clothes, but it will still make you and outsiders like you have the same aura as the creatures in the myth world, thus covering up your differences. It's just a trial work, not yet completely completed, and the covering effect is not complete. Especially in a battle, it is easy for the people fighting to notice the difference. Long before meeting Zhang Yan, Li Su had an idea to solve the problem of outsiders being regarded as blood food. Although the attitude of the three religions surprised him a little, it was obvious that the protection could not solve this problem. In fact, even the big religion itself could not make the creatures in the myth world give up the idea of treating outsiders as blood food. Therefore, this problem must be solved from the root. The best way is undoubtedly to create a way to eliminate the evil in the bodies of the creatures in this world. Unfortunately, that is difficult. The souls of the creatures in the myth world are naturally intertwined with some evil, and it would be very troublesome to suppress it, let alone completely eliminate it. However, there are still some results. With the inspiration from the mountain and river seal, he made a magic weapon that could cover up. This was not difficult. Well, to be precise, it was quite simple for him. Because the way of flesh, blood, and soul in the 7 supreme saints that he mastered had a strange nature in itself, which made it impossible for people to look directly at it. The so-called magic weapon was just explained in this way. In fact, it was just a block formed by his blood and will, that is, his clone, and the evil nature inside was directly imitated by him by those evil demons from outside the domain. Although the height was not as domineering as the evil demons from outside the domain, the nature was actually not much different. Zhang Yan was stunned and couldn't help but widen her eyes and looked at the Taoist in front of her in disbelief. It was incredible that the other party protected her. Why did he go to this extent? Li Su did not explain. To put it simply, it was necessary to be on guard against others. If the people in front of him were Teacher Yiren and the others, he would probably reveal his true face and recognize them without hesitation. You can try it. If you believe me, give it to your compatriots. People should not eat people. That is too crazy and the greatest blasphemy to the good side of human nature. After saying that, Li Su turned around and left. With this, Zhang Yan's problem can be completely put aside for the time being, and there is no need to worry. Well, to be precise, she'd better find a way to leave quickly, and then find her senior sisters, and pass on the information she left in her flesh and blood to them. Coming out of the world of plants and trees, Li Su took a breath, and went straight to the depths without any hesitation. Asterisk 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 watching Li Su go deep into the Tangshan Road and kill the species that hindered him all the way until they disappeared. Zhang Yan was extremely shocked and had extremely complicated feelings. There were thousands of words in her heart that she didn't know how to express. After a while, she took out the things in the storage bag, which was a crystal-like white bone. Is this a magic weapon? Question mark? She was a little confused, but after a little hesitation, she dripped a drop of blood on the necklace. The other party had no need to deceive her. The gap between the two sides was too big, and what he wanted to do could be completely unnoticed by her. The next moment, the necklace began to wriggle, as if it had come alive, and rushed directly to her neck. Before Zhang Yang could react, it instantly expanded, stuck to her skin, and blended with the flesh and blood on her neck. Just as Zhang Yan was surprised and couldn't help but reach out to touch her neck, an evil spirit appeared, as if someone was whispering in her ear, and an extremely creepy voice flowed out. Zhang Yan was stunned, because with the appearance of this evil, her breath suddenly changed, and a trace of evil was entangled on it. It was rare, but it was the same as the creatures in the mythical world, possessing evil. She couldn't help but tremble with her breathing. Zhang Yan opened her eyes wide and was so excited that she couldn't help herself. It was really true? Question mark? The other party really solved their biggest problem as outsiders. How did he do it? While thinking, Zhang Yan couldn't help but open the storage bag. When she saw the hundreds of bone crystals inside, her pupils couldn't help but shrink violently, and a different kind of brilliance gathered in her pupils. The power quickly gathered to form an extremely special rune. The Taoist of GGO is very important to them, the outsiders. Very very important. Master, Zhang Yan wrote down what happened to her, engraved it into the talisman, opened the door to the world, and passed the information without hesitation. Asterisk 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 ha. Deep inside, Jia's Hangshan. Has the number of fungi besieging us outside decreased? In a corner of a large formation, Taoist Kang Kang suddenly spoke, with a strange color in his pupils. The other person was stunned for a moment, then blinked and said, "It seems to be true. Is there any problem?" Taoist Kang Kang walked directly to the edge of the formation and sensed it. There is a Taoist rhyme vibrating in the distance. There should be another person coming in. Is it the Taoist of GGO? The man was a little excited. I don't know. Taoist Kang Kang shook his head directly. Do you think I'm a god? Don't you know how big Jia's Hangshan is? It's extraordinary that he can feel the movement. What should we do then? The fluctuation range of Daoyuan is very large. It will take quite some time for the fungus clan to take it down. I will use my clone to check the situation later. Didn't you say that the other party would bring a large army? No, let's go. My clone will go there immediately. Suddenly, Taoist Kong's face changed, and he said directly, "What's wrong?" The royal family of the fungus clan did not leave, but the Tai realm was besieging and killing the other party. Is there anything wrong with that? Nonsense. If the royal family did not leave, it means that the Dalo realm did not take action. In this case, even if the Dalo realm of the Great Sect really came, I'm afraid they would not leave, but would only watch from the side and treat it as a training. At most, when they are in danger of life, they will be taken away directly. Taoist Kong said in a deep voice, "Once it becomes like that, the two of us will be completely blocked here." The other party couldn't help but take a breath. Although they were temporarily safe, they were no different from being trapped. Now the only savior was to rely on the Taoist of GGO to bring people. If he couldn't win and was taken away, it would be the worst result for them. They would be trapped here forever. Soon, the two of them took action and rushed out with their clones. The clones did not carry the white jade mushrooms in the royal body. Although they encountered certain obstacles after rushing out, they did not chase them madly. The two clones quickly broke away and went in the direction of the vibration. After running for almost half a day, they arrived at the place of battle. The fight was extremely fierce. There was a terrible formation covering it, which kept strangling the crazy rushing fungi around. Although it looked extremely strong, it was actually the last gasp. Facing the tide-like offensive of the population, although the formation was powerful, it would be annihilated sooner or later. 5 women? Not the Taoist of GGO. The other person stopped and showed a look of disappointment on his face. After watching for a moment, Taoist Kong said without any hesitation, "Save them." Huh. They are from GGO. Ah. Where is the GGO Taoist? Not sure, but he should have entered Tongshiandao, and look over there. Taoist Kong pointed to the Tai casual cultivator hiding outside the encirclement of the fungus clan not far away. Hiss, what is this? As a casual cultivator, he was not unfamiliar with this scene. The 5 female fairies should have been tricked, which was a common trick used by casual cultivators. After looking at each other, the two rushed over without any hesitation. Although they didn't know the reason, they had to be saved. The GGO people appeared here, most likely because of the letter left by Taoist Kong. No, it should be said that no matter whether they were related or not, they had to be saved. It doesn't matter, it's a favor. Although it tricked the GGO Taoist, it also helped the GGO disciples, right? If there was a relationship, it would be a big problem. You tricked the other party, and the other party brought people to save you, but you watched the other party's men being beaten to death. If you were the GGO Taoist, what would you think? For a moment, the two of them couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn it, has the Tongshiandao cultivator gone crazy? People from a big sect dare to do this? Chapter 544, Scared Someone. The evil has become heavier. Lee Su frowned slightly. Although it is said that the deeper you go, the more evil the Tongshiandao will be. But I didn't expect that the concentration of the evil doubled in an instant after just one step. If ordinary celestial beings encounter such a sudden infection of evil, I'm afraid that 1 or 2 parts will be directly evilized on the spot. Killing the strange doll that rushed in front of him, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath. It's a bit annoying. The population here has become stronger. When he was outside before, he had clearly killed all the populations on the whole road and they dared not approach. As a result, as soon as he came in, a strange life attacked him, and the attack method and strange ability were far beyond the previous level, obviously surpassing the celestial fairy level and crossing to the Tai stage. Feeling the eyes around him increase again, and no longer fear and fear, but full of malice, they all stared at Lee Su, as if ready to attack at any time. Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, which means that, after changing to another area, he has to come again. Damn it, I still have to find someone. How can I have the mind to kill monsters here? Besides, killing monsters doesn't give experience, right? Although the corpses of these species are quite good, Lee Su obviously doesn't have that mind at this moment. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. There was no other way. It doesn't make sense to deal with this kind of life. kill the opponent until he is scared and scare him to lose his voice. This is how he got through the first half. And this time, he is ready to go all out and go all out. The life fire rises, becomes a torch, becomes integrated, and the will burns. Lee Su's eyes flashed, the sky palace shook, and the terrible life fire in the flesh and blood hole directly evaporated, and the chapter of the supremacy of flesh and blood began to leap. In an instant, countless mouths and countless eyes grew on his flesh, one by one, one by one. There is a sound, ringing, as if someone is whispering, as if someone is wailing. The weird sound is extremely creepy, and it comes from Lee Su's body. There is a gaze, watching. There were too many of them, densely packed, looking out from countless directions and countless angles, and in those pairs of eyes, figures were reflected and watched. In an instant, whether it was hearing a voice, or being fixed by a gaze, the surroundings were strangely burning, and countless wails erupted from the flames. The screams were extremely shrill and undoubtedly terrible, as if they were experiencing inhuman torture, extremely tragic. The so-called incense is poisonous, because the person who made the wish has desires in his heart, which affects the gods, and eventually the gods will either fall and something ominous will happen. The gaze and voice on Lee Su's body at this moment are the same as that one, but he is practicing the seven saints supreme, the great way of flesh and blood. Every drop of his blood and every piece of his flesh are infected with a terrible will and have an extremely terrifying activity. To use a metaphor, it is close to the revived existence in the small world he once entered. It can be said that, if his self is extinguished, then his flesh and blood will revive itself in the next second, turning into a terrible creature, preying on everything around, absorbing nutrients, whether it is people or animals. Everything will become his bait, swallowed by his flesh and blood, and then resonate again, constantly stimulating his supreme chapter, until one day he revives from extinction. Although it is still only the realm of heavenly immortals, in fact, Lee Su already has a certain degree of immortality. At the same time as the flesh and blood happened, Lee Su's soul also shook. Just flesh and blood is not enough, because there are many different species in Tangxi and Ao, and there are countless weird ones. A single terror cannot deter, and after repelling one species, another will come. This time, he plans to clean them all up at once, kill several species, and hang their bodies on his own effect. He spewed green smoke from his 7 orifices, and the green smoke floated up, turning into a beautiful figure. She was extremely beautiful, unparalleled in the world, wearing a red wedding dress, with 3,000 red silks in her white sleeves. She was laughing, and the sound was like a girl playing, or a young girl laughing, with a ladylike charm. However, under her red dowry, one could see numerous bones and blood. A piece of red silk hung with skins of unknown origin, floating behind her, wailing and screaming with every step. At the same time, the void was also shaking, and the scenery was constantly distorted and folded. When a life fell into it, it immediately changed shape. Some were folded into paper cranes, and some were made into butterflies. One by one, they flew around Lee Su. Although they were deformed and bleeding, they were not dead and were wailing. There was a road under his feet, and there were many lives in it. Their natures had changed and melted, from real existence to false phenomena. There were also energy objects that were manifested, and fell into reality. They were all screaming and wailing, unable to adapt to this drastic change. They kept struggling, and they did not stop, even when they were covered in blood. One by one, there was a scene. It was so amazing, so evil, and so nightmare-inducing. After doing all this, Lee Su took a deep breath and got ready. Come on. I'll hang 1,000 or 800 of your corpses first, and then move forward. Otherwise, it's really uncomfortable to fight and walk at the same time. However, just when Lee Su was ready, the evil that surrounded him stopped moving. Their eyes were wide open, looking at Lee Su, who seemed like the evil god himself, in disbelief, and a look of fear began to flow in their pupils. There is usually only one way to distinguish the high and low species in Tangxi and Ao, which is rough and simple. That is to see who looks more evil, weirder, and more terrifying. Facing this creature with eyeballs and mouths all over its body, and the terrifying evil on its head, the road under its feet is changing inexplicably. The butterfly paper cranes are folded around it, the long swords are all over its body, and the weirdest thing is the face growing on the back of its head, accompanied by it clasping its hands together to chant scriptures, and no matter what hears the sound, it can't control its mouth to chant along with the weird image. At this moment, the species in the middle section of Tangshan Road began to sweat madly and retreated step by step. Such a tragic scene is hard to see even in the depths of the second half of Tangshan Road. What happened in the first half? How could such a terrible life form be born? Usually a species has only one evil, two powerful ones, and the most powerful ones are only three. This one in front of him actually has a lot of different evils, and each one is extremely terrifying, making the monsters creepy and cold. After a while, Lee Su's front was empty, and the species disappeared completely. Facing this scene, Lee Su was stunned, and a little dumbfounded. Why did they run away? Come to fight? What's the meaning? Moreover, looking at the eyes of the madly retreating species, it was like the eyes of children, girls, and teenagers who were scared to death when they watched the horror movie Painted Skin for the first time. Lee Su was a little depressed for some reason. What do you mean by that look? Does he look so scary? Touching his nose, Lee Su couldn't help but look out and take a look from a third person's perspective. Instantly, he came back to his senses and then couldn't help but shiver, walking a little crooked, twitching. Hiss. Damn it, this actually changed by itself. Almost scared me to death. After a while, Lee Su came back to his senses, and at the same time he was horrified. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. Forget it. Find someone first. Deoxedan should be in the middle section, and I don't know where he is, so I can only look at each leaf one by one. Thinking of this, Lee Su walked towards the leaf world closest to him, intending to see the situation. As soon as he approached, the leaves shook, a door opened, and a figure jumped out of it. Hey, you want to kill Uncle Deoxedan with your strength? Dream on. I'll make you lose both your wife and your army. It was Deoxedan. He escaped. Very embarrassed, covered in blood, some of the group's life, and some of his own. His breath was very fluctuating, and he was seriously injured. However, at this moment, he had a smug look on his face. It was obvious that he had done something incredible in the world, and judging from his expression, he seemed to have made a profit. I don't know how the other brothers are doing. I hope they are okay. Deoxedan couldn't help muttering. There is no doubt that he was still in a very bad state. Many methods were forced out, and he was almost dead. The moment he landed, Deoxedan immediately raised his head and looked around with great vigilance. There might be a lot of species outside, which would be very troublesome. He should be ready to leave here at any time. Tangshan, his realm is still too shallow, and he shouldn't come here hastily. After returning this time, he must deeply reflect on his suicidal behavior. There are too many crazy people outside, and they are so stupid and arrogant that they almost fell. Dear brothers, if it really doesn't work, you can only pray for your own good fortune. I will go first. However, as soon as he raised his head, a figure appeared in his sight. Hiss. Deoxedan took a breath of cold air into his lungs, and his brain capacity was directly shocked by the scene in front of him. Shocked, and the next second, his eyes rolled, his neck tilted, and he fell to the ground with a snap, and fainted directly. While he was unconscious, he kept shivering, again and again. Looking at Deoxedan, who was at the level of a celestial fairy, Lee Su stood there, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. He forgot to control his strength. Chapter 545 Complete Logical Thinking. Deoxedan was frightened and fainted. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was not surprising. It was not that his Tao heart was not firm enough, but that the evil nature displayed by Lee Su was too terrifying, and it contained a lot of pheromones. This is the most terrifying thing about evil creatures. The moment you see him, the attack on you has actually begun. Through the exchange of information, attack on his consciousness and thinking. The opponent's strength is good, but compared with Lee Su, there is a big gap. Not only that, before he came out of that world, there was a bloody battle, and his mind was exhausted. When he suddenly encountered Lee Su, he naturally couldn't bear it. He was stimulated by excessive information, so that his mind could not bear it. He protected himself by coma to avoid the soul from degenerating and falling into depravity. Death and depravity, for life, the latter is far more terrifying than the former. Moreover, although the opponent was in a coma, it did not mean that he had lost the power to protect himself. In fact, looking at Deoxys who had fainted, Lee Su stood in place and frowned slightly. It's very dangerous. Obviously, the opponent was already in a coma, but it was unbelievable that, if he launched an attack at this moment, he would probably be seriously injured by the opponent. There were lines on the opponent's skin, like nerves all over the body. Is it Taoism? Lee Su was a little confused. Although he could feel the rise and fall of Taoism and the scriptures shining in the lines, the nature was very strange, giving him a feeling of being alive. Once his life was threatened, these lines would burst out. Rather than being a Taoist magic power, its nature was somewhat close to evil. As proof, when the lines appeared, Lee Su found that Deoxys actually began to devour a large amount of evil, and the color of the nerve lines was constantly deepening. Was it a method of the Qinjiao? Although this feeling was very strange, it was obviously different from evilization. It was more like Lee Su's transformation of the nature of his own Taoist magic power. However, the difference was that Lee Su's supreme chapter could freely make such a transformation. The myth contained the mystery, while the opponent's was cultivated with the method of cultivation. Rubbing his eyebrows, Lee Su reached out and did not touch Deoxys, but just controlled the space near him, lifting the man and the ground together. There was no time to waste here. Except for Deoxys, everyone else was deeper, and that was the first thing to deal with. With Deoxys, Lee Su did not stop and continued to go deeper. This time, it was unimpeded. As a myth, with a peerless foundation, transformed into an evil nature, the middle section of Tang Xian Dao, the highest of the species with the strength of Tai 7 or 8 fires, naturally did not dare to approach him. With his footsteps, the evil creatures around him were retreating rapidly. Especially since the blood and flesh had ended, the strong smell of blood was rapidly fading, and the pervasive madness was also fading. As the species gradually regained their sanity, they would not approach Lee Su. Directly skipping the safety point in the middle section, with Deoxys, Lee Su flew quickly, and it took most of the day to approach the deepest part of the middle section before dark. Lee Su's footsteps suddenly paused, and he stopped for the first time, frowning slightly. At the end of the road, there stood an unpredictable creature at this moment, in human shape, with a very creepy appearance, and an extremely terrifying aura flowing inside. The other party did not retreat, because of Lee Su's approach, but looked directly at him as Lee Su approached. Lee Su was not surprised that such a situation would occur. Although his situation was somewhat scary, he did not think that it would frighten all the creatures in Tang Xian Dao. Sooner or later, there would be creatures that would stand in front of him and not be affected by his evil nature. However, it was not the second half, but only in the middle that there were some creatures that could resist, which undoubtedly surprised him. Tang Xian Dao was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Human race. The other party suddenly spoke, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Although Lee Su had formed an evil scene with the Supreme Being, he was not a real evil creature after all. His evil nature lacked the kind of chaotic and crazy taste, which was noticed by the other party, who saw Lee Su's true body through his eyes. Possessing a complete logical consciousness, and being able to talk, Lee Su's eyes could not help shrinking, and his expression became more and more solemn. There were naturally some species that could communicate in Tang Xian Dao, and GGO had relevant introductions. For this kind of classification, GGO's records were very simple, extremely dangerous, extremely difficult, and unnecessary, so don't fight. Their existence was similar to the myths among the practitioners outside. For this reason, a special term was invented for them. It is called the abyss monsters under the evil transformation. It is just opposite to the creatures above the myth on the other shore. It is the pride of the evil life in the large group. Its combat power far exceeds that of ordinary evil life. It is very scary. It has multiple strange abilities and complements each other. By the way, it seems that there are also cultivators who have evolized their bodies and call themselves the abyss of the evolization among the casual cultivators, but there is no doubt that there is a huge difference between the real abyss monsters under the evil transformation. It is completely disproportionate, just like the distance between the 10 fire limit and the myth. After all, there is no comparison value at all between the complete logic of partial evil transformation and complete evil transformation. After a moment of staring at each other, the other party smiled inexplicably, moved his body aside, stepped back a few steps, and made way for Lee Su. Looking at the other party's actions, Lee Su's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath, took his own steps, and walked towards the space made by the other party. If possible, he really didn't want to do this, but time had already been wasted for a long time, almost a day and a half, and there was no doubt that the longer the delay, the more dangerous Han Jin and the others would be. Step by step, until he walked past the other party, walked away, distanced himself from the other party, and finally disappeared behind him. Lee Su exhaled, accelerated again, and entered the second half of Tangshan Road. On the other side, the humanoid creatures that made way for the road were also walking, but they were not heading to a certain leaf world, but were heading outward, leaving the middle section, and heading to the first half. After walking for tens of thousands of kilometers, a voice was heard. "Aren't you going to take action? This is a genius of the human race, and he's alone. This is a good opportunity." "You're kidding. That's the Taoist disciple of Ji religion, the protagonist of the recent sensation. It is rumored to be the biological son of a saint, and the Taoist disciple who inherits Ji religion. Is he the guy who made the saint take action and put Ji religion into a state of combat readiness? He doesn't look strong. Not strong. Why don't you try?" "Haha, he's the top genius of a big sect. How can a second tier figure like me beat him? Only a first tier genius like you can fight him." The word seemed to say that he was not as good as Lee Su, but the tone of his voice was obviously another matter. The humanoid creature glanced at the void beside him, shook his head and said, "No wonder the Supreme One wants to join forces with the creatures outside. The disciples of the big sect are really not comparable to those casual cultivators. The disciple of the Jigyo is like this, and the disciple of the Danchinjio named Daogsuan is not bad either. Hey, you're flattering me. The human race is just a joke. They occupy such a vast area in the mythological world. How many geniuses are there? Without a saint, let alone our alienated lineage, even the evil lineage can completely wipe out the human race's big sect. By the way, how long do we have to wait? Will the so-called plan begin?" The cooperating guys have been dragging their feet. "It's been how many years? Do you want to wait for the saint of the big sect? Shut up. If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Haha, look at my mouth. Sorry, haven't you been waiting for too long? I'm really impatient." The humanoid creature glanced at the other party without saying a word. While continuing to move outward, its body began to change, and it actually transformed into the appearance of a human race bit by bit. This was mimicry, and the degree was extremely high. Whether it was the breath or the soul, it could be said to be exactly the same, even higher than Zhang Yan, after wearing Lee Su's flesh and blood. The terrible evil nature of the body almost disappeared, leaving only a little remnant, almost indistinguishable from the creatures outside. Remember the mission of the Supreme. If something goes wrong, no one can save you. Got it, got it. The voice was a little impatient, and a figure also appeared in the void, from illusory to real, and turned into a girl, standing next to the young man transformed by the humanoid creature. "This body is really good. It can not only hide our evil nature, but also allow us to walk out of Tangxi and Ao. It's just too stingy. 10,000 tons is not enough, and the quality is too poor." The girl uttered a light voice, and said terrible words. The young man said nothing, and had a headache. He didn't understand why the people above would let this outspoken guy come out. "You haven't forgotten the mission, have you? Don't worry, isn't it just joining the sect, disguising as a celestial myth, and participating in the so-called 10,000-year war?" Soon, the two people left quickly. Of course, although the conversation between them was direct communication, it was not in the language of the human race, but in an incomprehensible evil language. ****** In the second half of Tangshan Road, Lee Su, who had traveled with Daogsun, frowned, and while moving forward, he couldn't help thinking. According to the records of GGO, evil creatures with logical thinking can only be born in the second half of Tangshan Road. They are the crystallization of high concentration of evil. The life formed by them can no longer be regarded as mythological creatures, but evil individuals. Was it born by chance? Just that one, and the other one is a subsidiary race? Or are they both? He naturally discovered the other one who was hidden, but the other party did not speak, because he was just silent in the void, and it was impossible to determine whether the other party had complete logic for a while. If only one was a coincidence, it would be different if both were. It means that they were most likely not born in the middle section, but walked out of the second half. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a headache. The stronger the evil creatures are, the more they will instinctively move deeper into the cave, and they will never go the other way. Not only will they be unable to continue to grow stronger, but the concentration of evil outside will also decrease, causing their own evil to be lost and weaken. Undoubtedly, this is very abnormal and wrong. Forget it, let's talk about it later. First find everyone else. Chapter 546. Nice figure. How should I describe the second half of Tangxi and Ao? It was a little strange. Although it was night when he stepped into it, there were still some stars above his head. But since Lee Su entered here, he didn't feel even a trace of light falling. The surroundings were dark and heavy, as if they were heavy substances. For his purpose, if he went beyond the distance of 2 meters in front of him, he would be seriously hindered, and the effective distance that his spiritual consciousness could penetrate was less than 10 meters. The evil here was very strong, somewhat beyond his expectations. Lee Su's body and soul were both mobilized. The supreme scripture was no longer silent, but began to shine and resist the invasion of evil. He put away his skills. When he came here, the bluffing intimidation would easily have a negative effect and attract strong enemies. He didn't forget his purpose. He came here to save people, not to attract monsters to kill enemies. It seemed that, because of the change in the environment, the unconscious Daogsun also reacted and woke up. Daogsun opened his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw Lee Su, he was obviously stunned for a moment and said, "Junior brother? What am I doing? I found you in the middle section. It seems that there was a bloody battle, and you were injured and unconscious. Did you save me?" "Thank you." Daogsun was stunned for a moment, and the memory before the coma emerged in his mind. The last moment was when he finally fought his way out of the leaf world, but in the next moment he saw it. Hiss. What kind of monster is that? The moment he saw the other party, his flesh and soul seemed to have independent consciousness, wanting to revive and break away. In an instant, a huge amount of pheromones rushed into his mind. Although he was a little exhausted because of the bloody battle, he still had to fall into a coma directly for self-protection. In the records of the Dangchen sect, there is no mention of such a terrifying monster in the middle section. No, I must ask the record department for an explanation when I go back, otherwise this matter will not be over. By the way, senior brother, what's the situation with the nerves floating on your body? Why do you feel as if they are alive? Lee Su was a little curious. That strange nerve that gave him a huge sense of threat, so much so that he didn't dare to touch it directly. To be honest, this was the first time that, after obtaining the Supreme Chapter, the power of the same realm could give him such a feeling. Daogsun looked down at his body and couldn't help but exhaled. It was indeed activated. Before he could explain, it seemed that as his consciousness returned, the active nerves began to vibrate and quickly retreated from the surface of his body and disappeared directly. As the nerves disappeared, Daogsun's breath returned to normal, and the extremely strong sense of threat disappeared. Faced with this result, Lee Su was a little surprised, because the nerves themselves seemed to be stronger than Daogsun. Daogsun touched his face, thought for a while and said, "This thing. Well, if it involves senior brother's secret, there is no need to say it." Lee Su smiled, and understood it very well. Such a method should be something like senior brother's trump card. As a practitioner, naturally, he would not explore other people's secrets. There's nothing to hide. Daogsun said directly, "It's not a secret among the 3 religions. It was created by the saint of the human religion. All 3 religions know it. or it was created by the saint of the human religion. Lee Su was a little surprised. Although it is said that the three religions are one family, it refers to the same school, the Zuanmen, not the shared skills. If we want to talk about this topic, it's a bit far-fetched. Let's just talk about the important things. Deoxedan thought for a while and said, when I was still in the Jiandan period, because I achieved a myth and broke through the realm several times, I stood at the limit of 13 fires. It can be said that I was not far from the 15th fire. Therefore, I was quite arrogant and a little carried away. I went to the forbidden land of heaven to challenge it. As expected, something went wrong. I was infected by the evil in the forbidden land of heaven. The nerve tissue of my body came back to life and was no longer under my control. At that time, I almost died. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the master. Of course, although I didn't die, the situation was still very bad. The nerves came back to life on their own. Come here. Although it can be suppressed, something will happen sooner or later. As a last resort, my master took me to ask for help from my master, that is, the saint of my Chan sect. In the end, the saint of the human sect gave a solution, which was not to suppress or kill, but to devour it instead. The devouring evil sutra is the name of that technique. Through practice, the evil nature in the nerves is refined bit by bit and replaced and covered with one's own will. In the end, it became like this. Although my nerves are no longer trying to break away and devour me, they are completely out of control. They will only appear spontaneously when I'm in great danger. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party's weird nerves to be like this. Evil transformation from the forbidden land of the heavenly court. No wonder he felt very strong. His nerves, I'm afraid, should belong to the Dalo level in terms of grade. However, the devouring evil sutra, the saint of the human sect, really created a very scary technique. I don't know if any of the disciples of the human sect have practiced it. If so, their combat power may have to be re-evaluated. Although it was a great method, Deoxedan did not feel proud. After all, this method was uncontrollable. Once it appeared, it would attack everyone nearby without distinguishing between friend and foe. Thinking of this, Deoxedan felt a little strange again. Because it was obvious that his junior brother had moved his body. With his violent personality, he would never tolerate it. But looking at his junior brother's appearance, although he realized that his nerves were dangerous, he did not seem to be attacked by his nerves. Although he thought about it, Deoxedan did not ask, but said, by the way, junior brother, where are we now? Tangshan Road, the second half. The second half. Deoxedan was shocked. No wonder his nerves did not sink immediately after he woke up, but disappeared until his main consciousness was fully awake. And it was obvious that it was not asleep, but still active under his body. How long did I sleep? Less than a day. Lee Su thought for a while. He spent almost half a night and a day in the middle section, and it was completely dark when he entered the second half. Not even a day. Deoxedan couldn't help but be shocked and looked at his junior brother in surprise. Tangshan Road is 1,000,000 miles long. The first half is the shortest, about 200,000 miles, and the middle section is longer, a full 300,000 miles away. In less than a day, he reached the second half. This speed is absolutely beyond imagination. Although Tangshan Road is a straight line, a distance of 300,000 miles is nothing to Deoxedan, but you have to consider the environment here, and those difficult species. Junior brother's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems now. He is only the first stage of the immortal. He has been promoted to the middle stage of the Tao. But it's a lie. Even if you are a myth, it will be extremely difficult here. By the way, where are the others? After I came out, I only found senior brother. Although I captured the immortals in the Dangshan clan and asked about the situation, except for you, senior brother, who is in the middle section, the others were sent to the second half. Caught the immortals in the Dangshan clan. Deoxedan's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he was more and more certain that the strength of the junior brother in front of him was probably very amazing. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength when he challenged the Great Saint Monument in Huaguo Mountain? The Dangshan clan attacked them. The moment they appeared unexpectedly, everyone realized it. Seeing Lee Su coming, how could the other party nod and say, I'll give you the person? This would expose itself. As long as the Dangshan clan is unwilling, it would be very difficult to capture the people inside. After all, even in the Dangshan Dao, they are very special life forms, very difficult to kill, and their bodies are hidden in the void, and it is impossible to capture the entity. Is that so? It's a pity. When I was in the leaf world, I also met a casual cultivator. Unfortunately, the situation was very troublesome at that time. Although I killed the other party, I didn't have the energy to collect the soul. Daog said inside, looked at Lisu and said, now I'm afraid I can only use a stupid way, one world at a time. Lisu nodded helplessly. He had no choice but to do so when he didn't know the whereabouts, and it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. The leaf worlds all have owners. It's impossible for you to go there and take a look, and the other party will nod and say, okay, take a look. Approaching the leaf world is undoubtedly no different from a direct provocation to the population in the world, and they will fight with you without hesitation. If it was still in the first half, it would be fine, even if there was a fight, but in the second half, once the fight started, the difficulty would be unusually high. All of them would die, and even the Daluo population would appear. Although the Daluo royal family should not take direct action, it was still quite tricky. Boom. Just as the two were discussing, there was a violent roar not far ahead, and a terrible storm swept over. In an instant, the terrible freezing air was erupting, and the space around them seemed to be solidified, and large pieces of frost fell. The two were startled, and then their eyes lit up at the same time. This breath was Aokaiang, the Dragon Palace Shianjuo. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the two took action directly, and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Soon, they saw light, and the darkness around them was broken. About 10 miles away, a terrible battle was taking place. There was an extremely huge real dragon, fighting a bloody battle with some kind of monster. The terrible freezing air erupted from the real dragon's body again and again, forming an extremely cold world with it as a center. The freezing air could almost solidify even the molecules, and all living things could not survive. That was Aokaiang's innate magical power, which activated the talent of the ancient bloodline Cold Dragon. The ancient Cold Dragon is an outlier in the entire Dragon Clan. The strongest talent of the Dragon Clan itself should be to call the wind and rain, that is, a storm. Of course, don't underestimate it. The dragon ancestor level of calling the wind and rain is very terrifying. The rain formed can submerge the galaxy, and the storm generated can tear the void. Usually, after a storm, a large area of galaxies will be gone. But the Cold Dragon is different. It can't call the wind and rain. The power of Feng Shui has become the power of frost. Once it erupts, it will only freeze everything silently and sink into death. That kind of death is terrible. Even the soul cannot escape and will be frozen to death together. There is no doubt that Aokaiang is very strong. As soon as he approached, both of them felt a biting cold. The cold air filled the entire void. As long as they get close, their body temperature will be quickly taken away, and the extraordinary power in their bodies will lose its activity. The taurine will be frozen and lose its luster. Even so, at this moment, Aokaiang was extremely embarrassed, covered in blood, and her body was almost broken by the cuts. There was an extremely huge gap, and her internal organs were vaguely visible. Her opponents were very strange, with a metallic luster, and there were a lot of them. They were combined together, very dense, with almost no gaps. At the same time, there was a terrible high temperature inside. Although the surface would be quickly frozen, it was obvious that Aokaiang's freezing air could not penetrate. This kind of creature had a huge restraint on her, and the impact of the Cold Dragon's freezing air was very low. It seemed that the external metal itself had a very high resistance to cold, and was not affected at all. Not only that, in the dark, there was also a Tai cultivator, who was one of the casual cultivators at that time. At this moment, most of his body had metallized. Although he did not take the initiative to move forward, he was connected to the metal creature, and attacked Aokaiang according to his situation. Whenever Aokaiang was ready for close combat, he would take action and repel the opponent. Unable to help but look at each other, Li Su and Aoksuan were undoubtedly a little frightened. Although the strength of that group of casual cultivators was not very good, the problems they created were really big and difficult to deal with. Lisu himself is not to be mentioned. His ability is not exposed. He has also arranged enough for him to drown opponents of the early stage, no, even the middle stage of the celestial mythology. Moreover, the plant life is undoubtedly very strong against Lisu's heaven-cutting hand. There are too many of them, and it can't affect them. As for Deogsun, he is also not doing well. He is being targeted miserably. The opponent is a special kind of insect. When he performed the supreme law of the Chan teaching, the Creation Sutra, he directly penetrated the void and was almost bitten through the body. If it weren't for the evil nerves in his body, he would probably be more embarrassed than Aokayang. Even so, he still suffered a lot of injuries and his mind was almost exhausted. Take action. Seeing that Aokayang was getting more and more dangerous and was chopped by the blade manifested by the metal life, a large piece of dragon scales fell off and the blue blood exploded. Lisu and Aoksun moved directly. Lisu's eyebrows flashed and a sword light rushed out. A huge sword wheel formed in the void and slashed directly at the metal creature. Clang. With a loud bang, the metal creature obviously didn't expect there would be other enemies and was cut on the spot. And there is no doubt that Lisu's sword intent, which originated from the Kingping sword, is the most terrifying killing power in the world. It cut open the opponent's shell on the spot, cut deep into it, and directly cut open the metal weapon that was killing Aokayang. As for Deogsun, he rushed directly to the Taii realm and started with the strongest method of Dongchen sect, the Creation Sutra. This was created based on the inheritance of the Jade Purity Saint, and it was interpreted with the four forces of earth, fire, wind, and water to open up a new world in the void. He punched, and in an instant, the four forces merged together, and the space directly vibrated. A huge world descended, and directly covered the Taii realm. Deogsun shouted, "Junior brother, you save people, I will deal with that Taii casual cultivator." Without waiting for Lisu to answer, he moved his body and entered that world himself. In an instant, the world closed, and the two disappeared directly from the Tangshan road. Facing this scene, Lisu's mouth twitched, a little gloomy. This guy is quick to pass the buck. Help Aokayang? Looking at her sword wheel that was obviously affected and covered with a layer of frost, Lisu's eyelids could not help but twitch. "Miss Ao, you're freezing air." There was no response. At this moment, the expression in Aokayang's pupils was very crazy and tyrannical. Because her power was exposed in advance, she was targeted badly. She could not exert her strength of the 10th level. When she was in the Leaf World, she was almost killed by the opponent with one blow. How could she, who was proud by nature, bear this? The more she fought, the more furious she became. The accumulated tyranny in her body and mind had seriously affected her rationality. The opponent's attack was suddenly interrupted, which undoubtedly gave her a chance to recover and time to counterattack. In an instant, she ran away. She rushed up directly, and the huge real dragon body burst out with shocking blood and energy. While the freezing air rushed to the sky, she directly fought with the metal in front of her. The girl was furious, really mad. Her blue eyes turned blood red. She pressed the metal life to the ground with extreme violence, grabbing, kicking, sweeping, and biting, like a mad shrew. Although crazy, her attack was extremely domineering. Almost every time she hit it, she would knock down a large amount of metal and freeze it directly. Without the help and restriction of the damn Taii realm, her body was completely liberated, showing the most terrifying talent of the dragon clan, the brute force of the flesh. Boom. 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 A dragon weighing dozens of tons, pressing and biting dozens of tons, no, hundreds of tons of metal, was undoubtedly a very exciting scene. Jianmu couldn't help but tremble, and the space around it was shaking. Finally, the metal life, realizing that something was wrong, trembled and began to disintegrate rapidly, rushing in a certain direction like a tide, and quickly disappeared in that world. Roar. Aokayang let out an extremely sharp roar and chased after it directly. As a dragon, how could she accept such an ending? She chased him all the way, clawing and biting him in the middle. Large pieces of metal kept falling off, and then they were condensed by her freezing air and froze to death. She chased him all the way to the door. After the Leaf World closed its door and there was no metal life outside, she stopped. She let out a big breath. and the tyranny in Aokayang's eyes finally subsided, revealing a comfortable expression. Her body trembled, and the huge real dragon disappeared, and she turned back into a human body. After landing, she staggered a few times. After all, she consumed a lot of energy, especially on her white chest. There was a huge gap, where you could see the bones and internal organs. She quickly took out the medicine, and applied it directly without thinking twice. After applying the front, Aokayang found that there was still behind her, so she took off her tattered magic dress without hesitation, threw it open, and then began to apply it on her back, buttocks, and thighs. While applying, Aokayang's pretty face turned red, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth. Her pupils turned red again, because her body was too huge and too many parts were attacked. Some private parts were attacked in several places. As a princess of the Dragon Clan, one of the two unattainable iceberg beauties in Dong Shenhe, well, the other one is Khan King. This time she was too embarrassed. Wait until I get better, and I'll beat you to death. Looking at the closed world of leaves with resentment, Aokayang gritted her teeth, and took out new clothes. Void scooped a handful of water to bathe herself, and the girl quickly tidied herself up. After a while, she returned to her original appearance, a beautiful woman who made countless people's eyes not move, and their throats arched, like a Xiantian snow lotus. She took out the mirror, and looked back and forth 3 times, to make sure there was no blind spot and everything was so beautiful. Then the girl turned around, took a breath, and said coldly, I don't know how the others are doing, and Sister Kinga, I have to go find her. She was so embarrassed, and the other party must not have an easy time either. She must have gone through a bloody battle, and been beaten to reveal her true form, and her beautiful peacock feathers must have been stained. Very good, go save her. And then, she didn't expect that Aokayang's charming little face rose. At this moment, Lee Su, not far away, looked helpless. You said you didn't want to watch, but you really couldn't. Because of the battle, many groups appeared around, all staring at him. Lee Su couldn't close his 5 senses. In fact, he also drew his sword, and killed several people who were ready to move. You said you are a grown woman, how can you change clothes on the street? This is not in line with your personality at all. Okay. You. Aokayang's eyes were full of mosquito-repellent eyes, and his cold face was redder than a monkey's butt, and he spoke tremblingly. Facing this scene, what else could Lee Su say? So he organized his words, recalled the scene in his mind, and gave Aokayang a thumbs up. Nice figure. Aokayang went crazy and exploded completely. I'll kill you. Looking at Aokayang rushing over, Lee Su took a breath. Without any hesitation, the heavenly palace shook, and his life fire burned high. He took off his clothes himself. What does it have to do with him? As a supporter of gender equality, he did nothing wrong, and you dared to make a scene, no matter if you are beautiful or not. Boom. You. Boom. I'll kill you. Boom. Woo. Bastard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 The Whereabouts of the Rest. Not a man. No, he is not a human. Covering her forehead, there was a lump almost as big as a dragon horn. Aokayang burst into tears in pain. Wronged. She had never been so wronged in her life. She was beaten to tears. From childhood to adulthood, even her father had never beaten her like this. Yes, she took off her clothes by herself. Yes, she showed a very unladylike side. But being unreasonable, crying and shouting that she wanted to hang herself, this is a woman's privilege, isn't it? And the more beautiful a woman is, the greater such rights, isn't it? Where is your gentlemanly demeanor? Where is your modesty, elegance, and sunshine? Was it eaten by a dog? He pounced on her madly, and what greeted her was not a panicked apology or embarrassment, but a counterattack like a raging wave. She was stunned on the spot. Coming back to her senses, Aokayang was naturally more angry and crazy, and then the other party really didn't hold back at all, and beat her 3 times in a row, each time harder than the last. I'm a woman. What made Aokyan mad the most was not the fact that she was beaten, but the fact that she couldn't beat the opponent. The first time she rushed forward, she wanted to vent more. Although she was stunned, it was because she was not prepared enough and the skill CD was not ready, so she was caught off guard. So the second time she went up, she was serious, bursting out the strongest true dragon power, showing the unparalleled dragon body. Then, she was beaten again. As for the third time, there is no doubt that she fought harder this time. She directly awakened her own bloodline and rushed forward with the cold dragon's freezing air. The result was still the same. She was ruthlessly suppressed by the opponent and a third horn grew on her head. The first two times were still accidents, but the last time, Aokyan was shocked and really doubted the dragon's life. She, Aokyan, is the daughter of the East Dragon Palace. She has 100 years of golden elixir, or 1000 years of myth, and a 2000 years of perfect heavenly immortal. She has reached the 5th level of Taoism, and awakened the ancient cold dragon bloodline. Looking at the myth world, she is definitely one of the top 10 in this stage of heavenly immortals. The previous battle, that forced her into a state of extreme embarrassment was also fought by a Tai casual cultivator, plus a group of Tai creatures, which made her fight so hard, that she was severely injured, and almost ripped open her stomach. As a result, it is obvious that the celestial being has not yet reached perfection, but he actually suppressed her. It is too unscientific. It is simply outrageous. If you want to talk about Taoism and magical powers, the human race is stronger, and Aokyan will admit it. But you, a human, are stronger than the dragon race in terms of physical body. Isn't this too much? Feeling the breath left on her body, Aokyan trembled a little. The moment she was suppressed by the opponent, she saw an extremely terrifying scene in a trance. A creature that was even bigger and more terrifying than her real dragon body made every nerve of her tense, and her dragon scales were crackling. If the opponent was not a disciple of Jijio, and Jijio did not accept disciples other than the human race, Aokyan would doubt whether the guy in front of her was a human. Boom. The battle on the other side was over. The world opened. Deoxuan walked out with a look of ease, holding a tragic head in his hand, and his soul was suppressed inside. He let out a long breath, and the whole person felt comfortable. In the middle section, the battle was quite aggrieved, embarrassed, and full of anger. Now it was finally one-on-one, and the scene was naturally different. It must be said that the casual cultivators in Tangshandao were quite amazing, and their strength was very strong, stronger than the 10 fire limit Tai, and it felt like they were touching the myth. Of course, because of this, he was quite happy and comfortable in this battle, and all his anger was released. It was worth his hasty action to get rid of the person first. Such a battle was really rare, and it made him serious, but not fatal. Walking out with a smile on his face, Deoxuan was about to say something, but he found that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit strange. The cold and beautiful Aokyan's sister had an aura that inexplicably felt like a young wife being taught a lesson by her husband. She stood there aggrieved, which made her original ethereal and untouchable feeling dissipate a lot. However, when he saw that junior brother Yang was still alert, his aura was completely unchanged, and when he came out, he also repelled a species of life that approached him. Deoxuan blinked his eyes. It should be the impact of the previous battle. After all, it was quite tragic and aggrieved. He could empathize with him. He would give a head to the other party later, find the culprit, and let the other party beat him up. He should feel much better. Thinking of this, Deoxuan said, "Junior brother, junior sister Ao, there is news." He was not kind to keep the other party's soul after throwing the head in his hand. Although he was collecting souls, he was not too skilled in this aspect. If the other party kept a trick, he might be tricked. Let the other party live for a while, and it would not be too late to kill him after everyone is found. Soon, the eyes of Lisu and Aokyan were attracted. Brother Eluozin was sent to the Wuxiang realm. Brother Wenkang is in the Guangming realm. Brother Gaohua is in the Lehan realm. Brother Xiao Kang is a little far away and was sent to the Jiaota realm. Sister Kang King was sent to the Mai realm. And finally Sister Han Jin and the others were sent to Jia's Hangshan. As Deoxuan spoke, Lisu couldn't help but take a breath. Jia's Hangshan? Han Jin and the others were undoubtedly sent very far, very deep, and extremely dangerous. Jiao Zangshan is very special. Before coming here, he specifically asked about it. It is the territory of the more special species of Tangxi and Ao, the territory of bacteria and microorganisms. Usually, when mentioning bacteria and microorganisms, the first thought is that they are very small. In fact, if they are on the main road of Tangxi and Ao, they are not particularly strong. Although they are located deep in the back, the races encountered by the other people are stronger than them. However, it is different in Jiaozhangshan. The environment there is too special. The bacteria and microorganisms are extremely large inside. On the contrary, if the human race enters, they will become about the same size as bacteria. Once a collision occurs, even if Han Jin and the others are all in the Tai realm and are good at formations, it will be very dangerous. As for Ao Kaiang, she was also a little shocked. The main reason was that she was shocked to hear that her good sister was sent to the quagmire. She could imagine Kang King's mood. She was absolutely crazy. As a peacock, her beauty was undoubtedly deeply rooted in people's hearts. She could be said to be the white peony, the king of all flowers. Whether it was a peony or not was not the point. The point was white. That's right. Kang King had a serious obsession with cleanliness. She usually didn't get stained by dust. Even if she fought with others, she would not check the harvest after finishing the work, but would seal the harvest and take a shower first. This process would be very long, and she would be extremely serious. She really belonged to the kind of mentality that could not stand any dust. Now that she was sent to the quagmire, Ao Kaiang could imagine Kang King's mentality at this moment, which was definitely more explosive than when she was besieged by metal life. Although she was a little worried, they were sisters after all, and although their relationship was a little plastic, when she thought of the proud Kang King covered in mud, Ao Kaiang was looking forward to being able to enter the top 3 of her cherished photo collection. And thinking back to her own experience, Ao Kaiang had to find something to make up for it, otherwise she would go crazy. Especially when her eyes fell on the Taoist of Jijiao, her fair and beautiful forehead would ache faintly. By the way, junior sister Ao, junior brother Yang, are you good at searching souls? I'm not very familiar with this aspect. Modifying the memory of the soul. In the mythological world, this method is not rare at all. There are too many. There are ways. If the two people in front of them have related methods, they can undoubtedly avoid being tricked and wasting time. Ao Kaiang shook her head. The dragon clan was obviously not good at this. Although she could also collect souls, her technology should not be much different from Deoxun. As for Li Su, after a slight hesitation, she stretched out her hand and said, "Give it to me." Catching the head thrown by the other party, Li Su did not hesitate to crush it. In an instant, the yuanshan of the Tai casual cultivator overflowed from it. Deoxun was startled and said quickly, "Brother, be careful." The reason why the head was used to seal the soul was that the head was used as a restraint. Once the head was destroyed, the other party's soul would be free. Not only that, the soul itself does not belong to the material world. In order to survive, the other party might absorb the evil nature at all costs and completely transform itself. Ao Kaiang took a breath and directly activated her own blood. There was freezing air taking shape. Li Su's physical strength was a little beyond her expectations, but her behavior at this moment was undoubtedly a bit rash. This was Tangshan Road, and it was still the second half. There were more evil natures than she could imagine. But it was great. Once the other party's soul really got away, she would just use the excuse to attack him, and his soul with freezing air to vent her anger. As a result, the next second, the two of them were stunned at the same time. Taiya's soul, which had been freed from the restraints, did act without hesitation. Even if it was not much better to be completely evil, he didn't care, as long as he could survive. What's more, if his soul fell into the hands of the enemy, he might not necessarily die, but it was likely to be a life worse than death. As a casual cultivator, he knew too well the consequences of having his soul captured, because he himself had done such things before, and the endings of those souls were undoubtedly extremely miserable. He had many thoughts, but Tai casual cultivator found that his soul was still out of control after being freed from the shackles, and began to fall. A large shadow appeared under Lee Su's feet, and a hand stretched out from it, directly grabbed Tae Casual Cultivator's soul, and pulled it down. Tae Casual Cultivator only had time to let out a terrified scream before disappearing in the shadow under Lee Su's feet. In the shadow, the 6 reincarnations quickly ground the opponent's soul, absorbed the true spirit, and turned the soul into soil. After a moment, Lee Su opened his eyes. Brother Eluozan is no longer in the Wuxiang realm, but in the Void realm, and Xiao Kang is no longer in the Scorched Earth realm, but in the Void Crystal realm. Hiss. At this moment, Daoxuan and Daokyang couldn't help but take a breath. Although I knew that the content might be problematic, I didn't expect that 2 of them were fake, and both the Wuxiang realm and the Jiaota realm were very troublesome. The main reason was that they were very large. If I wanted to confirm them, I had to go in and look for them. This would not only waste time, but also cause huge problems. In the second half, these 2 realms were both extremely deep. Although they were not as deep as Jia's Hangshan, they were definitely among the best, with Daluo tribes. Of course, in addition to this aspect, the inhalation of this breath also caused the shadow under Lee Su's feet. That was Tae Yuanshan, who was pulled down without any resistance. Not only that, when the 2 looked at the shadow, they also felt that their souls were about to fall into the abyss. It involved the surface layer of the soul, and it was terrible, and could shake them. This junior brother of mine was really surprising and unbelievable, and his methods were endless. However, why did this shadow look familiar? Daoxuan was very confused. Where did he seem to have seen it? Not only the physical method, but also the soul method was so strong. The soul of the cold dragon bloodline is the most stable, so the shock to Aokyang was far greater than that of Daoxuan. Although it was only for a moment, it was undoubtedly greater than the shock to her body. Moreover, she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she found that there was also a terrible freezing air under the other party's shadow, which was different from her coldness, but another kind of coldness. What kind of Taoism is this? The 2 were shocked, and they couldn't see through the Taoist in front of them. It was too unexpected. Lee Su didn't explain, and said directly, "Let's go." Han Jin and the other women were sure that they were in Jia's Hangshan, which made him a little anxious. Not only was the situation there quite dangerous, but also the destination this time might be a trap. The 2 came back to their senses, nodded, and went straight on the road. The 3 of them were very fast. According to the memory of Tae Sangxiu, they went straight to the nearest world. The bright world, where Monk Wenkan was. It took almost an hour to arrive in front of the leaf. There was a battle inside, and it was very fierce. Above the myth, and it was still the 14 fire elms, asking the 9th level, when Kang, who was close to the 10th level, was suppressed quite badly. The creatures in this world are very strange. They are undoubtedly evil creatures. The population is a beast with a human head. They are extremely sacred, shining brightly, and have the power to purify the soul. They will be redeemed by it, have faith, and then want to get close to it, offer their own flesh and blood, with an extremely happy face. Of course, this is nothing. Although the attributes of this creature are somewhat similar to Buddhism, the influence that Buddhism can bring is very low. For Wen Kang, a top genius, it is nothing. What really gives him a headache is a subordinate race, a group of people who are looking forward to light and thirsting for salvation. Unlike human heads, they are entangled with karma and sink into the sea of demons. They want to turn back, but they are clamped by the devil. They cry bitterly and are even more miserable. Facing this population, Monk Wenkan picked his feet and stopped reciting Buddhist scriptures. He directly cursed Tae Sangxiu for not being a son of man and going to your mother. It's really fucking infuriating and too bad. It's outrageous to force him, a compassionate monk, to kill people. The monk held the sword and transformed into Hades. He chopped for 2 whole days. No, it took 2 whole days to cross. Finally, the last one of the race that sank in the sea of demons was chopped off by him. No, after crossing, the monk put his hands together and walked out of the bright world with hundreds of thousands of soul lights. Looking at the monk who seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Lee Su and others were a little stunned for a while. The monk himself was also stunned. The corners of his mouth kept twitching, his eyelids jumped again and again, and the Tei soul in his hand creaked and broke on the spot. After a while, the monk let out a long breath, and the Hades aura disappeared, restoring his original Buddha power and compassion. Amitabha, I feel much more at ease to see that all the junior brothers and sisters are safe. You are kidding me. Aokayang put aside his hatred for Lee Su at this moment and said with sparkling eyes, so you are such a monk. When Kang's handsome face darkened, he didn't believe that the other party didn't see the hundreds of thousands of soul lights he brought out. He was not really murderous, but was really saving people, giving them liberation, and giving them rebirth. After all, as a disciple of Buddhism, facing the creatures who were sinking in the sea of suffering and unable to be reborn, just leaving was not in line with his great way, and would ruin his Buddhist heart. As a result, he, the strongest among the celestial beings, was trapped and could not come out immediately. At another time, if that Tei casual cultivator did this, he would undoubtedly accept it with a smile. Now is obviously not the right time. After all, although he himself is not in danger, it does not mean that others are safe. Without giving him a chance to explain, Aokayang said directly, let's go, and senior sister Kanking, she hasn't come out for so long, she must be completely trapped. Looking at the rather excited Aokayang, Deoksun, when Kang, and even Lisa couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This girl, is she really going to save people? The three of them thought about it, but they didn't say anything. After looking at each other, they went straight on the road. The Maya realm was not far from the light realm, separated by about 2 leaves, about 100,000 miles. The 4 of them arrived quickly. As they approached, they paused. Although they were separated by completely different worlds, they all heard the sound without a doubt. It was a shrill, crazy, and explosive scream. Not far away, the leaf world was shaking wildly, and 5-colored divine light continued to burst out. Die. 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 The voice that should have been light and proud was so exasperated and crazy at this moment. Its senior sister Kanking. Aokayang's pretty face showed an incomparable luster. With a loud shout, he rushed over like his, but was on fire. Boom. With a loud bang, the leaf was shaking, and it was hit violently. A figure rushed out before Aokayang arrived. She was in a very sorry state. Not to mention the colorful clothes on her body, there were holes in many places, and the wind was leaking. Her long skirt was rotten, revealing her tender white thighs. There were stains all over her body, especially the milky white color flowing on her cheeks and exposed thighs, which was even more wonderful. Of course, that thing was not that thing. It was very scary, and had strong infectiousness. It was a living species, and the shape of each individual was very similar to tadpoles. This creature was called pregnant worm. It could ignore race, gender, and requirements and force all life to conceive. Don't laugh, it's really scary. Because this kind of conception is not just for women or females, but for all life with flesh and blood. Once it drills into the body, it will directly absorb the genes of the creature, conceive directly, and then form one uterus after another on your body. Under normal circumstances, an adult body can grow about 100 uteruses. They will frantically absorb all nutrients in the flesh and blood, and when they hatch, the mother will die. Senior sister Kanking, I'll help you. Faced with Kanking's situation, Aokayang rushed up with a howl. Then, Lee Su and the others clearly saw that the arrogant girl who rushed out was obviously shocked, as if she was struck by lightning. When she saw Aokayang, her eyes were already green, and when she saw Lee Su and the others, they turned blue. Get out. She let out a cruel scream, and the 5-colored divine light ran away unprecedentedly. Not only did it brush off her own body, but it also swept Aokayang, Lee Su and the others over. Aunt Kang, you're too much. Aokayang showed the shadow of a real dragon and shouted angrily. A big peacock appeared, looking at Aokayang's eyes, really wanting to eat each other alive. Aunt Ao, you go to hell. The plastic sisterhood completely collapsed at this moment. Afterwards, the 2 women had no relief at all that they were safe, and they directly pinched each other. The 5-colored divine light, the cold dragon's freezing air, exploded. Not only did the magical powers explode, but the flesh also collided violently. The extremely sharp peacock beak went straight to the opponent's chest and face. The extremely sharp real dragon teeth stared at the extremely beautiful peacock tail on the opponent's butt and bit it madly. Avoiding the 5-colored divine light, watching the two women fighting madly from a distance, Deoxys swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but said, why don't we go find someone else first? Monk Wenkan was too lazy to say anything and nodded directly. This is a good suggestion. Lee Su also nodded and prepared to speak. Junior brother, please watch here. We will go to find Aluozin, Gaohua, and the little monkey. Now that we are done here, you take them to Jia's Hangshan first. We can't delay senior sister Hangjin and the others any longer. Deoxys, who was determined to marry a girl from 100 tribes, didn't wait for Lee Su to speak. He directly passed the buck and disappeared in the next second, dragging the monk with him. Looking at the two people who disappeared quickly, Lee Su stayed where he was. What kind of international joke is this? He also planned to leave, but found that, because the two people left, and the two fought, only Lee Su was left. The surroundings began to become restless, and surrounded the species of life. After reaching out, and beheading the two guys who rushed up as a warning, Deoxys and Wenkang had already disappeared. Taking a deep breath and exhaling deeply, Lee Su stopped where he was with a face as dark as it could be. Although Deoxys and the other two were a bit unkind, it was better to split up the troops for the current situation. After all, the Leaf world where the other three were located was relatively far away, especially the place where the little monkey was located, which was after Jia's Hangshan. If they went there, he would undoubtedly be able to save Hangjin and the others without distraction. As for the fight between the two women, it seemed fierce, but in fact they were just mad, and they would calm down after fighting for a while. In fact, it ended much faster than expected. It stopped in less than a minute. It was mainly because of Lee Su. This man was really infuriating. Not only did he not stop them, but he also stared at them constantly. Although the two women showed their true bodies, they had actually transformed into humans. The so-called true bodies were just mental scenes, which were no different from the real ones, but they were still human forms inside. Therefore, the other party could see their true bodies under the scenes. Faced with this scene, Khan King was undoubtedly very angry. She was a proud peacock, but she was taken advantage of by someone. How could she tolerate this? So she kept a cold face and ignored Aokayang. After all, they were sisters and had a deep family relationship. It was not easy to kill her. As for Lee Su, what about the GGO Taoist? Immediately, Khan King's pupils were filled with anger, ready to hit him until his eyes were swollen. Don't you know not to look at what is indecent? Chapter 548 Taboo Mythology. Something is wrong. Taking a step forward, Khan King inexplicably discovered that Aokayang's eyes were very problematic, and they were full of expectation. What was she expecting? As her best friend, they had a very good relationship because of the adults, which was simply enviable. Suddenly, she paused. Didn't she know Aokayang's temper? Under normal circumstances, she would be even angrier than herself. Although she was a female dragon and should be sexually promiscuous, this guy was different. She valued her chastity very much. Except for her husband, she would never show her body to anyone. You said that she was seen naked soon after she turned into a real dragon? That's wrong. For a real dragon, the dragon scales are equivalent to clothes, just like her feathers. After they turned into humans, the dragon scales and feathers fell off directly and became part of the magical power, not the skin. When Khan King couldn't help but think of the other party's real dragon appearance, the bag in the middle of the forehead, she suddenly realized something. Therefore, the moment she rushed in front of Lee Su, she braked urgently. In fact, the closer she got, the more uneasy she felt deep in her heart. Lee Su had threatened her greatly. Although it was a little unbelievable, if the other party was stronger than her, the situation would undoubtedly be very bad. TSK. Seeing the other party stop and restrain his breath, Aokayang couldn't help smacking his lips. Sure enough, she didn't move, which made Aunt Kang suspicious. However, thinking of the scene when the other party came out, she smiled again. She was only seen by Lee Su, which was okay, and the other party was stronger than her. Obviously, no matter what race, strong males and beautiful females would have many suitors. Although being seen, It was not too bad. Sure enough, Aunt Ao had bad intentions. Kang King's eyes flashed, and she took a breath directly. Junior brother Yang, are there any people who have not been found? Kang King's pretty face was a little red. The topic was changed abruptly, mainly because she was a little unsure. She was absolutely confident in her own strength. If she couldn't beat a celestial being, wouldn't she be able to catch him easily? When she was in Huaguo Mountain, if the other party might not be 15 fire, she wouldn't care. However, the line under the great saint statue made her alert. Now Aunt Ao's reaction really caught her off guard. She knew him too well, just as he knew her. If so, there might be something wrong with this GGO Taoist in front of her. It was rumored that he was the descendant of a saint, and the saint was very fond of him. GGO even rang the bell before this. I'm afraid that Aunt Ao had suffered a loss. She was silent at this moment, intending to let her suffer the same loss. Okay, I'll remember this matter first, and make plans, after I understand the specific situation. Her embarrassment was not just as simple as being angry, she was really hurt. In fact, Ao Kang was the same. Although he looked much better on the outside, he was very anxious on the inside, and was definitely not much better than her. Since the other party didn't come up, Lee Su naturally gave up the idea of fighting one by one, and said directly, Senior brother Gao Hua and the others have not been found yet, and the specific situation is unclear. But senior brother Daoxun and the others have just gone there. I'm going to find Hangjin and the others first. Senior sister Kong, senior sister Ao, what are your plans? You are seriously injured. It is not suitable for you to go alone. If I can escort you back to the middle section, we can turn back. Kang King took a breath and looked back at Ao Kayang. Although she was very angry, it was not suitable to intrigue at this moment. What's more important is that the two of them had a great responsibility for the cause of this incident. The Tai casual cultivator was killed by her, and she saw the other party's memory after her soul was restrained. If they took action, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace to these people. For people with paranoid and demonic barriers, this is obviously unbearable. She is proud and a little conceited. If she was the only one teleported, she would not care about the cause and effect, and she would just bear it. But dragging others into the water made her very uncomfortable. Walk your own way. You have to take the blame for your own misfortune. I'll go with you. Of all the people, the 5 women of GGO Hanjin are undoubtedly the most dangerous. Although they are at a high level, they are ordinary Tai. The 10 fire limits here do not have much advantage. And according to the memory of the casual cultivator, the 5 women were sent to Jia's Hangshan. There is no doubt that even in the entire Tangxi and Ao, they are definitely among the top 10 in difficulty and extremely dangerous. Therefore, she will not leave until the matter is over. Taking out a pill, Kang King quickly swallowed it. Ao Kayang also came up and said directly, this matter was caused by the two of us. How can we leave? They are all cultivators. Naturally, they are different from the girls waiting to be married. They have also experienced bloody battles. Their personalities may be cold and elegant, but they are the flowers that are about to bloom in the biting cold wind, not the plants in the greenhouse. Lee Su took a deep look at the 2 women, who were showing off. Although the elixir temporarily relieved their injuries, the 2 women were not in good condition. Ao Kayang was not mentioned. The real dragon body was cut apart, and the internal organs were exposed. The injuries were fed back to the flesh. It would take a long time to recover. As for Kang King, although she did not have the terrible external injuries of Ao Kayang, her internal injuries were very serious, and her body was extremely weak. Although the milky white strange life was swept away by her, a lot of physical strength was taken away. The blood loss in the body was quite serious, and it was impossible to exert all the strength for a while. The 2 women were almost only at the peak level of the 6th or 7th level, and they might not be able to stand for a long time. However, if they were really sent away, and then came back, it would take too long. Although Lee Su was not afraid of the Tangxi and Ao population, it would be very bad if he encountered a strange scene when he came back. Taking advantage of the blood rain that had just fallen, the strange scene would not appear in a short time. It was undoubtedly the best way to find all the people. Forget it, at worst, I can take care of them. It is not easy for Hangjin and the others to continue to delay. In that case, let's go too. Lee Su thought about it and took the lead, opening the way and rushing towards the leaf world where Jia's Hangshan was. The two women didn't talk and followed directly and went forward with Lee Su. Asterisk 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 Lee Su Kai and Tao led the way and the speed was very fast. Although it didn't exceed the imagination of the two women, there was still a lot of burden. After galloping all the way, the two women were a little out of breath. Fortunately, they took a break in the middle, otherwise they would be more tired. But finally arrived at the location of Jia's Hangshan before dawn. Although it was already daytime, the light in the deepest part of Tangshan Road was still very dark, with a thick layer that the sunlight could not completely penetrate. The two women exhaled a breath. There was no doubt that the situation was not bad so far, and it should be said that it was quite smooth. Although occasionally there would be blind species approaching, they were all driven away by their own magical powers. Until they arrived here, they didn't fight too many times. However, when Khan King saw the location of Jia's Hangshan, her face changed first. There was a guard in front of the entrance. It was the fungus tribe. There are so many of them that the entire road section is almost covered by them. It is not tens, hundreds, or thousands, but can only be calculated in trillions. The individual fungi are very small, and only in Jia's Hangshan will they appear huge. But this does not mean that this tribe is weak. In fact, the reason why Jia's Hangshan is so famous is inseparable from the fungi itself. This tribe reproduces very quickly and is very powerful. This population also has only 3 classes: the royal family, the nobles, and the common people. Among them, the common people are practicing Qi, the nobles are Jindan, and even the royal family is only in the realm of heavenly immortals. Undoubtedly, it is far lower than other populations. However, the number is too terrifying. It is only the size of a palm, but there are hundreds of millions, or even billions. That terrifying number undoubtedly makes this group extremely difficult and terrifying, with almost unlimited power. Even standing far away, looking at the huge leaves connecting the position, the volume is as huge as a mountain, and it gathers dense energy like a galaxy. For a moment, Ao Kaiang and Khan King couldn't help but change their faces. As a woman, facing such dense creatures is already quite uncomfortable. After feeling the terrifying energy of the other party, goosebumps appeared directly. The two women couldn't help looking at each other, and there was a heavy fear in their pupils. If they were not injured and could fully unleash their own strength, they might be able to break through. Now, their own strength is less than 7th level of 10. Facing the fungus tribe that blocked the road, they were afraid that they would be trapped if they were said to break through. The attack of the fungus tribe itself is also very strange. It can penetrate the flesh, cause physical diseases, and produce highly toxic substances. Even Tai can't bear it. And they have a single mindset, and don't have emotions such as fear. Once provoked, it can almost be said that they will fight to the death. For a while, the two women took a breath, looked at each other, and looked at Lee Su. The incident was caused by them. Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, they have to break through. At this moment, Lee Su was motionless. His pupils were glowing with golden light, and he didn't look at the fungus tribe, but looked directly at the world of leaves behind him. There was a constant stream of light in his pupils, and the shadow of Pangu Banner flickered. In an instant, he forcibly captured a part of the scene in that world. As he analyzed it in his mind. Good news, Han Jin and the others are all fine. Bad news, their situation is very bad. The formation that maintains the formation has been shaken and can't hold on. Several women were injured, and Huang Meng and Zixuan were poisoned. Han Jin was the strongest among the women, but her face was still pale and shaky at this moment. Maybe in the next moment, she will be covered by the sea of fungi. Retracting his gaze, Lee Su took a deep breath, and a faint murderous aura flowed in his eyes. Without waiting for Ao Kaiang and Khan King to react, he stepped forward and walked directly towards the boundless mountain of fungi that blocked the road. Junior brother Yang. The two women were shocked, and their faces changed drastically. Too reckless. Why did they just walk over? At this moment, even if they want to move, they should attack first. The three of them attacked at the same time, and before the other party reacted, they tried their best to eliminate the living forces of the fungi before they reacted and circulated their energy to launch an attack. Lisu's blatant behavior undoubtedly aroused the other party's reaction. Asterisk 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 junior brother Deogsun, why do you want to divide the troops? At this moment, somewhere, Monk Wenkang looked at Deogsun with a frown. Dividing the troops is undoubtedly the best way to save people, but it also depends on the situation. Aokayang and Khan King are obviously in a bad situation. Once separated, the two will most likely be targeted by the creatures in the second half of the population. They can still take care of one or two together. Now that they have left, only junior brother Yang is left. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Therefore, even if the troops are divided, they should not be divided like this. He should take one and junior brother Deogsun should take one. If a crisis really happens, they can respond accordingly. I thought I just stayed away to prevent the other party from getting angry and sending it to me. Unexpectedly, Deogsun did not stop after leaving and went directly in the next direction, ready to find Gaohua and the others. Brother Wenkang, are you worried about junior brother Yang? Deogsun smiled, raised his hand to deal with the creatures that rushed over. That's right, brother, you haven't been out for long. However, brother, I don't know if you have noticed that since we left, the creatures have never stopped attacking us. Not only the core species, but also the subsidiary species are constantly attacking us too. Wenkang was startled, and after recalling, it seemed to be true. You know, when everyone was together just now, although there were creatures attacking, it was only once in a while, and most of them retreated far away and didn't dare to get close. This shouldn't have happened. They should have a normal situation after entering Tangshandao. Deogsun glanced around. Not to mention the reaction of the species, just the strange feeling from his nerves. The Taoist of Dangshan sect could be sure of one thing, that is, the strength of his junior brother Ji. I'm afraid the real strength is much higher than the realm shown. Now thinking back, junior brother Yang's identity is still far away from them. Although they are also geniuses, they have the status of Daozi in the great sects, and have teachers in the Dalo realm, but compared with Lisu, they are undoubtedly inferior. The other party is not only the descendant of a saint, but also the inheritor of the Daozi. The strength of Jigio's cultivation of him is absolutely beyond imagination, far from what they can compare. After all, there is only one Daozi of Jigio after tens of millions of years. These undoubtedly explain a lot of things. Thinking of this, Deogsun said softly, junior brother Yang, he may be much more powerful than we think. It is even possible that he is the strongest among us. Wenkang was silent, somewhat touched, recalling that his own saint also passed through Lisu's Buddhist Dharma, or the Hard Sutra. Although the Western great sects have the habit of poaching people, and usually dig the other party's load-bearing wall, which is undoubtedly very hateful, but because of this, not everyone is qualified to be poached. You have to have enough capital to do it. The Buddhist saint took the initiative to make a move, obviously seeing something, and determining that the Daozi of Jigio is extraordinary. Now recalling, when he was in Huaguo Mountain before, this Taoist was chased by the Dalo realm, but he came out unscathed, while the Dalo realm disappeared without a sound. Judging from the reaction of Jigio, it was obviously not them who did it. Since the high-level officials of Jigio did not take action, what happened to the Dalo realm? And why was the celestial immortal realm fine, but the Dalo realm had problems? There was also the matter of the great saint statue. Lisu directly obtained a great saint crystal, which means that he gained more from it than all of them. This is also very problematic, but he was shocked by the problem of the monkey clan later, and did not think about it carefully. Connecting this series of situations, perhaps it is really as Deogsun said, that his junior brother Yang is safer with the two injured women than the two of them each carrying one. Deogsun took a breath and said directly, it is not a problem for them to go to Jiahangshan. As long as we find all the people before that, we can gather them there. Asterisk 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 sword, endless sword. As Lisu's eyebrows glowed, a sword wheel soared into the sky. In an instant, thousands of sword lights and millions of sword auras appeared, like rain and waterfalls. In an instant, the trillion-level fungus race was buried directly. Their strength was not high enough, and in front of Lee Su, they were just a group of paper tigers. Stars appeared, a full 180 of them, surrounding Lee Su's body, forming the stars in the sky. The stars shook and slowly moved forward. Everything in the past was like smoke, dust, and soil, which was annihilated and crushed by him, and turned into sand. There was light on Lee Su's body, like fire and flames. There was terrible vitality inside, bursting out with unimaginable blood and energy. The temperature of these blood and energy was beyond imagination, thousands of degrees, like a dragon, a phoenix, and a rock. Under his feet, shadows turned into a quagmire, and a strange scene emerged in it. A woman in red, thousands of corpses under her skirt, and endless evil spirits, grabbing, gnawing, and scratching. Every time he passed by, large pieces of fungus bodies fell, extinguishing the spiritual light in the middle. The most terrifying thing is his immortal power. It is just the simplest burst, but it seems to be substantial. With this incredible power, every step will form a terrible impact. Key refining and golden elixir will collapse on the spot. Even some celestial immortals will be torn and destroyed. This is more shocking than the use of Taoist magic. Even celestial immortals, who are a little more ordinary, don't even have the qualifications for him to use his magic. How terrifying is this? Amazing. He moved forward all the way. The terrible fungus mountain was like dung at this moment, and was directly evaporated by his power. The fungus mountain also counterattacked, launching attacks again and again. The huge body constantly spewed out unimaginable poison. The poison was very terrible, and had radioactive properties. Even the void could be polluted. However, it was useless. Facing Lee Su's terrible and overbearing power, it was chopped, smashed, crushed, and burned. The neurotoxins, hemolytic toxins, and cytotoxins were all useless, and were wiped out in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, trillions of bacteria on the huge road were directly annihilated by Lee Su's power. Not a single drop of them remained. With his outburst, the surrounding species retreated frantically in an instant, with terrifying expressions in their pupils. They couldn't help but tremble in fear, and fled without looking back, returning to their own world, and hiding themselves completely. Pausing, Lee Su exhaled lightly. He didn't react to this result. Quantity was meaningless in his eyes. If they wanted to fight him, they could only win through quality. He looked back at Aokayang and Kanking, motioning the two women to follow him. He had no time to waste. The two stunned women couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. As they walked, their pupils trembled in surprise. Is this a forbidden myth? Chapter 549 Waiting. Mythology taboo, or taboo mythology. This is not a certain realm, nor does it represent a certain height. It is just a simple, very simple name for a certain type of people above mythology. This type of people is very rare. Even if there are countless geniuses above mythology in the mythology world for thousands of years, there are still very few people who can be called taboos. After hundreds of thousands of years, the number is probably within the hands. They are very special, because in the Jindan realm, they reached a point that ordinary people could not imagine, involving a layer beyond common sense, thus inducing internal changes, and possessing incredible power. That kind of power is not strong, nor terrible, and even more not untouchable. It is something that cannot be accurately expressed in words. Another layer of things. How to describe it? For example, at this moment, Lee Su's unusual strength, in fact, for Aokayang and Kanking, is not absolutely overwhelming and insurmountable. If they were not injured, the two women would still have a certain degree of confidence in fighting against this level of Lee Su. Undoubtedly, this shows that, although Lee Su is powerful, he has not surpassed the category of Xianjiao, nor has he exceeded the category that the two of them can bear. But, if the two of them fought against the fungus tribe that was easily crushed, killed, and annihilated by Lee Su, then the outcome of the battle would most likely not be like this. The losers would be them. Obviously, everyone's strength is equal, and even if they talk about the outbreak, the two of them are still better than each other. But they can't beat that fungus mountain, but Lee Su can. This is undoubtedly difficult to understand, right? And this is also the origin of the myth taboo. The so-called taboo means this. People who are weaker than you can't beat him, even if they gather 1,000. 10,000, 100,000, or a million. Because the number is meaningless in front of him. Even if he is seriously injured and is about to die, the ants can't think of invading the other party when he is weak. The so-called taboo is that it must not be violated. It's really unbelievable that in this generation of the myth world, there will be 2 taboo level Shy and Geo in a row. Aokayang and Khan King were in a very complicated mood at the moment. They didn't expect that Geo, who had never understood their expressions, would come up with such a big move. It was hard to describe. Once it was exposed, the entire myth world would probably be shocked. It was not necessary to mention how powerful it was. What was more important was the 10,000 years war that would soon determine the allocation of resources in the myth world. Aokayang and the others didn't know what others thought of the 10,000 years war, but they themselves knew the meaning of the so-called 10,000 years war best. It was just the allocation of resources. And there was no doubt that after hundreds of thousands of years, the allocation of resources in the myth world had already been determined. No matter how fierce the fighting was, the final result would not change much. Because in addition to the manipulation of the external disk, the other thing that determined all this was the number of people. Even if it was above the myth, no matter how strong he was, he could only bow his head in the face of the absolute advantage in numbers. In this case, a myth taboo that invalidated the number of people appeared. What would that mean? There was no doubt that it would become a huge variable, so that the entire battlefield would be subverted in an unpredictable way. This would greatly disrupt everyone's plans and cause subversive problems in the originally determined layout. Nowadays, there are mythological taboos in the mythological world. There is one person who has appeared in the past 10,000 years. He is in the heavenly court and has a great relationship with the Dragon Palace. That's right, it is the little justice god of the heavenly court, Yang Zuankang. Aokayang himself has been most deeply affected by the changes brought about by his existence. Over the past thousands of years, the Dragon Palace has gained many friends, and the heavenly court has also gained many friends. Before Yang Zuankang appeared, friends who did not exist before all came to rely on him. The assets of the heavenly court and the Dragon Palace inexplicably increased several times, and they gained a lot of benefits. This is a huge chain of interests. After realizing that Yang Zuankang would have an impact on the 10,000 years war, the Dalo realm in the mythological world shifted their positions to avoid the redistribution of benefits from the 10,000 years war and cause serious losses to themselves. Faced with this result, my grandfather was also extremely shocked. He had conducted an investigation and even joined forces with people from the heavenly court. I want to see who the owner of these benefits is, but the final result is confusing. The deeper you go, the more confused you become. Although they almost caught the floor again, the ending was that the investigation team composed of Dragon Palace and Heaven was completely wiped out, and Aokayang's brother also died tragically, and finally nothing was done. It was forcibly stopped, and a saint was killed. There are too many involved, and none of the 8 major sects were left behind, and people were involved. True and false, like a fog. Looking at Lee Su, Aokayang and Khan King couldn't help but take a breath. There was more than shock in their pupils about his strength, and they realized that the GGO might be playing a big chess game. No wonder the GGO saints acted in a high profile manner several times, and the GGO even took the initiative to jump out, pressure the world, and warn everyone. Something big is going to happen. The 2 women were confused for a while, but they couldn't care about it at this moment, because Lee Su raised his hand and slashed, cutting open the world barrier of Jia's Hangshan. Han Jin and the others are in a bad situation. I'll go in first. Lee Su turned around and said, no, and went in through the space he opened up without looking back. The 2 women looked at each other, without saying much, and jumped in directly. Although the injury was a bit bad, he still had the strength to fight. Although it was difficult to crush the fungus tribe that relied on numbers, it shouldn't be a big problem if they just entangled. Asterisk 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 interesting. I didn't expect that besides Yang Zuankang, there was actually such a genius in the human race. Just after the 3 entered the leaf world, there was an impact, and there was a strange life in the distance. It was very strange, tall and thin, and its body was like a tree trunk. There was blood flowing on it, from top to bottom, but it did not fall to the ground, but flowed around its body. It was very strange. Because if you look carefully, you will find that the flowing blood is like a shrunken river. There are corpses floating on the edge and in the river, as if it is a world. Not only that, its body is vaguely similar to Jianmu. The lines flowing on the body itself are very similar to Jianmu's Dao rhyme, but it is even more weird, with a hint of red. Let him come over here. Young master? A voice was heard from its trunk. There was a worm there. It was black like a centipede, but with a metallic color. It was very long, and entangled its arms in circles. The old master has ordered that we cannot be exposed before that. The other party thought about it and nodded. That's right, then disguise it. You have seen such a guy. The sooner we deal with him, the better. If he is allowed to grow up, not to mention a long-term war plan, it will be a problem. As he spoke, the other party's body began to show the same changes as the two strange lives that left Tangshan Road before. He turned into a tall and thin man with dark green hair and eyes. His strange aura was completely covered. The centipede worm paused and wanted to say something. The young man looked over, and there was a blood red look flowing in his dark green pupils. It was laughing, but it was so creepy that the centipede worm's body couldn't help but stiffen. I will inform thee here, and of course the situation here will also be reported. Is there any problem, young master? As a young master who has served for countless years, the centipede worm knows him very well. Among the many evil lives, it is undoubtedly one of the few who can listen to advice and discuss with you. However, it is only allowed once. Just like before, it raised a question, and the other party accepted it, and camouflaged it and made concessions. But that's it. Besides, the other party will kill it without hesitation. Of course, even so, it is already very good. As a weird, its personality is extreme, not to mention that its young master is of royal blood, the most noble life in the population, and among the many royal life forces, it is undoubtedly the most humble. Very good. The young man smiled with satisfaction, and was not angry, because the other party would report, because based on the performance of the GGO Daozi, he was undoubtedly a human pride, entangled with a grand destiny. If possible, such a person should be strangled in the cradle, and absolutely not given the opportunity to grow up. Asterisk 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 Jia's Hangshan. After entering, Li Su instantly locked the direction through the observations outside. Without any hesitation, he jumped up, tore the space directly, and rushed to the location of the 5 women. Ao Kyang and Khan King, who also rushed over, took a breath at this moment, and their true bodies appeared, transforming into a 5-meter real dragon and a 5-meter peacock. They directly used their magical powers to chase after Li Su. At this moment, the place where Han Jin and the other women were, it was a wetland, and the war had lasted for a very long time. There were corpses all around. All of them were from the fungus tribe. Unlike outside, the fungus tribe here was huge, almost the size of a human. Once they attacked, there were always millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. This was too terrible, as if everything between heaven and earth was an enemy. Once covered, hundreds of thousands of miles would be covered by dense fungus tribes. Trillions of numbers, even if it was only the key refining stage, were enough to be amazing. This sky, this earth, this void. All of them were fungus tribes. They had different forms, were extremely twisted, and their bodies were connected, which was extremely weird. The structure of the composition is completely different from that of humans. It is directly formed by cells. It is simply creepy to look at from a distance. Their bodies are glowing, and the connected parts have terrible energy surging constantly. Some of the fungi are combined into tentacles, each of which is thousands of meters long. They wave all over the sky and whip the large formation that covers the center again and again. This extremely simple attack method has an extremely terrifying power. It is the power of endless key training, billions of golden pills, and tens of millions of celestial beings. Even if it is the limit of 10 far TIE, and it is resisted by a large formation, every impact will form an extremely huge vibration. That power can even break a mountain. In 1 second, under a full 10,000 or 100,000 attacks, even the stars cannot withstand it, and will crack and shatter. Not only that, every time the attack falls, large pieces of highly toxic substances will be formed. These highly toxic substances have life, and are composed of proteins. not to mention their great destructiveness to flesh and blood life. They also produce an extremely strong acid, which is very terrible, like volcanic gas, with strong erosion and corrosion. The air is hissing and distorted by the acid. The poison here has accumulated for 2 days and is terrible, covering a distance of tens of thousands of miles. It is heavy. Even if there are strong winds from the explosions in the center, they are still unmoved. Dead silence, dead silence. Under this poison, even the creatures in this world can hardly bear it and cannot resist. The moment they are infected, they will die directly, and their bodies will begin to melt, falling layer by layer until their bones turn into water. The fungus race does not have many means, but as creatures in the depths of Tongxi and Ao, only these two are undoubtedly the top predators in a world like Jiahangshan. Sister Hangjin, leave us alone, go. Zixin spit out a mouthful of blood. Her breath was extremely weak. She was poisoned. A large piece of strange sarcoma grew on her pretty face, and pus flowed inside. Lymphoma bacteria. It is a kind of fungus. When she was just sent into this world, she was not careful and was infected. In an instant, it parasitized on Zixin's body. As a Tai realm, she could suppress it and eventually kill it. However, facing this overwhelming attack, Zixin had no time and no idea to deal with her own problems. They set up the small 10 absolute formation, and the 5-sided formation I was the foundation. Once there was a problem, the big formation could still be maintained, and the power would undoubtedly decrease too much. The same was true for Huang Meng and the other girls. Among them, only Hangjin had the fastest reaction and the strongest strength. Before being parasitized, she killed the strange fungus life. Sister, let's go. If you're alone. Huang Meng was also panting. The cute little girl had undoubtedly committed a serious crime. Her body was deformed, and a tumor was raised. Not only was she ugly, but the huge weight directly pressed on Huang Meng's spine, making her unable to stand up straight. Not only that, there were black spots on her face, and her skin and flesh had fallen off, emitting a strong stench. The situation of Lulo and King Ming was also not good. They were both poisoned, and their bodies were partially twisted. One was a hand, and the other was a foot. Both had some kind of lesions. This abnormality was undoubtedly shocking. But this was not the most terrifying part of the fungus attack. The real horror was the severe pain caused. It was as if flesh and blood were being dug out every minute and every second. The 4 girls had endured it for 2 whole days. Every second was like the pain of being cut into pieces, and their faces were blue and twisted with pain. The 4 girls did not make even a single scream or wail from beginning to end. There was only silence and indifference in their wide open eyes. They looked at Hangjin quietly, without even a trace of begging for life in their pupils, but only one. Go, sister, go. Even if you are alone, it's good to live. Facing the gazes of several people, Hangjin continued to bleed, not only in her mouth, but also in her eyes and heart. Therefore, this request is not now, but from the beginning. They have been asking her like this. Let her go. Not only that, not long ago, when someone suddenly came and disrupted the attack of the fungus race, there was a huge opportunity. But she didn't. She kept insisting, almost bearing all the pressure on her body. Hangjin, at this moment, was bleeding all over. Her bones were cracked. There was no intact flesh and blood under her skin, and the heavenly palace in her sea of consciousness was cracked. It can be said that the pain she endured every second was no less than that of the other girls. She showed a soft smile on her face, without any pain, and said softly, "It's okay, I can still hold on. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer." As she spoke, the girls were silent. They didn't say a word, and kept fighting. Hiss. What on earth are they doing? There were 2 heads under the women. They were the identities of Taoist Kang Kang and his people. They had been split apart, leaving only half of the head and a trace of consciousness. Are they waiting for someone to come and rescue them? If someone was going to come, they would have come a long time ago. It's because they couldn't come for a while, so it became like this. At least one of them can escape. Otherwise, if the people from GGO really come, that would be a big deal. Hangjin was silent, and Zixuan and the other women were also silent. Will they come? I don't know. But they will wait. Even if they die, they will never despair. GGO disciples, from At this moment, suddenly, a figure broke through the void and arrived, appearing above the Zyoshi Absolute formation. In an instant, the women were startled and couldn't help but look up. The two broken heads were also stunned, and their eyes widened. Your Highness. Chapter 550 Rescue. Your Highness? Is it Your Highness? Han Jin couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking at the person who appeared in disbelief. Huh. In midair, Lee Su breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he caught up. He lowered his head and glanced at Han Jin and the others. The situation was quite bad. If he had come a little later, it would have been a different scene. Roar. Before Lee Su could speak, the fungus covering Han Jin and the others shook. They had little awareness and discovered this outsider and launched an attack without hesitation. Tens of thousands of blood whips crossed the sky, forming a large afterimage in the void, and the air was torn apart. There was power gathering on it, and each one exceeded more than 3 world powers. It was terrible. Such a whiplock could undoubtedly easily cut the earth and easily overturn the continent of tens of thousands of miles. Of course, such an attack power is not considered abnormal in the realm of celestial immortals. A celestial immortal at the level of 10 fire perfection can do it. However, the number is really too much. Not only that, this 9-foot sky is really suitable for the fungus race. Small becomes big, big becomes small. Although the changes here have little effect on the smaller people, the impact on the larger existence is very huge. To describe it, the fungus race outside is like a creature that is about to starve to death, skinny. The fungus race inside is different. They have perfect spiritual energy. Even the lowest fungus has energy comparable to that of a normal human cultivator. This is terrible and extremely amazing. Looking around, the huge number of fungus races is like a mountain or a sea. Its huge area is comparable to the continent. It is not only vast, but also heavy. The amount of energy flowing below it is almost boundless. The number of extraordinary particles inside is even more exaggerated than that under the netherworld held by Lee Su. Although the output under the netherworld is not high now, the capacity inside is amazing. Even if he absorbs it with all his strength, he still can't see the bottom. But it is also the invincible pond. His is like a well, and the other party is probably at the level of a lake. With such a superposition, it is no wonder that Han Jin and the others were severely injured. Even the 10 fire limit Tai realm could not bear it. They were entangled and attacked to the point of being deeply exhausted and dying. Obviously, the strongest royal family is only at the level of celestial immortals, but it made Lee Su feel pressured. This is definitely the first time in his life. Even the 2 logically complete creatures he met before did not give him that feeling. If he wants to destroy the fungus here, even if it is himself, he will probably have to go all out. In addition to not using the treasure, the 9 great heavenly palaces must emerge, and the 7 supreme saints must also appear, and I'm afraid that they can fight against it. There is no doubt that as Lee Su, who has a peerless dual path foundation, a group that is only the strongest, but the celestial immortals can get such an evaluation, which is really amazing and incredible. Of course, it is also related to the 9 Zhang sky. It is too powerful and completely on its home turf. Glancing at the fungus, Lee Su frowned slightly, and for the first time, a solemn look appeared in his pupils. Other royal individuals, a race, at most only 5 or 6 or 8, but the royal individuals of the fungus race can exceed 1 million. Under the terrifying energy starlight, a golden sea of stars is about to form. The number is probably millions. As for the noble class, it is in the unit of 100 million. Even if it is just a golden elixir, it is still terrifying. Not only that, they are not only terrible in number. The means are not simple. Let's talk about its toxicity. It's like a living life, like a conscious toxicity that will kill all flesh and blood life it touches, and it contains all biological poisons. You must know that in nature, even if there is only a difference in the structure of a protein, the toxins formed are huge and different. There is no doubt that in terms of toxicity alone, the other party has already involved the Supreme, and you can see the shadow of the Supreme without distinguishing flesh and blood. Even Lee Su's flesh and blood cannot deduce so much toxicity. This kind of unique biological poison fed by high energy, if it is not the Supreme of flesh and blood, Lee Su will have a headache. The moment he entered the scene, he was poisoned. If it weren't for the rapid reaction of the flesh and blood supreme, which formed antibodies in his body, he would have probably had some abnormal changes. In just less than a second, his flesh and blood generated almost tens of thousands of antigens. This is just one of them. What's even more terrifying is the extremely strange lesions, like cancer, not the kind of cancer in the mortal world, but the cancer of immortals. If Lee Su's body had not already possessed self-awareness, and every cell was marked with a unique mark, and the cancerous cells were swallowed up by his flesh and blood the moment they entered the body, he would probably have a headache. After all, this kind of cancer is difficult to resist even in the Tai realm. It is rooted deep in the flesh and blood, forming a special entanglement with the body, and forming a deformity. The most terrifying thing is the way this lesion is passed over the immune system of the flesh. In other words, for the flesh and blood, this lesion is not bad, but a way of life evolution. Even if it is said that the final result will kill oneself, the flesh is unmoved. Because the flesh cannot recognize it, if you want to cut it off, you can only rely on your mind to find all the joints and cut them off without leaving any. Otherwise, even if there is a little bit that is not cleared, it will grow again. Although it seems to be a simple physical deformation, it has gone quite far in the flesh and blood, which is a field that Lee Su has not even touched. Han Jin immediately sent a message anxiously, "Your Highness, be careful. Although the attack of the fungus tribe is not of high quality, the number is." The first reason why they fell into such a predicament was undoubtedly that they were caught off guard. They did not expect the fungus tribe to be so difficult to deal with. As a flesh and blood life, they could actually entangle Tai's body. Then they were buried by the unimaginable number and trapped in place, unable to move. Otherwise, they would not be so embarrassed. Facing this kind of population life, the best way is to completely explode at the beginning and disrupt their formation. Although this thing is not a formation, its structure is very similar to a formation. It belongs to an existence that can be trapped and killed. Boom. 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 The terrifying blood whip fell and swept directly onto Lee Su's body. In just a blink of an eye, Lee Su was whipped hundreds of thousands of times. The terrifying force whipped the space around him and cracked it. It was full of extremely violent poisons. Along with the blood whip, it kept corroding Lee Su, trying to corrode and kill him. Facing this scene, Han Jin and the other women couldn't help but change their faces, and the Taoist Kang and the other two also looked at each other. Fuck, if the Taoist of GGO died here, this matter would really be. Crack, crack. There was a sound, like glass. A large number of colored glass fragments splashed from Lee Su's body, forming crystals that kept falling all over the sky. That was the colored glass body. It was shining at this moment. Countless crystals formed on Lee Su's body, layer by layer, stacked up. The crystal was only 1 millimeter thick, but one layer was a world. It intertwined in front of Lee Su's body, blooming brilliantly, with a terrifying thickness of 3,000 layers. Each layer was very heavy and heavy, because the strength of one layer is equivalent to 80 world forces. This is an absolute height, terrifying and unbelievable. The meaning it represents is very simple. Attacks below 80 world forces, no matter how many, can never shake Lee Su's hair. Even so, facing the attack of the fungus race, Lee Su's glass body still broke. Every second, hundreds of layers were directly worn away bit by bit and beaten into powder. Facing this scene, even Lee Su had to continuously form crystals on his body every second, operate the Vajra Supreme, and regather new glass crystals. This will cause Lee Su to lose a lot of immortal power, as well as the power of the stars rotating under the heavenly palace, and the long river power flowing from the cave inside the hall. The former is the rule of itself, and the latter is the rule of the long river. This consumption is really not low. Moreover, it can be seen that the other party did not disregard everything. In the huge fungus ocean below, there is still an extremely terrible energy fluctuation. The eyebrows are like knives, and there is anger and murderous intent in Lee Su's pupils. He was naturally very unhappy that the Han Jin women were so seriously injured. He wanted to chop them all up and display their bodies to the public. If anyone moved him, he would pay with his life. But considering that the fungus race itself has incomplete logical thinking and relies more on instinct, just like wild animals in nature, it is probably difficult to understand, even if they retaliate against each other. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the situation of the Hanjin women is really not good. Especially because of his arrival, the breath of life and death crisis has dissipated a lot. This is not surprising. When people encounter despair, they will burst out amazing power, but at the same time, the taut string will also loosen when life comes. This is instinct. Therefore, with the dissipation of this breath, the women who were already extremely dangerous undoubtedly stepped directly into the coffin. Taking a breath, Lee Su suppressed the anger in his heart and saved people first. If the anger caused the women to be injured or killed, this kind of upside down thing would happen, and killing more fungus races would not make much sense. After thinking about it, he raised his palm, the heavenly palace shook, the phantom of Pangu banner shone, and he chopped it out with one palm. Boom. The sky fell. That's right, it fell. It was like a piece of paper, twisted by Lee Su's palm, and 1,000 miles of land was folded on the spot. An endless continent was cut by him and flew up, covering tens of millions of bacteria. Boom. With a loud bang, the void of 10,000 miles exploded. The space, including the matter inside, was decomposed into particles of molecules and exploded in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was annihilated and shattered. The fundamental structure was pierced by the molecules that exploded, and the bacteria, which were close to hundreds of millions, disappeared in an instant. The terrible impact spread over 10,000 miles, and countless bacteria were directly annihilated. With just one blow, even the crazy bacteria could not help but tremble, and the attack stopped directly. Shocked by Lee Su, the terrible blood whip stood stiff in the void, and the poison of the 10,000 feet of waves also stopped. The Hanjin women, who were originally extremely worried, could not help but widen their eyes at this moment, looking at the huge void created by their own Taoist with one blow in disbelief, and could not help but be shocked. It's not like they haven't exploded before, in fact, more than once, in order to break through. As a result, the fungus race reacted in an instant and directly consumed their explosions. That is a trick unique to the life of a certain number of species. The fungus race didn't just watch Lee Su's explosion, but also exploded. The royal family mobilized the nobles, and countless civilians flew up, rushing forward one after another, trying to drown his power. In an instant, they rolled up a wall of flesh and blood, and crashed into it. It was exactly the same as when they fought against the few of them. They used numbers to dissolve the opponent's attack, and gathered energy like the sea. But, it was obvious that this time was different, completely different. Their explosions were quickly annihilated, killing at most some noble fungus races, and very few royal races. At most, they were severely injured, and could recover quickly. Lee Su's was different. He broke through the defense of the fungus race and directly affected thousands of miles. A large number of nobles died, and many royal races died. The degree of damage was not less than the damage they had caused in so many days. The time in Jin's Hangshan is different from that outside. 2 days outside is almost a month here. Therefore, even the fungus tribe itself could not help but be shocked and stop the attack for a while. Lee Su succeeded in one strike, and fell directly towards the women without any hesitation. He passed through the small 10 absolute formation that the other party said to set up, and directly reached out to collect the women. Then he jumped up without hesitation, intending to leave first and treat their injuries first. Dao Ao Yang, take us with you too. Taoist Khan shouted hurriedly. Although his clone was shattered, and only half of his face was left, it still hosted a lot of their spiritual light. If possible, he really didn't want to die here, and let his main body be injured. Lee Su's eyes condensed for a moment, and there was a strange color in his pupils. Shen Chen? Wasn't he captured? How could he be here? Although he was a little confused, he still reached out, and took the two people with only half of their heads left, and directly cut through the void, and got out of the battlefield. Raw. After a short days, the fungus tribe reacted, and then they went completely crazy. The loss of the royal family and the nobles completely stimulated them. As a life in the Tangshandao, evil is higher than rationality. How can they remain calm in the face of this result? The terrible flesh and blood are surging, and the trillion-level fungi are rolling their bodies. The terrible energy is constantly erupting, and the sky is solidified by it. How can people escape? Die. The flesh and blood are like clouds. covering the sky and the sun, and they are firmly locked on the breath of Lee Su, anchoring the void, and want to crush it, and shake people out of space. At this moment, there is a 5-color divine light shining in the sky, and a frozen dragon breaks the ground. 2 magical powers comparable to the power of 10 Fire Tai fell down, and hit the body of the fungi directly. Boom. With a loud bang, nearly 10 million fungi fell apart, and froze on the spot. Some of the internal consciousness was directly wiped out, and some of them even had their internal energy frozen, and their vitality was frozen to death. It was Kang King and Ao Kyang. The 2 women chased Lee Su, but did not rush in, but stayed on the periphery and waited. They analyzed it instantly. Jiao Zhangshan's bonus to the fungus race was too high. Even if Lee Su had the strength of the mythical taboo, in this situation where the time, place, and people were not on his side, saving people should be his first priority, rather than killing the enemy crazily. As expected, they did not hesitate, used all their strength, and directly sniped, planning the fungus race, to encircle and kill Lee Su. Puff. Even if it was a sneak attack, the blow was successful, and the rebound force still made the 2 women spit out blood at the same time. Ao Kyang's recovered body was bleeding again, and the 5-colored light in Kang King's pupils dimmed. There is no doubt that the injury has worsened. Lee Su rushed directly in front of the 2 women, took them up, and tore the void hundreds of times in a blink of an eye, and directly escaped from the range covered by the fungus. Without stopping, he ran all the way, a full cup of tea, and ran a distance of 100,000 miles before stopping. After landing, Lee Su took a breath, and cut out a space, completely isolating himself from Jiao Zhangshan. He threw the 2 broken faces that made Shen Shen's voice aside, raised his left hand, and the Hangjin girls appeared. Hangjin and the others were not mentioned. It was very dangerous. Although Ao Kyang and the others were better, their injuries were undoubtedly aggravated. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su stretched out his hands, and started to refine directly. The flesh and blood vibrated, and a large amount of immortal power was transformed by him, directly forming the most primitive and pure vitality, falling towards the girls. A star crystal appeared, which was constantly shattered by him, and a large amount of energy fell, and sent into the bodies of the girls. Replenish energy first, then talk about injuries. Facing Lee Su's pure vitality, Ao Kyang and Kang King were shocked, and the fluctuating breath quickly stabilized. The large amount of vitality allowed them to suppress their injuries. Junior brother Yang, we are fine. You concentrate on saving senior sister Hangjin and the others first. Ao Kyang took a breath and said softly. Kang King also began to breathe in and out, no longer absorbing the vitality released by Lee Su. Lee Su nodded, his eyes focused on the 5 Hangjin girls. Zixin and the others were in danger, but Hangjin, who was not poisoned, was in greater danger. Her heavenly palace had already cracked, and the energy fluctuations in her body were even more chaotic. Lee Su shot out 4 drops of his own blood, and merged them into the bodies of Huang Meng and the others. To deal with the injuries caused by the bacterial flora, the supreme blood and flesh was undoubtedly a natural nemesis. As Lee Su's blood merged, his consciousness immediately revived, and began to strangle the poison and cancer that had invaded the bodies of the women. The poison, if the corresponding antibodies were formed, could cut off its general lethality. Cancer was even more difficult, and had already connected to their flesh and blood. It was very troublesome to clean it up, and it would take a lot of time. However, the life-threatening situation was more or less out of the question. On the contrary, it was Hangjin who was picked up by Lee Su. The heavenly palace in the sea of consciousness glowed, and the palace of flesh and blood and the palace of soul vibrated at the same time. Golden flames and white flames appeared at the same time, directly sinking into the other party's body, repairing the body and soul that were almost invisible to the naked eye. A large amount of star crystal material fell down and gathered at Lee Su's fingertips. He gently pressed it on the opponent's forehead and transported it in little by little to repair the cracks in his forehead. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour. After more than half an hour, Hangjin's injuries were finally stabilized by him, no longer getting worse, and healing little by little. He exhaled, and although the treatment did not stop, Lee Su still couldn't help sweating. Fortunately, it's finally recovered. But to cure it completely, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to warm it up. He didn't stop and continued to repair it. He couldn't stop now. If he stopped, the trouble would only be greater. Lee Soo suddenly frowned, with a hint of coldness in his pupils. Has he caught up? After taking a look at the situation of Ao Kyung and Kang King, Lee Soo said directly, "Senior Sister Ao, Senior Sister Kang, I will take you into my space next, and you will continue to heal your wounds there." The two women were startled, and then they also felt something. After looking at each other, they said without hesitation, "Then I will trouble you, junior brother." They also felt the situation outside, and the fungus clan was gathering in large numbers. At this moment, although the two had stabilized their injuries, they were not ready to take action yet. Lee Soo nodded, and directly took everyone, except Han Jin away, took the two remains in his hands, and prepared to go while treating them. "Junior brother Yang, go to the east. There are too many auras belonging to the fungus clan on you. As long as you are still in the Ninezang sky, you will be locked by it." At this time, one of the remains spoke, and it was Shen Shen's voice. "There is a large formation over there, which is arranged by the Dalo realm. The fungus clan cannot break through. Our real bodies are hiding over there." Lee Soo paused, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the remnant face that had the same voice as Shen Shen. The real body? This guy? Forget it. He jumped up directly and rushed away without any hesitation in the direction the other party said. He kept running, carrying Han Jin, and ran for about 3 hours. It was undoubtedly as the other party said. Although it was very faint, he could feel that the fungus tribe did leave a mark and could not get rid of it. Finally, with Han Jin, he ran directly to the big formation that the other party mentioned. A head stretched out from it. It was Shen Chen. He recruited him directly. Lee Soo thought about it, and after leaving a lot of his own flesh and soul power on Han Jin, he ran directly in. As for whether it was a trap, it didn't matter. If it was really a trap set by the Dalo realm, he was looking forward to it, and he could call for help. In this way, it would be more convenient to save people. However, after entering, he found Shen Shen and a person who looked very similar to the other remnant face were in the big formation. "Junior brother Yang, long time no see." Shen Shen took a deep breath and spoke. Lee Soo's face was covered with veins, and he felt the other party's intact breath. Although he had some doubts just now, he was extremely sure at this moment. The content of the secret talisman was not a warning to convey the fact that he was caught, but a trick to trick him to come here and find someone to save his life. "You were caught. Is it fake?" Why did he think so? Because the two bastards in front of him had a similar smell to Han Jin and the others, and it was obviously much more serious. If the two of them were outside, I'm afraid the target of the siege of the fungus tribe would have to be changed directly. Thinking of this, his face turned black and there was murderous intent. "I'm not kidding. I'm going to kill someone. Because of this bastard's secret, he ran to such a dangerous place, and Han Jin and the others were injured because of it. This is not a trivial matter. And the most important thing is that they are not that familiar with each other." Feeling the murderous intent in Lee Soo's eyes, the person next to Kang Taoist couldn't help but shiver, and his face turned green with fear. The clone returned, and he naturally felt the horror of Lee Soo. There is no doubt that he is an existence that must not be provoked. Obviously, Kang was a jerk. No one would accept this. Even friends would break up with him. Why not Lee Soo, who is not his friend? Kang Taoist took a breath and said, "I was wrong in this matter. As a price, I will exchange 2 pieces of information. The first one is related to the ancient bodhisattva. The second one is that the figure was wearing a jade pendant with the word Kyung written on it." Not only that, although the figure had been standing there, it was not like that at first. It was guarding something. Now that thing has been taken away, and I know who took it away. If nothing unexpected happens, that thing should be a coffin. As Kang Taoist said this, Lee Soo was stunned, and the murderous intent rising in his heart could not help but pause. He didn't care much about the first thing, but the second one undoubtedly shocked him. The jade pendant with the word Kyung, and guarding a coffin? Who is the figure? Who is in the coffin? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.